take your pen and paper.
You can also go on that side, there is a lot of seats there.
Okay, we welcome everybody to second International Baltic Neurocine Conference. We are really happy to see this crowd. We're happy to see new faces. We're happy to see old faces and also young faces. Clap for you all struggling your way through the snow to find Tallinn University amidst all this white thing. We shortly introduce the background of the Neurocine conference, the Neurocine team that we are leading together with Ellen Lottman here in Tallinn University Baltic Film and Media and Art School, and trying to build something that in the future will be enormously excellent research group.
So welcome everybody. I'm so happy to see you all here. I don't know what's going on outside. It's not supposed to be like this in April. Seriously. Even the birds are shocked. The chirping outside. We came all the way from Africa for this. We just laid our eggs.
There are people from Mexico.
There are birds from all over the world who have arrived here. And so I'm happy that we can be inside for the next 4 days. And knowing how weather changes in Estonia, probably by the evening when you go out, it's going to be spring. Or it's going to be even worse.
Background for this Neurocine conference, many of you probably know about neurocinematics. Neurocinematics was introduced by scientific group, neuroscience group, Yuri Hasson and colleagues in 2008 in Cognitive Film Journal. And since then, the neurocinematics has invited more and more interest from filmmakers, especially because it seems to allow a possibility using neuroscientific methods, physiological methods from other disciplines to learn more about film viewing and especially filmmaking. So our kind of focus is moving gradually to emphasizing the studies on filmmaking. Filmmakers have been relatively little studied in neurosciences or other sciences, cognitive sciences in general, but film viewers have been studied to a wide extent, which is of course exciting for all of us, understanding how film viewers experience the films. And now we are trying to kind of actually, am I shouting? Maybe I can talk because I have a microphone. Sorry, earplugged. So idea is really gradually to start to learn new methods to also study filmmakers' experiences, especially in the process of creating art and creating narratives. So this is in the core of our kind of interests.
So I have been on this road into research not for very long. Pia was my PhD supervisor, and I'm primarily a filmmaker. I'm a cinematographer. And when I stumbled across the threshold of research, I did some presentations on different conferences. And in one of those conferences, which was full of fantastic film theory gurus, I did a presentation about the heuristics of cinematography. And one of those gurus, whose books are on my shelf, came into the presentation and asked, after I had given the presentation, he said, "It's so interesting that you filmmakers really think about what you do before you do it." And I was absolutely baffled because I have his books on my shelf. And I understood that there is a very big divide in research and in actual filmmaking and actual film teaching. And there is a lot of tacit knowledge in the film schools and within filmmakers, which is not spoken about and which also sometimes escapes filmmakers themselves. The definition of tacit knowledge is that we often don't know we even have it. We often feel it as an intuition. Although Daniel Kahneman has said intuition is pattern recognition, so it is a kind of knowledge, but it's very often not worded, it's very often a felt sense rather than a clear understanding that it's a knowledge. And thus, we are here in a film school, and we're very, very happy that the interest towards doing this kind of research in a film school is growing. We are extremely grateful for our supporters. We have been very generously funded by SELECT, which is a global organization of film schools representing film schools from all over the world. So we're really positive that this network helps to spread the word about this kind of research that we're doing here and that we're presenting here. We have also been supported by European Commission very kindly. This activity that we do here is also connected to a pilot project that is aimed towards studies, transdisciplinary studies into how brain changes during film viewing or during filmmaking, and we will speak about this pilot project at the closing panel too. We're also very grateful for Estonian Research Foundation,
which funded my new 5-year project started in January, really looking at filmmakers' creative acts, so using different multiple methods. So yeah, thanks for Estonian Research Council for that.
And thanks for the university and all the, of course, our team. We will do the big thanking at the end. Usually end credits are more important than beginning credits. Beginning credits should be fun. So the first time we did this conference, we squeezed so much in. And one of the biggest troubles for all the audience members was that we didn't have enough time to talk. So a very important thing why we do this conference and why we do it physically, not online, is to put people together and give them a possibility to talk. From the very first conference 2 years ago and the seminar a year ago, we already have different people meeting each other and different research kind of flourishing. So we really, really hope that you use this time to reach out and, of course, ask questions as much as you can.
So big thank for the audience and related to what Ellen mentioned about getting together, mingling together as much as possible. We also reserved Platz restaurant for informal meeting place. So if you don't know where to go in Tallinn, go to Platz restaurant and at the Rotermann city area. And we have a back room where you can go freely. It's a self-paid event, but what it pays well is that you get to meet and continue these discussions with your colleagues. So this is just for those who don't know where to go in the evening, later in the evening. That's
or
the
you
place
can
to
have
go.
a snowball fight.
Yeah, outside. Okay, welcome everybody. And now I think we proceed to the keynote, right?
Yes, we have a keynote coming up, and just one more little housekeeping thing is that we hope to show a lot of clips. There is going to be film in the evening because we believe that film is something that really needs to be shown in addition to be spoken about. So we are really thankful for our technical team. Most of the presentations have both video and text. So in case there is some kind of hiccup, let's be patient. And the program is also streamed online. So if you miss something, you can see the videos afterwards. We have multiple cameras recording this.
Okay, thank you for being here. And we welcome Karen. Karin Perlman is our first keynote, an award-winning filmmaker and lecturer, researcher, thinker, and one of those scholars and filmmaker scholars who are really valuable for the project that we are putting forward for the filmmakers. Please, Karin.
Okay, thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Thank you, Ellen and Pia, for this fantastic event. I am thrilled to be here. Thank you, Martin, also for your part in organizing and instigating it, and to Silect as well. Good on you, folks. Really excellent. I'm going to jump right in, talking today about film directing as an active expertise. This is a new topic for me. Many of you know my work on editing, which has been ongoing for some 100 years or so, and my book on rhythm in film editing has been the subject, and rhythm in film editing is a major subject that I am exploring in an ongoing way. But lately I've been troubled by something kind of interesting, which is I've been directing films, and these films, people tell me, have a voice that is its own thing. Like, other people wouldn't make the films that I'm making. And yet, at the same time, because my long background in editing and in dancing, I understand that authorship is not something that one person does on their own. So I'm very curious now about what is this cognitive process that's going on when we're calling directing, and what are the what's the nonsense floating out there about directing that is troublesome to our industry and creativity. So the outline of this paper will be to ask, what is a director's vision? Industrially, like in the process, experientially, how does it feel? And cognitively, if we can try to get to that, what is actually going on? And then I will consider what other questions this knowledge about vision could potentially illuminate, which I suggest are questions about authorship, about understanding filmmakers' intentions, and also potentially there's some skills to be found for creative process. I aim to build on young Pia Tikka's work on embodied aspects of cinema authoring process, expanding what Tikka calls the kind of mental workspace that enables the author to imagine, create, and manage cinematic processes. And I'm expanding it to include what Dieger and DiPaolo call participatory sense-making. So, what are the underlying premises of participatory sense-making? Well, we first understand, we agree, in a sense, in order for the rest of this to make sense, that cognition is ongoing and situated activity. It doesn't happen before an interaction, it happens during it. And it doesn't just happen in the head, it is embodied action that happens between us, amongst us, and in our shared environment. In this process, human cognizers are autonomous. We do exist. We are here as autonomous, beings, but we are not self-sufficient. We are profoundly entangled systems that make thinking possible and constrain what it is possible to think. So then, specifically on participatory sense-making in a filmmaking process, as in life, meaning is generated and transformed in the interplay between the unfolding interaction process and the individuals engaged in it. Okay, so that's core to what we're talking about, this creation of meaning, generating it and transforming it. So this paper will propose that a director's vision is not something in their heads, but an emergent and shared understanding arising through participatory sense-making. Plus, not just, but plus, we also engage with a lot of what Andy Clark calls surrogate situations. So we have shared visual and audio references, models, storyboards, scripts, rehearsals, and all of these things are, Clark calls them restricted artificial environments that allow us to deploy basic perception, action, reason routines in the absence of their proper objects. So in this case, the proper object of a filmmaking process might be the shoot day with the actors and the first AD and the set and the costumes and the makeup and the blah, 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 this huge thing. We use these surrogate situations to help us to imagine and visualize and prepare for the actual situation that we'll be in. And these are, of course, well-known tools in filmmaking. Directors use them for communicating their ideas. But I will argue that use of them is also a process of intersubjectively creating a vision. For this discussion, I also draw on my own embodied experience, particularly in the area of directing, as well as embodied experience of other directors, which I surmise through their reports. Okay. As another kind of base understanding here, here's what I'm proposing. What is directing? Directing is a crew role. A director is a member of a crew, all right? It involves articulating a direction that everybody in the cast and crew can move in to get to a finished film. Keep this in mind. A director gives direction, not instruction. So we're not Google Maps, right? We are, here's where we're trying to get to. Can you help me find it? How can we find a way? We do this by eliciting offers, right? And making decisions about the creative and generative responses from cast and crew. So the directing crew role does not really involve making things. It involves making decisions. But how do we make decisions? What basis do they elicit offers? The most common term for an offer eliciting and decision-making mechanism is vision, and that's why it interests me. Okay, so what is vision? This is the rest of the paper. Let's see if we can figure it out. In industry, crew members will, especially young ones, will often say that their role is to realize a director's vision. But when students get a hold of this, it comes like, oh my God, all kinds of nonsense, anything from like total failure to communicate to like drug-fueled hallucinations. Like, what is this thing? So I'm thinking that a better understanding of vision, what it is or does on the ground, could be helpful. And we will come back to this at the very end about creative process. In criticism, vision can be used to mean style, as in Wes Anderson's loopy lyrical vision is alive and well in Asteroid City, and we all know that's about talking about style. It can be used to mean perspective. So Jordan Peele's radical cinematic vision of the world through a black man's eyes, right, his perspective. Authorial intention is often called vision. The director presents a female-centered vision of equality, solidarity, romance, and sex. She explains why she was determined to upend the cliches and assumptions of traditional cinema. Goes Celine Sciamma making Portrait of a Woman on Fire, as we see pictured here. And it can also mean the kind of cumulative effect of narrative and narration. So Claire Denis, Julie Dash, Catherine Bigelow offered up new visions of what a woman could do and be on screen. Ken Danziger, well-known discussant of filmmaking, very interesting because he replaces the word vision with the word idea in this book, The Director's Idea, The Path to Great Directing. However, I do not believe Danziger has ever made a film. I can't really tell for sure, but he doesn't illuminate idea as an action. Like, what's going on? He says, oh, it's the director's idea, and then he gives example after example and these, like, wonderful descriptions of films, and you're thinking, but how did we get from idea to the film? And so I found this kind of frustrating. It's kind of super engaging, but really frustrating to read as well. Then there's the online version of vision. So if you Google it, this is one of the top blog post responses. What exactly is a director's vision? A film director's vision is someone seeing a movie in their head, that's all. Yeah, no. Definitely no. Let's give it a try. Is a vision a movie you see in your head? Try this. Close your eyes and visualize something with which you are familiar. For example, a kitchen in the morning, someone making coffee or tea. Everybody got that? Can you see that in your mind's eye? You have a vision of it? Cool. Now, what happens? Let's say, there's a script for this. Let's say the person is making coffee and in comes their partner and says, come back to bed. So this person who's making coffee, they're torn. Should they keep getting ready for work or go back to bed? This is our scenario, okay? Based on that image in your head, how would you answer? Whose story is it? Person making coffee or the partner? Why? What age, gender, physical characteristics are each person? Why? What are the desires of each person? Who holds power? Who gets what they want? Why? What do they do? What actions? How fast or slow? How do they take up space? Why? Where's the camera? Is it handheld, tripod, jib, dolly? What lens are we using? What is the light? Why? Look around the kitchen. What does it look like? Tenement, suburban home, country, city, old, new, shiny, decrepit? Why? Who chose this space to live in? Who filled it with objects? What are the objects? Why? What is in the space? Look at the sink filled with dishes, just one cup. Who left it there? Why? And post-production. Ooh, let's go. Could the scene start later and earlier, combined with another scene? Why? What is the scene doing in the story overall? Keep it where it was written, maybe move it somewhere else, maybe just keep the beginning, maybe drop it. Why? Whoops, sorry. How does it unfold rhythmically? Is it abrupt, languid, moderate tempo, sudden change? Why? How do we shape characters in the scene? Shout out here to Shersti in the audience. Hello, Shersti. This one's from you. You'll hear from Shersti later today. Who gets what kind of time, energy, and motion? What qualities of these? Why? What sounds are in the scene? David, are you here? Can you help us out? Excellent. Trains shrieking by outside, neighbors shouting, birds chirping, angels strumming harps. Why? What are the balance of color tones and accents in the scene itself vis-a-vis the story overall? Why? What are the emphasis and sound? See, we're at the mixing desk. Finally, we're getting there. Do we foreground voices, atmosphere, music? What qualities, tones, tempi do sound and music bring? When? For how long? Why? Okay, my guess is, yeah. Even apart from the classical idea about cognition that in your head, seeing a vision in your head implies, those things cannot all be known and visualized. You cannot know the answers to all those questions. I dare you to refute me. No, I don't. You can know them if you want to, but the problem is that possibly the only one of those questions that is fully the director's responsibility is why. Okay, and even though this is what they bring, they're still open always to persuasion. Somebody might have a different why. Okay, so, but the why is what director needs to bring to process. It may be partial, and it will certainly evolve. It may or may not be declaratively known to the director before starting the conversation, but it governs the decisions they make, and decisions are the only thing the director actually makes. Everyone else makes shots, performances, sets, edits, sounds, so on. So then even the why may or may not be direct or complete and will require some of what I call mind reading, plus what Andy Clark calls surrogate situations, because people, including filmmakers, are not in the business of accessing their world in order to build accurate pictures of it. This is a classical cognitive position. We access the world and build a picture of it in our mind to make decisions about what to do. Rather, we actively participate in the generation of meaning in what matters to them. They enact a world. So, vision, I'm proposing, comes into being through enaction. And let's turn to a few examples and see how this works. So this is an image from Take This Waltz, directed by Sarah Polley. The production designer, Matthew Davies, made a casual reference. Matthew Davies said that Polley made a casual reference to a bowl of fruit that was, quote, especially helpful in defining the project's aesthetic parameters. It's fitting then that the vibe of the kitchen itself is brightened for a little. Okay, so is a bowl of fruit a vision? Yes, but it's a vision by participatory sense-making. So making sense of a vision, the bowl of fruit is a shared reference. it's laden with episodic memories for both director and designer, and that instigates or gives direction. Remember we talked about direction? Towards a materially manifested feeling of place. And that's what we get, right? And the production designer makes sense out of the bowl of fruit reference and follows the direction to make offers of a warm and apple and pear-colored kitchen, tinged with nostalgia for the homegrown, right? He'll make drawings, he'll show paint samples, we'll dig into this thing. And that in this way, Polly's vision is both created and manifested through Davis's participatory creativity. Her bowl of fruit instigates offers, his offers instigate decisions, and they make sense of it together. Okay, what else do we got? We have other directors, we have other instigators of collaborative sense-making. I'm going to show you about a 3-minute clip now from director Emerald Fennell on Saltburn. I'll just play it.
I don't think any of us are nice. I just don't know anyone nice. Not really. Hi, I'm Emerald Fennell. I'm the director of Saltburn, and this is Notes on a Scene. Our protagonist, Oliver Quick, played by Barry Keoghan, has just arrived at his friend Felix's house for the summer. Felix, sort of taking pity on him, invites him to stay at his house. Little does Oliver know that the house, which is called Saltburn, looks like this. I'd seen Barry in Killing of the Sacred Deer and just thought it was the best performance I've ever seen. Just full stop, I think, that any actor's ever given. It was just so chilling and sort of sexy and weird and real and horrible. And, you know, and he seemed to get the thing that I really love in all movies and really wanted in this, is that he's both a real person and a sort of feeling too. He understands how to be super grounded and real, but also how to be otherworldly.
Mr. Quick, you're early.
I've got the earlier train.
Well, do let us know next time.
This is the most kind of gothic moment in a funny way of the movie. We go from, you know, the kind of university secret history type Brideshead tale to the like, oh, we may be in a kind of Hammer House of Horror movie.
You see, the gates were not open.
That's okay.
We sent someone to pick you up.
Sorry.
It was very hard to find Duncan. Duncan is the butler at Saltburn, and he is its sort of spirit. Here we've got Paul Rees, who is just one of the greatest actors of his generation. He's just extraordinary. And when I was meeting people for this part, I said, Duncan is Saltburn. He could have lived for 1,000 years. He could be, you know, one of the bricks. Everyone else was like, yeah, okay, kind of get it. And Paul was like, absolutely.
Follow me.
I mean, the little look that Paul gives him there, just, I love it so much. The disdain, he does almost nothing.
Okay, so Fennell brings obviously quite a lot, right? And from her acting background, we see that she has a special strengths in a sense of character and people's complexities and presences with each other. This is something that she's strongly articulating without directly articulating it, but even in that clip, we get her understanding of people and characters very significant. And she's also, as will come up later in some little clips I'll show, again, bringing a feeling for this tension between the beauty and the mundane, which comes out really strongly. I'm not going to show the whole thing, but if you care to look it up, it's an exceptionally well done interview with the director. So, but my question is, how do these senses of people, these senses of beauty, these senses become a vision or even a movie, right? Fennell et al. Make a series of decisions that materialize her sense and also further create it. They make decisions about casting. This is very big. So she says, Barry Keoghan seems to get that he's both sort of a real person and sort of a feeling, right? What is that? What am I going to do with that? Well, you're going to cast somebody, right? And then Barry Keoghan, it's like his face, his eye shape, his skin quality, his movement feeling, his embodied markings of his background and culture. They become her vision of the character, her real person and feeling, right? He offers breath rhythms, vocal mannerisms, human responses, and she makes decisions with him and a whole lot of other people that manifest the abstract feeling for character in space, time, and narrative movement. Okay, so Fennell also names checks other actors, acknowledging their creative agency and their sense-making abilities. Paul Rees, for example, says, absolutely, to her description of a very abstract concept. He manifests it material in his embodied participation in the idea itself. And she later talks about Jacob Elordi. This is why he's such a genius. Basically, Fennell finds actors who embody her sense. They offer an expert embodiment that resonates with hers and convinces her of what hers is, right? So it's there's a feeling of something she's looking for. She finds the actor, they are an embodied presence, and they become, for her, what the vision is. Before them, vision is unformed. It's amorphous. Once seen, vision is them. Here's Fennell on production design.
Wow. That's amazing.
A huge shout out to the art department, who were just exceptional, because when we were looking at this shot, I said, we need something. We need like a pair of knickers that have been tossed up there during a party. We need a streamer. We need some tinsel from Christmas, something old, something shabby, something that's been missed. Because this is a film about our obsession with beauty, our kind of fetishization of like stuff. And Dave, who is our amazing on-set dresser, kind of went, and just went and made this flypaper. And then all of the lovely dead flies, RIP. This is a really, really good example of why the aspect ratio works. You can see the height of this. The house is very tall and square. We didn't want to be cutting off all the beautiful frescoes on the ceilings. The squarer ratio made it just much easier to shoot just from a practical point of view. The fact that we could get the floor and the ceiling into this enormous room, it was really something. This house has never been seen in anything, ever. There are no photographs of it on the internet. But one of the things when I walked in, the moment I knew that this was Saltburn, was that they had hats on the busts. The busts in there are, these kind of priceless, beautiful marble statues, and they had these silly hats put on them, and I thought that's exactly what this movie is. It's the kind of surreal and the kind of mundane, the kind of beautiful and the sort of silly, all like together in one.
Okay, so Fennell knows she needs something. Why? We need something. We need like a pair of knickers, some Christmas tinsel. Why? Because this film is about our obsession with beauty. Okay, this is what she can characterize. This is what she knows and can describe to people. But she doesn't. This abstract idea is her why, if you will. She doesn't specifically envision the what, right? Instead, she name checks Dave, the amazing on-set dresser, and the house itself. She gives a huge shout out to the art department, and she describes how when she sees the house, she sees her vision. Right? It's not a vision she holds in her head. It's in the world. It's intersubjectively becoming itself. She knows the why. She finds the what. And finally, on costume design, I just had to throw in this gorgeous little bit.
Playing with light always. Part of the reason that you choose like linen is for this. You're always kind of catching the body through the clothes. And we see it again and again in this movie. We're always kind of shooting light through night dresses or shirts. I think when you're in love with someone, you are always aware of their body. And so it's important that we kind of got that element.
Okay.
Again, earlier on, she name checks the costume designer, Sophie Canali, and Canali, with the cinematographer, enacts a vision of character and relationship, this kind of always so aware of their body, right? Fennell knows there's something about awareness of the body. She knows from her lived experience what this kind of obsession with somebody might feel like or how it might enhance perception in specific ways. She can say this to costume designers, to cinematographers, but she doesn't come up with this thing of using linen and shooting light next to people's bodies. This is somebody enacting what becomes her vision. Okay, this is jumping from Emerald Fennell to Sarah Polley. She's on a film called Women Talking, and this is about a 4-minute clip about process.
So this scene kind of becomes a reckoning with the other women and how they have either judged Marieke for or been complicit in the ongoing domestic violence that she's been experiencing. And I had been reading a lot of Harriet Lerner's work on apologies while I was writing this script, and I realized that in order for this group to move forward together as a cohesive whole, there was going to have to be some accountability from the women themselves to each other. So Marieke here finally says what she's been wanting to say when she says, "How dare you judge me?" When Ona apologizes to Marieke, she does it poorly the first time, and then fully the second time.
Who are you? Who are any of you to pretend I have had a choice?
And when she does this, something in Marieke is thrown off of her defensive stature, and it opens the door for a crucial apology from her mother, Greta. That in turn opens the door for Marieke to finally confront her community about the way they have judged her and not supported her.
I'm also sorry, Marieke. I didn't try to protect you or your children from Klaus. And what you say is true. You had no choice. You forgave him again and again, as you were told to. As I told you to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
When we filmed the scene, we had a crew member who had had a parallel situation in his childhood where there had been abuse and no accountability and no apology from his parents for not protecting him the way they should have. So actually this scene was a kind of collaboration between me and this crew member and Jesse and Sheila trying to find what the most meaningful apology would be. So specifically the actual words "I'm sorry" at the end was requested by him as well in order to capture what would have felt like a meaningful apology to him. And then when we decided she actually had to say the words "I'm sorry" at the end, Sheila McCarthy, who played Greta, spontaneously said it 3 times. She just felt she had to. And it's exactly what Marieke needs in order to finally begin to become part of this community. And it involves a huge internal shift. And then Kate Hallett, who plays Auche, who really came up with so many things that were not scripted throughout the film, included this cross over to her mother as she realizes what her mother has been carrying and how it connects to how her mother has mothered her. And Jessie, as Marieke, then recognizes how she has passed on this harm. So there's this moment of intergenerational recognition. This is something that happens spontaneously in rehearsal, just based on the fleshing out of the mother-daughter relationship that Jessie and Kate had been doing in every scene, both in rehearsal and on set. I'm Sarah Polley, and I am the screenwriter and director of Women Talking.
Hi, give me one.
Okay, I'm Sarah Polley, and I'm screenwriter and director. So Sarah Polley, screenwriter and director, scriptwriter and director, is using rehearsal, obviously, as a surrogate situation. And this surrogate situation is not just for Polley's management of her own cognitive load in directing a film, it's also generative, right? So vision is being generated in the rehearsal process. It's generative of insight and understanding that forms, ultimately, her vision. She says, I realized through this collaborative process that there was going to have to be some accountability. this realization, which occurs in action, in process, is Polly's vision. She realizes this, she centers the film around it, that there has to be some moment of accountability within the group of women before they can go on and take action against the men who've been abusing them. It's her vision, right? And it's intrinsically participatory. She creates the opportunity, not the actual action. She doesn't say to the little girl, now stand up and realize what your mother's been through and run over and give her a hug. Nah, right? She's creating the opportunity for these things to happen. And I don't want to, in this process, minimize the director's agency in all of this, right? The opportunity is, it is essential, and the creation of the opportunity, the balancing of strength of direction given with possibilities for offers made, this is the art, this is the actual creative role a director needs to learn to play. It's a skill, knowing what you're after, in what direction you're going, but also how and when to hear offers and understand them as the things that are needed to bring this thing forward to where it wants to go. Polly credits the crew members' memory and desire. She's bringing that into the process. The actors' embodiment of the moment, which is very important, their skilled capacity, their expert capacity to be present in that moment, even though it's not their story, they're playing a character, but they are present with that character in a sense. And their embellishment of words and movement. And this is an offer that gets made that Polly has the skill and expertise to hear and understand and to go with. Yes, that offer. And I'll just shout out to editors here as well. When somebody does change the script on set, the editor is also doing this significantly further downstream, where we are deciding what stays in what relationship, in what temporal unfolding is going to happen. So this question of who wrote, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Who wrote that? Who authored this scene? If I may offer you, you can decide whether to take it or not. Polly et al. And if you'd like to know more about this proposal I'm making, there's a video essay easily accessible online. I'll send you a link if you drop me a line. Distributed authorship, an et al. Proposal of creative practice, cognition, and feminist film histories, right? It's et al. So in academia, we understand when we're authoring a paper, there's a first author. This is their idea. They're giving direction in a sense. And we're all authors. All of us et al. We're part of the authorship process. So cumulatively, what I'm proposing is that discovering the film happens in process. Manifesting a vision is a process of discovering more and more about what it is as it takes material form through the planned, improvised, and responsive processes of working with people and creative problems in the world. I just want to underline that word responsive. It's a word that gets very little used in filmmaking teaching or processes that we do together, but I think it's really one of the key skills that needs development, further development, responsiveness. So here's my little equation for those of you who want things to be nice and precise in just a few words. Authorship plus participatory sense-making equals participatory authorship. Go for your life, okay. Participatory authorship complements Tika, who's trying to make her escape here, but I'm not going to let her, and adds to it by moving an apostrophe and adding an S. Are we ready? Instead of cinema can be seen to stand for an emergent embodiment of an author's creative expressiveness built on both conscious and unconscious dimensions of mind. I'm happy with that. I just want to make a little adjustment, which will be cinema can be seen to stand for an emergent embodiment of author's creative expressiveness built on both conscious and unconscious dimensions of minds. It's a small change. We'll go with it, hey? For the time being anyway. So participatory authorship is across the brains, bodies, and tools of collaborators who make the film together. The participatory authorship might raise some theoretical problems. So I'm going to try to knock a few of those on the head real quick as we go through this. So participatory authorship and the quantitative problem. Is there a line between participatory authorship and just working on a crew? All right? Can we tell a difference here? Well, filmmaking processes are precarious and complex, and the line is always going to be blurry. Okay? The fact that blurriness fits very poorly into cultural systems of recognition and accreditation does not, I emphasize, does not justify trying to harden or fix the line. Right? The problem isn't with the process being blurry. The problem is with the cultural need to have it be straight and simple. Right? Culture and law, I'm involved in a project to do with control and legal, how it's understood legally. The law and the culture could instead think differently about distributed creativity. But if you need to know from a very practical level who to ask questions, whose fault this damn movie is, who's responsible in a certain sense, here's what I propose as a possibly utilitarian rubric. For me, if a crew member needs to read the script or to talk to the director to do their job, they're making a contribution to vision. They're part of the et al. The mechanics of this are that crews are divided, right, into departments, and only the heads of department actually talk to the director about what they're doing or need to read the script to do their jobs. Directors only talk to performers, producer, director of photography, production designer, first assistant director. I find that one really interesting. We do talk to them. Schedule is actually part of authorship. Costume designer, editor, sound designer, mixer, and composer. That's who I talk to. These people are not interchangeable with other practitioners in their field. They bring specific experience, taste, and perspective, right? And when you bring those things, experience, taste, and perspective, you are responding to a direction from a particular place. It's not interchangeable with the way somebody else would respond to it. So you are manifesting, creating that vision. I cannot do the work that these people do. I rely on their creativity to manifest the vision. Their work is particular and a unique contribution to the film. Okay, so that's my blurry line for you, and we are not going to divide that pie into how much. That's not how it works. We can't say, oh, you know, it's 1/5 sound and 1/5 editing and 1/5 no, it's not. It's what mothers would call a love pie. When their children ask them, who do you love more, me or my sibling? The mother will say, it's an ever-growing pie. You cannot divide it. It's always full. Okay, it's a futile task as far as I'm concerned, and it would require us to think differently about authorship in order to untangle it. So the HODs respond to direction with their expertise, insight. Everyone else in the department talks to them, not to the director. So then if we're talking about authorship of shots, the cinematographer might well want to include the gaffer and so forth in their understanding of the authorship of shots, but I'm not talking to them as a director, I'm only talking to the cinematographer. So it's a blurry, rough line. Another question that comes up is around intention. Martin Kragnarsson notes that the graphic and representational conceptual logic as embedded in the film form may provide viewers access to the creative thought processes of filmmakers. Yes, absolutely. On this enactive participatory sense-making model of realizing a vision, the film is the thought of the filmmakers. There's no separation, right? Filmmaking, like participatory sense-making, is subject to the vicissitudes of being alive. And as, again, adapting Tika's notion of the mind made by living, I offer the film is made by living. Okay. So then finally coming to creative practice skills, that this idea about vision might help us to enhance or instill in students or each other as we go along. Filmmaking collaboration is in part, like all sociality, a question of how people understand each other and act and make meaning together. A vision, I propose, is embodied intersubjectivity that relies on acting and perceiving together, verbal and nonverbal engagement, experiences of disconnection, relations of group, joint meaning-making, intimacy, trust, secrecy, conflict, negotiation, asymmetric relations, material mediation of social interaction, collective action, contextual engagement, and social cultural norms, etc. Right? It's all happening. In order to kind of finally go, okay, well, you know, what do I know? I'm going to put forward at this point how I experience generating a vision, because I have been involved in these processes thanks to producer Richard James Allen, who will be talking to you in a few minutes. I've had this opportunity to be the director with these massive crews of 50 people and the crane and the jib and the set and the whole thing, it's all going on. And it's a very responsible role, and I need to know what I'm doing, right? I need to be able to give direction that is coherent and moves along. But how do I experience this idea of my vision with all of these people going, we're here to fulfill your vision? What am I doing? Well, so if I look at myself and I ask, what is my experience of vision when I am having quote unquote vision, what's going on? And my experience is in motion. So background as a dancer, I experience the world in motion. I experience it as rhythms that are satisfied or unsatisfied in their relations. I experience interchanges as phrases that rise and fall. I experience this idea of motion at all levels of my life. So we might have the opening of tension and release around information, cognitive questions, professional questions. It might be emotions, this rise and fall of temper, of sensibility, you know, how things have been so low lately, and then these spikes of anxiety, and it's just, I'm experiencing emotion as motion, and of course I'm experiencing my life, my being in the world. It's like, boom, that's all I got, folks. I move around a lot, as you may by now have noticed. So this is how I experience vision, and this in turn becomes probably the central aspect of my voice, if you will, in making films. I'm going to end now with a 90-second trailer for my new film, Breaking Plates. Breaking Plates, it's nuts. I really enjoyed watching some of Greta Gerwig's online discussion recently about making of Barbie, where she just keeps falling over and laughing and going, this is nuts. Because it, honestly, making this film was like watching my absolutely weirdo psyche unfold in front of me and going, why are you people going along with this? This is nuts. But they did, God bless them, and in a minute Richard will give a talk about the experience of doing that. But as a sort of lead up to that, I'll just show you this 90-second trailer for Breaking Plates. And sorry, one more person I want to shout out to again before I do is Shesti, because Shesti probably saw, I don't know, 6, 8, 10, 12 versions of the edit, and gave amazingly precise and provocative notes on every version of this. So in this process, and keep in mind, I'm an editor and I'm thinking in motion, and this should be where it all happens for me. I need someone else who is seeing with me in order for it to actually become realized. I've just written a book about another dancer turned editor turned director. Her name is Shirley Clark, the greatest filmmaker you've never heard of. The book is due out next week. Part of why she says part of why I play so much in the editing is that it's at that point somehow I'm discovering the film. I really don't know that well when I start off and have an idea in mind, that I don't know that well even during the shooting of it, exactly what I'm up to, that when I look at the material later and start to live with it, I discover what its possible values or problems are. All right, this is the trailer for Breaking Plates. Ayo! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Oh no!
So, what are we doing here?
Well, we're grappling with the problem of images of women on screen.
Okay, then I think our problem is who's in control of film and who's in charge.
The women in film 100 years ago, the comedians, the cowgirls, the cross-dressing, there's a strong sense that they were in charge. You can see it. They have this kind of like, whoa, what is possible? How can we move? What can we learn from their anarchy and rage? What happens to images of women if we bring that back to life? That's the challenge I'm throwing you.
Okay.
All right.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Action! Okay, you can have that back.
Okay, I don't want to put it here. Thank you, Karen. That was fantastic. You raised so many questions that are urgent in today's film crews, but also in film schools. I personally, when I started in Helsinki Film School in 1900.
1910.
89.
Oh yeah, oh, right.
in a camera department. So
cinematography.
Cinematography. Yeah. So I learned first of all that cameras are too heavy for a woman to carry, which was of course a problem. But then throughout the period in film school, I personally was there to serve the director. And while I'm a young person wanting to learn and express my own vision of what films are all about through the cinematographic medium, I was there to serve another person's vision. So that's why I drifted away and became a little bit more autonomous in my decisions in filmmaking and also in research. But that was about me. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Yes, please. Actually, there's a microphone.
Wonderful. A microphone. Okay. If I can come over here and repeat your question.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
That was fascinating, I have to say. Thank you very much for stimulating. My background, I'm not a filmmaker, and I feel like I'm a fraud among all of you. My background is psychology and cyber-psychology. So I have so many questions that I can relate to. It's like we're talking the same thing, but in slightly different tones and different perspective. And when you talked about embodied intersubjectivity, I was absolutely fascinated when you described all of the experiences and the terms, non-verbal, verbal, because in my head I was mapping them onto psychology and different areas that we study and that we look at. Okay, but my question to you, and in looking at the whole area of syllabus and curriculum from your own experiences, is there a role for psychology, for the actual academic? In psychology, we like to objectify things as well as looking at the experience. So by doing that, would we be contaminating the creative process? Would we be interfering with the creative practice and the vision and the development of the vision by actually trying to study it, by asking the film students, or is there a role for psychology within the whole vision creating process and the creative practice?
Okay, so you're not asking is there a role for directors to learn principles? You are asking is there a role for directors to learn about psychology? Absolutely. But directors can come from all kinds of places. I mean, there are great directors who learn about law and great directors who learn about architecture and great directors who learn music, right? So depending on what they bring, Emerald Fennell, she brings a lot of feeling like she's watching and understanding people as we relate, and what that means as character. I suspect that probably doesn't come from studying psychology, it comes from studying acting, which leans very heavily on psychology to understand what people are and do in the world. in some traditions. In other traditions, it's not at all. So there's lots of room. I guess what I would say in answer to your question, two things. First of all, there's lots of room for knowledge, all kinds of knowledge that can grow and sustain a sensibility to make a person more alert to their world, and psychology is great knowledge to bring to that. Sure, why not? I would also say knowledge does not interfere with vision. And I really want to make that absolutely clear. Knowledge does not interfere with intuition. Intuition is, as was mentioned earlier about tacit knowledge, it's knowledge that you maybe don't know that you have, or you don't know where you got it. It's knowledge that you maybe will allow you to make an expert judgment at the time, in the moment, in process, without consciously, specifically articulating, oh, the reason I'm making this decision at this moment. But if you have knowledge, it kind of sits underneath those decisions and those moments, and you can, if you have deep knowledge and really grounded, embodied knowledge, you can access it and pull it out and make a decision. No, not blue, it's got to be red. You're not accessing color theory, psychology, and yet you are at that moment. And so the more knowledge you have, the more educated you are, I reckon the better filmmaker you're going to be. Just my opinion. But I do write a lot about intuition and that problem of filmmakers going, oh, I don't want to interfere. I don't want to say what my our intuition is. It'll get in the way. People think of it as like sports and, like batting, oh, if I think about batting as I step up to bat, I'll miss it. But, the more knowledge and expertise a batter has, the better they will be able to bat. It's just that it's not at a declarative level in the moment.
Thank you very much.
And back, we have Eugene.
Thank you. I'm here. Very fascinating. Wow. Very fascinating. Two quick questions. The first one is, can you tell us something more about this crossing between top-down and bottom-up attunement between directors and crew? And the second question is, do you think that we can speak about a female style of directing, a specific female style? Thank you so much.
Cool. Okay, first of all, I could talk for probably 6 months about the top-down, bottom-up relationship, and what I would say is it is blurry, right? And you never fully know where it's going to come from. On my last film, for example, I talked to the cinematographer. There's this whole thing where the director is in a booth directing the film as the actors are acting in the film. And, we talked about this. We sat down for one meeting. We had like a 3-hour meeting. We had lunch. We talk about the shots. And at the end of that 3-hour meeting, I had my shot list, and it said wide, medium, close. It's like, okay, we understand each other. And man, without that particular cinematographer and her genius for coverage, I would have been sunk, completely sunk. And you would think that as a director, I would know, yeah, we need a wide, medium, close of this and that. But she had a genius for figuring out where I should be as the director in the booth in relation to the actors on the set. That changed the entire set design, that changed the coverage, that changed the scheduling, it changed everything. So where does that happen? I don't know. I come to her with a script, I say the director's in a booth and directing the action on screen. She figures out the coverage, and wow, look at that, we have a movie. Amazing. On the female sensibility, thank you. You may have observed that I only used women directors in my talking about responsiveness. However, I would just say briefly that had I only used men, I wouldn't have had the question. Right? We spent decades in film classes, in lectures and so forth, never noticing that all of the clips we were using were directed by men. So I would say no. I would say the women that I've chosen to represent here are expert directors, with multiple films under their belt, multiple awards, huge amounts of respect, great big budgets. Not just me, they are out there making films at the level of any Hollywood director, and their experience is not distinct because they are women. Their experience is distinct because they are women in the world, in this lifetime, in this cultural moment, and they're bringing that whole experience with them to this process, which informs how they listen, how they talk, what they say, what they care about, et cetera, et cetera. There are men directors who have claimed, and I think absolutely falsely, that they know everything about a film. There's this famous Hitchcock thing where he pretends he doesn't even need to go on set because he's so bored on set. He knows exactly how everything's going to be before he gets there. He's lying. He's either willfully lying or he just doesn't realize what is going on. He just doesn't know what is happening to all around him to create what is his vision and his authorial style. And I think, we come to that problem of the French New Wave, lionizing Hitchcock in particular, elevating him up, elevating all of these kind of men directors who are, known for being silent and tough and so forth. And what we realize is that it's at this moment that this kind of really difficult metaphor of authorship is actually introduced. And so when it becomes, it has a purpose, it has a point, which is that up until then there's this long debate, is film art or is it just fairground attraction kind of stuff? But so they need to elevate film as an art by identifying an artist. But when they do that, they take up this metaphor of authorship, and then the way the law understands that and the culture understands that is that it's the person holding the pen who writes the novel. And what I'm saying is that it's a flawed metaphor. It doesn't really apply. It's wrong.
May I jump in here just to emphasize in my paper, actually, what I do, I use the author in singular, and I write that I use author in singular to cover the whole authorship. So just self-defense here, to the possibility for that. But the word author is like heavily loaded with all kind of heroic loads.
And it's because the culture really struggles, as a culture we really struggle to understand production of art in any other way.
Mm. And I think that your work, crediting your work, especially bringing forth the female filmmakers. It's of course unfortunate that we have to say female filmmakers do this and female filmmakers do that. It should be like, in some sense, perhaps unisex, that you don't have to emphasize that it's a female. But this is a conversation that we cannot go further. But your work is really important within the field, filmmaking field. Also, it's the same thing in sciences. It's very much male-dominated still, even though the Me Too program,
the movement.
That movement came through, but even in Finland, still the portion of women to get to do films has collapsed again. So there's a big struggle. We only were allowed to go to universities in only 1900 in the 1900th century. So most of the women were allowed to go to universities. Only less than 100 years ago. So there's a lot for us to do in the field of film and in the world in general. So a little bit of this kind of political talk here may be excused. Any other questions for our star here? Yes, please.
Thank you, Karen. Can you say something more, Amir, on your background as a dancer, because you gave us a beautiful and active dancing lecture. And I'm not able to dance anything. I'm able to dance what in Italy we call the dance of the brick, just standing still. So can I understand motor, can I understand participatory authorship, even there is no dance in my motor repertoire?
Yes, you can. Can I just first quickly ask you a question? Is your heart beating?
It is, I think so.
I think so, and you're breathing?
I am.
Okay, so both those things, you are existing as a contrapuntal rhythm of breath and heart. That's just the basic. That's just for starters. Never mind all the rhythms of digestion, of sleep, of cellular level, of neurons firing, et cetera, et cetera. You are rhythm. You are a rhythmic entity. We all are. This talk is, this room is. And I'm starting a new research question asking about how spaces control movement in this sense. You know, you're all extremely well behaved. None of you is up and roaming around. Well, Pia got up at a certain point and started roaming around, and then like
I love that.
But I guess I would say to you really, really importantly, you're incorrect when you say you don't have dancing in you. And dancing professionally, as I did, is a form of theft. Professional dance has stolen from the world the idea that anyone and everyone is dancing all the time, and you are. You know, when you go out to get your tea, you're not gonna you're just not, right. Sorry, you're gonna use space. You're gonna stay a certain distance. You're gonna then back. They'll talk. You talk. You're engaging in these rhythms always. So in exactly the way, like my cinematographer would say the same thing. She can't dance, but she brings a rhythmic propensity, and she lives and embodies and enacts rhythms. There's no other way of doing it. There is no other way to be except rhythmically. So you got to bring it. Whether it's not necessarily working at the conscious level. But as long as your heart's beating, we're good. We can collaborate.
I'll make it quick. Yeah. Where is the role of the screenwriter in all of this?
The role of the screen?
The screenwriter.
The screenwriter. Yeah, really great question.
I didn't hear the screenwriter mentioned at all.
So screenwriting is also a crew role. It has a really instigating crew role, and there's, in two kind of broad-based models, there's the writer-director, who is always kind of writing as directing in an ongoing way, but will produce this skeletal description of action in order to get people moving in a direction. And then there's the writer and director as separate embodied presences, and then what the director is doing is infusing the words or taking from the words that have been infused with ideas and rhythms in how they are crafted and putting them into motion. So at one point I mentioned that the script for a director, a script is one of these surrogate situations. It's the movie on paper, which of course, as we know, is not the movie in the end, but it's sometimes a false line between director and screenwriter. They are collaborating through words into how something will be in movement. And sometimes there's not really even a separation. It's the same person. It's the writer-director. But the script itself is, of course, it's as important as the cinematography or as important as the set design. And without it, it's very unclear what direction we're going in. It exists as part of the directing process, I think. part of the process of setting the direction in which this project will go. So if the director and the screenwriter are not the same person, the director picks up this existing thing and carries it, continues it in the direction that they are setting for bringing it into life. Does that make sense? No? Okay, we'll discuss.
So discussion continues on the lunch break, maybe?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Karen.
Right.
Wonderful presentation. And the stage is free for Richard Allen, award-winning filmmaker himself, producer, and a lot of stuff, including being a poet. So, stage is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone for coming and Pierre for having us. And I'd like to, though I haven't done the research, I'd like to acknowledge whichever Indigenous peoples are previously on this land, as we have a world that we're now starting to see has multiple layers, and we need to acknowledge some of the earlier ones as well. So my name's Richard James Allen. I'm going to be presenting a talk called Acting and Inaction, Distributed Variables of Authoring on Screen Performance. There's a beautiful quote there from Martin. Just give you guys a moment to read it. So, in this paper, I will be demonstrating some of the co-distributed variables of authoring, analyzing from an actor's perspective the process of creating the character of Handsome Hank in Breaking Plates, which you just saw the trailer for. It's a film directed by Karen. Interestingly, you didn't see me in the trailer, or just very, very vaguely in the trailer, because I'm not the protagonist. I'm not playing the most important character. This is a responsive paper. I'm here because of Karen's keynote, and my presentation forms an addendum to it as a case study, the aim of which is to illuminate some of the interactions that contribute to the creation of a screen performance. So I'm going to try to answer some of the questions that Karen put to me. Karen, would you like to ask the question?
So, Richard, what does experiencing or being part of the director's vision feel like from your perspective as a performer?
It's exciting, and it's a challenge. The big questions for me, and these are questions, I'm just coming at this as a performer, and not just for Karen's film, but any film. If someone wants me to act in their film, these will be the questions I'm thinking about. Do I care about the subject matter? What is the previous work of the director and other members of the creative and production team? As we know, they're all going to be important in creating that vision. Is the project worth my time and energy? Because it's going to be a lot. And does it give me opportunities to stretch into new areas I haven't experienced or shown before? And do the ideas of the vision have a strength and momentum to carry the film through to an audience? So I've got to kind of believe that something is there, which is interesting because Karen was saying it's very early days a lot of the time. Another question.
So what's your experience then of vision?
So I'm just going to step aside from my role as an actor and come over here and be a creative producer. So as a creative producer, I'm also involved from the earliest phases and then an ongoing way in articulating and shaping the vision. And as I'm primarily speaking here as an actor, I'll just say that the job of the creative producer involves a lot of patient listening and strategic questioning to help support and nurture the vision on its journey to realization and manifestation. And I could spend the whole half hour talking about that, but that's another talk. As an actor, I look for tone. Tone is, to me, the most important word no one ever uses because the tone makes a complete difference to the nature of the project. Then theme, style, energy calibration. I also research for authenticity. So in one of Karen's films, you'll see a clip later, I played Ziga Vertov. So this was a huge responsibility to play one of the greatest filmmakers of all time. So a lot of research involved in that. But I also research, as you'll see in the mostly what we're looking at for this one, for creative inspiration. And then I drill down into specific scenes where they fit in the whole, their internal arcs, the choreographic map of my movement through the scene space. So there's a scene, I come in, I'm going to be saying these lines, doing these actions, working with other actors, and I think, okay, well, I'll start here, then I'll go here, then I'll hear that person, I'll come back there, and then I'll spin over and I'll go there. So I work at that whole map, and then as I say, that might mean I have to learn some special skills to do some flips or some, I've got to climb a rope or something like that, and it also might mean I decide to use various different techniques. I might go, okay, this is a chance to work on some very deep imaging from the Michael Chekhov system, or it might be I'm thinking about Stanislavski's actions, or I'm thinking about, as-if techniques, all kinds of things. So I might apply different techniques to the scene that I want to use, and then I'm, of course, interacting with the actors, the designer, the world they've created, the lighting that's been set up, and where the camera is, and I've got to work around all that. So those are the things I'm working on. That's my experience of the vision.
And so then what are you bringing that's immutably you, like that I can't get rid of if I cast you?
That's a problem. So there's a lot, and I can't go into this in the time we have. There's so much stuff, but a few things that come to mind. Any performance of a character sits on a spectrum. On the one side, there's the performer. They're this tall, they've got this color hair, they've got this experience, blah, 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 blah. On the other side is the character, and they're, a Russian poet of 37 years old. They're about to be murdered. They're fighting the Bolsheviks, blah, 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 blah. What's the relationship between these two? And it's kind of like, how close can you get on maybe physical levels, how close you can get on experiential levels, how close you can get on accents, how close can you get on all sorts of things, and then there's going to be leaps of imagination in there that has to be worked on. So, as I say, we could talk about this for hours. Everything okay? Oh, yeah. But I also have a lifelong interest in physical storytelling. Our company that we have together called the Physical TV Company, we speak about that as creating stories. Wow, is that wind? We speak about that as creating stories told by the body. And I have a theoretical interest in the idea of melding a dancer's actions with an actor's action, which is their intention to do something, motivation, action, the whole language from Stanislavski. So how do those things fit together? And I have a lot of experience as an actor and dancer putting those together. So those are some things that I bring. There are other things I bring, but we don't have time for that. Yes, let's see what happens next. So Karen asked this question.
What are you bringing? Shared references, cultural knowledge.
And this question.
What are you doing in the space with others to realize the moment of a film or a vision as you understand it? What are you inventing?
What am I inventing? So these are questions, what are the references I'm drawing on, and what am I inventing, often with other people, that we're going to look at as a case study. So let's dig a bit deeper into specific examples. So Breaking Plates, you saw the trailer. It hasn't premiered yet. No one in the world has seen it. You're just seeing tiny glimpses, and hopefully you'll get to see it some film festival soon. Is a raucous documentary about the not-so-silent women of the silent film era. It's a unique hybrid documentary, silent film, drama, dance all coming together. It puts revolutionary women of the past on screen with present-day filmmakers. Contemporary women talk to characters from 100 years ago, reanimating their antics and emulating their mayhem moves. As they step into the clothes or similar clothes and the problems and the machines and the challenges that these women have, they come to experience things that they might have understood, which we don't understand anymore, and they ask for help of how to solve problems today. And the underlying thing I tell people is, it's sort of like, how come women at the beginning of cinema were so much freer than they are today, even though we pretend everyone's free today? We're not living in a very free society, in my opinion. And how come, what happened? So this film kind of asks that question, tries to go back to some of that early energy and creativity. So if this film is about women and their agency, they are the protagonists, and the character I play is the antagonist. To try to stop them, because really, come on. Okay, so who is this character? So Handsome Hank is a silent film character who lives in the past, which is a great metaphor for this whole point of view, of course. He's completely unaware that he lives in the past, another good metaphor for this sort of point of view, and he can't escape it even when he enters the present. So that's, yeah, I think that's a lot to work on, and that really comes from the writing, I have to say. A character that really can't even see that things are changing around them. I'm sure we all know some of them. Okay, so where do I start the research to understand and embody a character lost in time? Well, in this case, in silent movies, of course. So in a film that's about rediscovering the rambunctious energy and agency of women in early cinema, Handsome Hank draws on both the baddies that we see in those films, and the films which we're drawing on are from an incredible collection I'll recommend to you all called Cinema's First Nasty Women, but also in the films which I believe we already collectively remember, because those Cinema's First Nasty Women have just been rediscovered, those of Chaplin, Keaton, and Keystone Cops. I mean, I'm not sure, maybe we don't all remember those, but I remember them. Okay, so what should he look like? Okay, so if I can, I try to disappear into a character. That's not the same as method acting, but to sort of look different each time, to create a unique physical presence, embodiment in each film. It's not always entirely possible, but I try. So I had this idea for Handsome Hank that he should have a really thick beard. And then, of course, I'm going a bit grey, sadly. So I thought it should be dyed jet black. And this was an idea that seemed to, appeal to the team. And then the costume designer, Claudia, and her key collaborator, Georgia, added to this with all kinds of costumes, which we'll see, but also in some scenes a hat and some scenes in glasses. And the makeup artist added to this by creating whitening of my skin. Now, it wasn't like a totally white skin, but compared to others, it was a lot whiter. So what had I become from this little process, which started with me thinking, oh, why don't I do this dyeing of my hair I've never tried before? I became a black and white character, which is kind of cool for early movies, right? And at certain points, and this came later, this was a Karen decision, but it came later that at certain points when this character actually has his most power, he's able to turn the whole film black and white, which is really cool. So, Handsome Hank appears as a gatekeeper for the patriarchy. In Act 1, he's a mansplaining messenger. In Act 2, he's a cop arresting riotous women for disturbing the peace. In Act 3, he's a hapless and later vengeful lover. Again, collaborations with the costume design team were essential in these articulations. There were things that I did in rehearsal, but when we came to costuming, it took it to a whole other level. And I will say that I am stunned by the kind of perspicacity that costume designers have. They understand more about character than anyone else on the set, except the actors and the director, and sometimes I think more than anyone else on the set. They just go so deep into it, and when you talk about, well, what do I have this cuff and that cuff, they have whole backstories, all the things that actors prepare. So I love working with costume designers because we literally talk about and create the character together. And it just happened on a film I just did. We were trying on these different shirts, and we're like, well, this means this, and this happened to him, and it was just amazing. So if you're an actor, really embrace your costume designers. Handsome Hank appears in these and some other surprising guises in the film, which I hope you'll get to see. And this all fed into an even deeper aspect of my journey towards the characterization. Handsome Hank is actually a fascinating and witty calibration of the concept of character at all, not just because of various gender role reversals as a foil for women, but because of Karen's subtextual joke in casting, which was you only need one male to play all the men because after all men are the same. So that's pretty funny if you think about it. And right there, playing all these men is itself a choice as an actor. because this is one of the first choices you get to. I mean, actors don't have very many choices. They get a lot of choices to try to get roles. They're auditioning. It's really hard work. But one of the first choices you get is, will I play the role? Will I take the role? Is this a good role for me? Can I do this role? And a willingness to be the anti-lead, the foil, the comic butt of a century of built-up irritation in patriarchal cinema is not a choice that many actors, like John Wayne, would have even considered, and not many others through the history of cinema. So we're in an interesting moment, and interestingly, when we saw Barbie, to me, Breaking Place is like experimental version of Barbie. There's a parallel between them, and a sort of, we didn't know, they didn't see us, we didn't see them, but there's a kind of unplanned, unconscious parallel between Handsome Hank and Ken in the Barbie film, which I think speaks to this socio-political moment we are in. So how to play a character, or a series of characters that at one level have no depth, but on other levels are all quite different from each other, each within the one person. Okay, this challenge is getting more challenging all the time, and I think that's probably too big a question to come up with an answer with here. But interestingly, that opportunity to play all men gave me an opportunity to move beyond the cardboard cutout and to show more range. So in the scene we're about to watch, the boxing scene, Handsome Hank gets to display self-deluded love, desire, fear, confusion, weakness, humiliation. That's quite a lot in one scene. And it's a chance to explore being pathetic, which to me is really fascinating. The shadow side of the entitled alpha male, toxic masculine bully, and misogynist. So let's watch this scene. Could we get the lights down? It's a short, it's not a whole scene, it's just a fragment of a scene.
Stage arts. Adamless Eden. Are men actors really needed? I mean, great question. Are they? Innocuous and lightweight comedy.
Oh, there's a section on each of those types. That's fun. Oh, they can disembody their own limbs and then stop. Oh. Seriously?
Okay, so fun scene. So let's break this scene down using what Konstantin Stanislavski called beats, or units of action, which is one of many methods that actors and directors use to analyze the script and determine how scenes should be played. So let's just look at it briefly. This has in itself the classic idea of an establishing action, a moment of stability. The two characters there's a whole bunch came before, but they're sitting here quietly, they're looking at their books, they're happy. And then Handsome Hank comes in as a waiter, everything's fine, this is a normal scene, putting down the wine, everything is okay. And then suddenly he shows this deep, enduring, everlasting love that he has for this woman. And she doesn't really want it. The director goes, oh my God, you're breaking script, you're going off the thing. And the woman's quite taken aback, Violette's taken aback, and he lunges for her. And we get a slide, this is a silent movie motif running through it. Nick's on the Romeo stuff, Handsome Hank. So we've got a kind of classic story there. And interestingly, this is an interesting point of decision making. I had thought well, you know, Handsome Hank does all this stuff, but we should have, this is the moment where we see how dark he really is. And I had, you know, just played this other character in a feature film called Bloodshot Heart, who goes from being, well, I won't even go into the whole thing, I'll just say he goes into a terrible place of darkness. It's a psychological thriller. So maybe because of that, I was like, oh, we'll make this much stronger. But Karen was like, no, we can't. He's still got to stay the besotted buffoon, not an incel threat. So that's an interesting choice. Like, I had an impulse, Karen pulled it back. I'm really glad she suggested that, because as we went on, it actually fit really well with some of our other shared references, including the physical humor of silent film characters, especially underdog heroes like one of our favorites, Charlie Chaplin. So let's have a look at this scene from Charlie Chaplin that was very inspiring for the next part. I mean, you know, you can't really live up to Charlie Chaplin. But notice a few of the things that I kind of borrowed in constructing that choreography. The avoidance of conflict. At the beginning, we see, well, we'll come into, I'll just say them and then we'll look at them. Avoidance of conflict, the circling the space motif, the hands doing this gesture, the kind of upwards and backwards gentleman sort of fighter, like it's not down here like Raging Bull, it's really like this. And then the reeling backwards when hit. All homage, but interestingly taken in different directions. So at the beginning, we actually have the archive characters like, oh, I'm a man, I can do it, blah, 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 blah. And then in our film, it's Violette who says, I'm the one, you know, come on, that's a little inversion there. She's the one that wants to fight. He's like terrified, like, no, he has to be pushed into it by her second, Jazz. He starts off with this thing and she's like, what kind of fighter is this? You know, someone literally from another century, because he's fighting like a boxer you see in a 19th century photo. And then when he's actually fighting, he's really pathetic. And we have this circling gesture, he keeps kind of going around in circles. She finally knocks him and he goes back. And the funniest moments is when he's doing this final, like falling backwards and trying to do the hand gesture. She hits him but leaves herself open. He kind of stops being a gentleman for a moment because he was trying to be a gentleman. That was my thought pattern. He hits her really hard. She goes down and we're like, oh my God, this is the dramatic climax of the scene. He's actually beaten her after all. She gets inspired by the archive and she knocks him out. Woo! Okay, everyone's very happy on the set. So that's a whole story. That all had to be constructed in the set. It was like they have a fight. In the scene, it's like they have a fight. So this is a construction that was worked on by myself and also with Violette and Jazz to create that choreography of those ideas from that research. Of course, Karen gave feedback and stuff as well. The scene also, interestingly, exists beyond the space of the scene. So not only by sitting in relation to everything that came before it and after it, which is a lot in this film, and not only in construction of a dialogue with silent film footage, as we've seen, but also a fun little Easter egg, because at the end of the scene where Violet and Jazz put Handsome Hank in the cupboard, and this is a reference to a film that we had made earlier, where Violette Ayad, that actress, and I were in Karen's film, I Want to Make a Film About Women. So let's just have a look. So this is when, in this scene, we see them put him in the cupboard, shut the door bumps, he's trying to get out. Let's have a look at the scene from I Want to Make a Film About Women, in which the same idea happens, and it's also got some thematic similarities too.
Verdov and Eisenstein had huge public disputes over method. But Shub managed to stay friends with both these filmmakers. I don't know how she did that. But I do know she probably never did this.
А ну-ка! Ты маленький, ты тоже!
And she certainly never did this. Though, I guess you could say it's kind of what history did to her.
So we have a bit of fun together, Violette and I, on that motif. Now, that was scripted. It wasn't just we thought of it. It was kind of planned. But, you know, it's part of this sort of ongoing collaboration. So I think I'll end there, and I'm happy to take questions, but I will conclude by jumping back into my producer hat as an ally and not an antagonist, because as the handsome Hank, I was the antagonist, to warmly encourage you to order a copy of the Editor's Anthology, which is Karen's trilogy of these films about resurrecting from the shadows of history and the tall men that threw them, the contributions of Soviet women filmmakers to development of early cinema. And between them, these three films have won, screened at over 100 festivals and conferences, won 34 awards and 16 nominations, and the DVD is literally just out right this week. So if you're interested in that, I think you'll find it totally fascinating. And let's leave that on for a minute while I take any questions from the assembled audience.
Thank you. Thank you. So hands up. One question. We have time for one question.
One question. Quick.
Quick. Karen, I pass you. There's somebody behind you. Please.
Oh, good.
I am wondering, I guess you talked about good acting, or not good acting, but how you...
Sorry, can you
what,
use...
what
yes.
you bring as an actor.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, would you notice when you're not doing like a good role? Like, do actors notice when they're not like embodying, I guess, correctly, or what the vision of the director is, or...
Would actors know if they're not doing good? I think it's a really great question. I mean, I think, to me, I've just come off a film set there where I was producing and acting in a film, and it's all, to me about as much communication as possible. And I think the more that a director and a whole production team can all communicate with each other, the more chances are there for you to actually do a good job. And I think this is a huge learning, which I just really put out there to all film schools, and everyone's like, don't leave the actors in the dark. Like, don't go like, oh, we'll just put you over there and we'll come and pull you out the last minute. Give them information. They are so hungry for information. The more information they have about the scene, the nature of it, what's going on, a chance to go on the set beforehand to really understand what's going on, the better. Just throwing an actor in, they're going to do their best, but a lot of the time on productions that aren't really well, in my opinion, produced, they don't get much of a chance to do much, and they just like don't get much rehearsal, don't get much development, don't get much comments. So then they know they wish they could do better, and they'll always do their best. But if the more communication, the better, then you can use the incredible tool that, not just me, I mean not me, but that actors have, which is to really bring a lot to embodying the vision and telling the story.
I'm approaching you because, not because of we already crossed the time, but because a question...
We have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. What are you talking about?
Right, okay, beautiful. So ask as profoundly as you can for this question. I mean, there's a lot of horror stories from actors, especially actresses, that have put into scenes without before telling them what's going to happen within that scene. A lot of actresses, and I assume also actors, have been abused in such a way by the directing forces, whatever these all directors are there, that they are thrown into scene, and suddenly they realize that they are in a scene that they were not agreed to do, and then camera is running.
Yeah, and they feel pressured.
So do you have comments on that? I assume you have not had such situations in your career, or?
Look, I think this is, again, really comes back to communication. There were, if you go back to the early days of method acting, people like James Dean would sort of, throw abusive things at an actor while they're acting and try to create all kinds of problems on the set. And there have been various games that various people have played where they don't tell someone something because they want a shock or whatever. I think you'd have to look through the whole history and kind of, maybe sometimes that's okay, sometimes not. But I think in general, it's again comes back to the idea that you want to trust your actor as a key collaborator and talk it through with them. And you could say, look, hey, I do want in some scenes for you to not really know what's coming, but can we agree that we can do that as a kind of a choice? But then they go, yeah, that's fine. I understand at some point, maybe someone's going to throw some cold water over me, but I won't know which scene it is or whatever. Yes, I can agree to that in advance, but I think it's a kind of there are so many techniques that directors have or could access for directing, which I must say most don't, that there's always another way to get a performance without abusing someone. And you really don't want to make a film where when you come out the other side, anyone's unhappy. I mean, I profoundly don't want that to happen on one of my projects. So, it's going to be a question of every actor needs different kinds of direction, so they're talking to them about what they like. Some people love working with actions and beats. Other people, one actor I was working with, he didn't want to talk about any analysis of the script. He just wanted to talk about philosophy. Another one wanted literally every single beat described. So it's like really respecting the person, finding out what they do, what their parameters are, and then what you're trying to achieve as a director or a producer from the project, and you've got to come to an agreement about it. Yeah, you don't want to be abusing people, and it is ultimately a failure of technique.
And failure of technique and failure of author embodied intersubjective co.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like you have to ask yourself what's the, how important is your work as opposed to doing it immoral act, and I think that's a fundamental choice we have to make.
In everything we do,
yeah.
It's good to.
I mean, to me, art is incredibly important, but it can't be so important that you can hurt somebody for the sake of it. There's got to be a limit there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Is that okay?
And then we have Dan Leberg.
You're called all kinds of things. It's okay.
Yes. and your co-author is here also?
Unfortunately, my co-author, who's also my graduate research assistant, Annika Falkenberg, was not able to come today.
Okay.
However, she very much did contribute to this. And all that I'll say also to everyone watching this right now, when she applies to your PhD program next year, you should accept her because she's brilliant.
Okay.
There's the reference letter right there. So.
Okay, she's hired.
Hire this one.
My signature.
Done.
In the air.
Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Stage is yours.
Do I have is there a clicker?
I think I hide it. Is it this one?
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, hello. Today, I'd like to tell you about a new thing I've been working on. Most of my existing research is about sort of taking a cognitive approach to media production studies, especially around the work that actors do on film and television sets. I will tell you more about that in a bit. What I'd like to focus on for today is sort of actorly tactics for soliciting empathy. I promise that's my next slide. I'll tell you all about that in a minute. Actorly tactics for soliciting empathy during mocap, sort of motion capture, or more specifically PCAP, sort of performance capture shoots for video games. A lot of what I've been working on has been acting tactics for film and television. And certainly motion capture and performance capture is often easily integrated into traditional film and television making. Andy Serkis in the Lord of the Rings films. There were guys dressed as hobbits, and then there's Andy Serkis in his mocap lycra suit standing beside them. That's cool. That's wonderful. I'd love to learn about that. I stumbled backwards into getting interested in mocap, or specifically PCAP acting for video games, and now I kind of can't get my mind off of it. I was able to attend a professional level performance capture for acting video game workshop back in my hometown of Toronto this fall. And since then, I've been interviewing a lot of performance capture actors specifically for games, as well as the game directors and animation directors for a lot of AAA video games, specifically those through Ubisoft Montreal and vicariously Ubisoft Toronto. One of the things that really stood out to me in these interviews, that with all of these people, actors, directors, and animators, is this intense role of collaboration in performance capture shoots for games. As someone who has worked as an actor for a long time, it is not like anything I have seen before, especially when the acting technique required for this is kind of like film and television acting, and kind of like theater acting, and kind of like nothing else. It is its own strange and weird and wonderful animal. And the amount of collaboration, not just amongst actors, but across entire shoots for this, especially including the directors and the animators, again, is something I'm not used to seeing before. As much as I still really want to talk about actors in within this model of sort of embodied and enactivist cognition, more and more I kept having to see the way that these performance capture shoots were working as a form of also distributed cognition, where the thought processes are expanded across sort of all individuals in the room, but also into the architecture and design of the room. For that sense of distributed cognition, I'm coming a lot out of Evelyn Tribble's work, historical work on the Globe Theatre, where she said that the cognitive work that happened in the Globe Theatre was not just confined to the literary genius of one Bill Shakespeare, it was also the ways in which the scripts were written out so people could learn their lines faster. It was in the way they rehearsed the plays. It was the design of the stage. It was the business model of the theater. It was the architecture and bricks and mortar of the whole globe that all collectively encouraged a very specific kind of sort of collective distributed cognition. I am so glad that I had Karen Perlman was here this morning to set up a lot of what I'm going to say is to dovetail with her. So I'm going to keep smiling and nodding over that way a bit. So much so, this sense of distributed cognition in performance capture shoots is so vivid that it basically starts to dissolve the traditional production hierarchies that we may be used to in film and television. It is the closest thing to a horizontally integrated, egalitarian style of screen media production, especially around actors, that I have ever seen. So I got to tell you about this. So I'd like to proceed with my remaining 25 minutes and 38 seconds to tell you about what I mean by empathy and screen acting. I want to talk a little bit about the logistics of working in a performance capture volume as a way of setting up how actors adapt the acting work that they do, coming out of their experience in film and television, and in theater, and in whatever the hell else they've been up to, how they adapt all of this to fit within the volume. In my book, which came out a year and a half ago, and I'm not yet bored of saying that, I argue that Western realist screen acting from about 1950 onwards, basically the popular arrival of the method and vicariously Stanislavski into Hollywood in the early 50s, the practice of screen acting is the solicitation, so the invitation, the openness to, the attempt to make, the solicitation of three distinct empathetic relationships. As long as the actor is trying to establish all of these somehow, we're going to get that verisimilar illusion where someone rearranges their body-mind to act as a character, to be in the same dramatic universe as the other characters on screen with them, and do so in a way that is lucid for the audience. Lucid to that camera. I see you, camera. Lucid to that camera right there. So that an audience will be able to make sense of what's going on. The first of these empathetic relationships I identify is called the intra-subjective connection. This is the actor getting in touch with their character in whatever means the way in which you find your character. So it often kind of goes within. Old school Lee Strasberg method acting was really dependent on this particular connection. That if you go in, that if you like become your character, if you really connect with that person inside you and transform from within, then it was based on this logic of everything that comes out of you, Marlon, everything that comes out of you is going to be real. If you're right in here, the other connections will fall into place. Again, these three connections happen simultaneously. They are complementary to each other. They overlap with each other. And different styles of acting will have different ways of sort of balancing, well, where should your energy be first to get you to the others? Where should you, how can you combine things advantageously? What can you kind of ignore for a while? And so that's the intrasubjective. In a way, this is sort of the least important one for performance capture acting for games. I'll tell you about that in a bit. The next I want to talk about is the intersubjective connection. This is actors dealing with other actors, right? That sense of co-enworlding each other within the same drama. Actors will often talk about the need to feel connected to each other, that you're performing in the same story, that you're imagining in the same place. Popular reviewers will call this the chemistry between actors. In some French physical theater traditions, this gets called complicité, the sense that you are involved with each other. You support each other, you're lifting each other up, and you are keeping each other in the action. The arch-rival version of Lee Strasberg's version of the method, that of Sandy Meisner, was heavily relied on this. Meisner did not want his actors like getting in touch deep with their emotions and trying to dredge stuff out of themselves. Meisner said, no, the real acting, the real interpretation of Stanislavski, real acting is what happens between you and your scene partner. Your character emerges in how you react to someone else. So Meisner developed a training method, a method training act, in which you do not go deep in yourself, you put all your attention out there, all your attention on that other person. Performance capture acting is also heavily reliant on intersubjectivity, but not in a Meisnerian way, which is where I got really interested from my Meisner training way back in the day. The last I want to talk about is the performative solicitation, which is a little bit different, right? In those first two, the actor is targeting something else. The actor is targeting their character. Where does this character live in me? The actor is targeting another actor. We're going to keep each other in the scene together. In the performative solicitation, this invitation, the actor is offering themselves as a target for an eventual audience. You are doing all this intense body-mind work to put yourself out there for someone else to connect to you later, often through the camera. I see you. This is super important for performance capture acting. Again, these are the two that I'm going to spend the most time on today. Partly because performance capture acting takes such intense imaginative and body-mind resources for the actor to immerse themselves in the very, very Spartan sets, to kind of make themselves feel at home within that environment so that they can make their performance clear to where it's being filmed. There's a whole lot of hurdles in front of the performance capture actor, partly because of the design of the volume. So this is a shot. This is an image I do not own. This is a promotional still for Rebellion Studios, a very large performance capture volume in London. This could be the set of any number of video games, and they are indeed shooting video games here. Is this the set for a Star Wars game, or an Assassin's Creed, or a Lara Croft? The answer is yes, and probably, and could be any. On most performance capture shoots, this is what the actor has to work with. There is no set. There is no lighting. There are no costumes. There is no hair and makeup. You basically put on your Lycra spandex suit with all the little markers on it, the little sort of white balls, which are what the cameras in the room are going to film, and you make stuff up. One of my actors who I interviewed described this to me as, it's kind of like doing a workshop production of black box theater in the round that's being filmed and has a budget larger than the retail value of every house on your street. Right? So no pressure, right? Just come up with something. So the cameras on a performance capture set are basically literally 360 degrees around you. They're going all the way up, all the scaffolding here, all the way back. They're above you, they're beside you, they're in front of you. These cameras are not much bigger than my friend right there. And the only thing they are filming, the only thing these infrared cameras film are those little white tracer balls. Right? Everything else on set is invisible. right? So if for your shoot you need to have characters running down some stairs or climbing through a tunnel, you basically get jungle gym equipment or some risers or scaffolding, and you just kind of agree, all right, well, let's climb through this ladder here, and then we're gonna scale across this bit here, and then jump down. If Lara Croft has to run up to the edge of a cliff and catch herself, right? That edge of a cliff is a piece of masking tape, colorful masking tape on the floor, but there's no tracer on it, so it isn't getting filmed. When the directors of these games figured out, wait a minute, I can walk around on my set while shooting, and if I'm not wearing tracers, I'm invisible in front of my own cameras. Oh, brave new world, right? This is now, even in this still here from Rebellion, there is a conventional, like a traditional camera right here. And those will still appear on set. None of that footage is going to appear in the final game. That footage is there because the animators want a detailed record of actors' faces while they perform. And so they're just gonna put that around. It's for reference sake, it's for backup. It's for the animators for later on to check in on, yeah, but how did they actually perform that scene? How did, we didn't have enough tracers on the face. What did that smile actually look like? What was the look in their eyes? And that look in the eyes is really important for performance capture acting because it disarms the film and television actor of one of their most communicative instruments, their eyes, right? I spoke to one actor for this who said, on her first mocap shoot, she had to do this really emotional scene, and she was doing all this stuff, like as her heart is breaking, as her empire burns in front of her, and like single tear kind of acting. And the director came up to her and said, Megan, that was wonderful. But the markers didn't catch any of it because we're not really filming your face right now. Could you try to make it a little more physical somehow? So it's really hard. And also, since you are being filmed from 360 degrees all around you, length times width times height equals volume, you've robbed an actor who's accustomed to film and television of their performative capacity to know where they're being shot. To know what angle here, what camera movements are happening. Am I in a close-up? Am I in a wide? That's all going to get done in post-production, right? Anything we understand of film art cinematography happens in post. Matt Delbridge's theoretical approach to motion capture in performance is that you have to think of it in a way. It's returning acting to the theater. That your performance happens in one take. There is no camera. You just perform in the open space around you, and you don't know when the close-up is going to be. You don't know when the wide angle is going to be. You kind of just go. He said you have to imagine, rather than having like a two-dimensional rectangle, like that two-dimensional rectangular pane that would normally be the camera's frame, it's far more about, imagine the frame is a sphere around the actor. Because you can, in post-production, they can decide to look at that actor from whatever angle they want. This really complicates things for some actors. So I'm going to use some more of my time here to talk a bit about that sort of intra-subjective connection, that connection with one's character that happens in performance capture acting. This is often a starting place for actors begin. Game actors, just like film and television actors, get their script days, hours, whatever before, and they're going to read the script and figure out, okay, how am I going to play my scene? Am I going to learn my lines? What does my character want? How does she try to achieve what she wants? What does she think about other characters? What do other characters think about her? All those kinds of good actorly questions. But then you kind of have to leave a lot of that behind. Because once you arrive on set, there's only the markers, all those little baubles on you, are only going to track so much of that interiority, right? In a way that film and television actors are used to, of being able to use the camera, to really use your eyes, to be super subtle. You can only record things that you have a marker on. So you still do all your prep, but then the emphasis very much shifts to coming to set that day and playing with the other actors. Your attention far more goes on to them rather than channeling your own thing. One actor also made a point of saying to me, there's often not a ton of dialogue to prep for these games. If you are, such as, this is TJ Storm, he's a Los Angeles-based motion capture actor, when there's been a whole spurt of recent Godzilla films that have been made. He plays Godzilla, right? There's not a lot of emotional prep required to play Godzilla, right? Certainly there's a physical vocabulary, certainly like there's a lot of imaginative work that has to happen. And on set, they even help build him sort of a prosthetic tail just so he gets used to having that sort of the gait of something behind him. I've never played Godzilla, so that was my bad Godzilla gait right there. But we're kind of just gonna show up on set and play, right? Overwhelmingly, in performance capture acting for games, the choreography isn't set until everyone shows up and plays with it for a bit. And by play with it, I really do mean play with it and everybody gets to play with it. In performance capture acting for games, overwhelmingly, actors are trained for this, like when they're starting out in this, or they are helping to train others. The advice is put your attention on the other people. The lack of set, the lack of lighting, the lack of costumes, the lack of hair and makeup, the lack of everything can be daunting, and you're wearing this Lycra suit, which may not be especially flattering on your body, which can make you very self-conscious. The best way to stay focused is just to play with the other people, like kids at a schoolyard, right? It's that level of imaginative game. If there are any props, you're gonna make them or build them as you need them, but you use each other to collectively enworld each other. And I see I have 2 minutes left, so I'm gonna wrap up. In just speeding ahead to make sure I get stuff in. The real kicker for this is the performative solicitation. And this is where I have to start thinking about the entire distributed network a lot more. In that, since most actors who come to this are coming out of film and television, many have foundations in theater or as dancers or in physical theater or what have you, not having a clear camera to perform for, around which to arrange your performance so it'll be lucid to an audience, overwhelmingly, what actors start doing on these sets is they start talking to the on-set animators. The animators will be there. They'll be running all the tech gear that's filming them. There'll be often visualization devices and screens on set so actors can watch the other actors perform. And sort of from a perspective, it's not the perspective they're going to use in the game necessarily, but you all kind of watch each other being recorded, and you all talk to each other about that. Now, in traditional film and television acting, that performative solicitation is you're just going to put stuff out there towards the camera that sort of connects you. Once you're sort of connected to your environment, you put stuff out there towards the camera that hopefully a compassionate editor is going to make you look fabulous later on, right? So that the audience will, you're offering yourselves for the audience's eventual connection. In the performative solicitation for performance capture acting, you're not thinking about the player, because you don't know how the player is going to see you. You're not thinking about some editor. You're actually talking to the animator, and the animators desperately want to talk to the actors. There's this whole kind of false binary that was in a lot of the film scholarship around mocap acting for a while, of like, is it really acting, or are they just glorified cartoons? Or is it actually acting, and this cartoon is a distraction? It's both. They need each other. On set, the actors, the directors, and the animators are constantly talking to each other. They're bouncing ideas around each other. The animators want the actors to show up and experiment. They want you to show up and do things. When I spoke to Mike Hollenbeck, who's one of the animation directors for Ubisoft Montreal, he is the animation guy for one of the biggest AAA video game makers in the world. I asked him, so what's it like when you get that sort of digital skeleton recording, all these bouncing dots? Right, that you get a recording that you've got to animate on top of. He said, it's like, do you feel like a sculptor? Do you feel like a painter? Are you an architect? Are you how do you, and he said, I think of myself as a healer. All I'm trying to do is restore the beauty of what that actor did that day. And yes, I've got to layer all kinds of other stuff on top of that, but all I'm trying to do is get back to the perfection of performance that that actor gave me that day. And if that means I need to go talk to that actor while shooting to be beyond just technical things like, hey, your markers are masking each other, could you stand up a bit more? The actors and the animators get to play with each other. The director wants this to happen. The director might even get up and play themselves. Because again, you can be on your own set while filming and the camera doesn't see you. Oh, brave new world. That is definitely my time, so I'm going to shut up now. I would love to talk about Colin McCabe's ideas about collaborative authorship, very much dovetailing with what Karen is saying about participatory authorship, maybe another time. But again, it's all about creating this onset sense of support, of play, of trust, of making together, given all the technological weirdness and all the accessory around it. And that's as if the entire room has to think together to make the game. So I've got a quote, which I'm not going to use because I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is really exciting step to another world, exactly, and explaining it from the actor's point of view. So I have a question. What about the facial expressions are not always captured, or are they always captured?
Not always. In old school motion capture, which is literally about just getting the markers to move on a human body, often around the joints, faces, that doesn't necessarily include faces. Performance capture may well be invested in faces just to catch major movements around a jaw. Or around some eyebrows and things.
So that kind of relates to the body movement.
Exactly, the whole hope of that is that the animators want as much coverage of the face with like sort of smaller balls as they can get, just to give them more to work with later on. So, again, to kind of do what Mike described to me is like I'm there to heal this digital. I've got this digital skeleton. I want to make it whole again. So anything that can give more information to help make it whole is a good thing. Occasionally, performance capture will also involve sound and dialogue, but the final versions of that will often be done in separate recording studios later on.
And what about before hands are rising up? So what about then when watching afterwards the character?
Yeah.
Do you then like say, oh, I could have done something differently, or is it all like trusting that? I gave my best to the animator to work on the.
There certainly are opportunities for performance capture actors to see what they have see what they have filmed. Very likely, there are monitors on set. However, they would only likely show that after most of the recording has happened. If like, hey, you want to check something out, like for fun. Overwhelmingly, you're shooting entire scenes as one takes. Basically, it's like everything is shooting a master. Like everything's shooting a master take. And then later on, after multiple versions of that, then we'll go in and post and decide where's a close-up and where are other things. There is room for actors to see, and some actors really want to see what a thing will look like, especially if there's sort of a mock-up skin of that character already that they can put onto it to see yourself as an orc, to see yourself as a Jedi, to see yourself as what... it's whatever they collectively feel will be advantageous.
Okay. Any questions? Yes, please. Anna?
Hi. Just a quick question. Where does it start for you as an actor, the prep work? Like usually when you have film, they say it's all on the script. So what would be like the starting point for your prep work as an actor for motion capture?
That's a great question. And honestly, it's probably with the script itself. Because if your scene is Godzilla stomps on Tokyo, Rodan shows up, Godzilla fights with Rodan, then it's pretty much going to be left to the actors to figure out what are my beats in there. The animators just want you to give them something. So certainly if that means you have to stomp around your apartment like Godzilla for a while and figure out like what does my fire-breathing motion look like, or what does my tail swing look like. It begins with a script, and then you basically you bring stuff to play with, and then you run with it.
Other by the just okay, yeah. We're already over time, but my question goes now. There was a question here. I had a question. No, mine is not so important. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. I wonder how this plays together with the fact that more and more sets are using virtual settings, let's say. So do you think that would be an advantage, or play against the actors, you know, when they, because all of you said works without the actual setting, but if they do have it, like how would that work?
The sense of whether it's advantageous or not is super individual and very specific. Meryl Streep hates it. Fundamentally hates it. She's like, the more green screens and the more CGI stuff you put around me, damn it, let's just tell a story, right? It gets in the way. For other actors, beyond just Andy Serkis, for this larger chorus of people who see this basically as just a new way to play. It's just a new set of gadgets. Because we've always been making illusions with this anyway, right? We never, like, it's realism, not the real. So if it's just a new set of illusory toys, it's literally just new fancier stuff to play with. I don't know what the future holds for this, but, and certainly a lot of animators are worried about the role of AI in this, of like, wait, that is the next chapter in this book.
Okay,
For sure.
Next year.
Next year, that's next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And next, we have B sisters. Actually, is here, yeah. Annika Boholm and Kersti Grunditz-Brennan.
Okej, sammanställ bokstav A, 2 takter innan.
So this was an excerpt from some of the rough cut of the film and research project, The Sisters B. Is a work in progress scene, and we shot it during a week-long residency at the Bergman estate in the Baltic Sea island of Fårö. And Annika and I are the co-researchers, and we're exploring loss and conditions for creativity through an embodied conversation with the composers Lili and Nadia Boulanger, the sisters B, who lived, Lili 1893 to 1918, and Nadia 1887 to 1979.
I will read the synopsis. In 7 days, 7 women and their grown children make a piece of art about the ultra-talented sisters Lili and Nadia Boulanger. The roles and the actors melt. The days pass as in a Chekhovian drama. Scene after scene is rehearsed and filmed. Between takes, The ensemble grapple with everyday chores, financial and ecological crises, existential questions. When Lili dies, Nadia sings all her compositions to the bottom of the sea. On an island in the Baltic, Lili's music is being recorded. Now and then, life and death, sorrow and hope reflected in each other. The manuscript, scene 1, huh? Mm-hmm. Interior living room, Monday, early evening. Sunniva and Kjersti, who plays Lili and Nadia, are warming up. Emma assembles her flute, Sven drums lazily on cajon. Johan and Arvid chat and tune guitars. Kattis enters tooting, then unpacking her contrabass. Annika, director, walks the stagings. Cecilia, composer and playing Mamma Raisa, sits at the grand piano. Ruth sorts out Raisa's fake baby bump, fixes the wig, arranges her dress over the piano stool. Kjersti, producer and cinematographer, tries out camera placement and shot size. In short, how it is before it gets quiet and the camera takes. People know what to do, have fun, yet an uncanny jitteriness. Suddenly, in the middle of it all, Kerstin, Nadia, still down and looks out the window towards the garden and beyond.
Next slide, please, which is a movie. No?
No.
No. We're good. Slide 3. Thank you. And just, it should play.
Scene 35, exterior, the shore, dusk. Nadia on her knees, sorting cheat music. She places them in 2 piles in front of her on the rocks. Her own compositions to the right, Lili's to the left. Sits for a while and looks out to sea, as if she's awaiting a decision. Lifts the pile to the right and crawls on all 4s to the water's edge. One at a time, she puts the sheets into the water
until the whole pile is spread out, watching the papers as they float away. A seagull glides by in the sky, shrieks. Far away, Lily under an umbrella looking at Nadia. It doesn't rain.
So what you saw the excerpt before was actually a lot of the different scenes edited together as one scene. The scene that was written, we saw it start unfolding as it was written, and as the clip progressed, suddenly there were aspects from other scenes, and it ended with the very last scene of the script. And this is indicative of this research project's montage strategies, as we call them, that go through the entire process, very conducted to Karen's idea also of an authorship as something that is distributed and a vision as something that's being enacted. So the components that we think of, script, location, costumes, crew, weather, health, are all dealt with from a montage perspective, using collision, linkage, whatever we might attribute to montage. The weather was really one day. This was October. We shot this at the Bergman estate. So storms and rains every other day, some sunny days, some not. How do we deal with that? Cecilia's recomposition, Cecilia the composer, of Lily Boulanger's, one of her final pieces, Vieille Pierre Boudic. She has made a recomposition, which is a kind of arrangement, not based on an idea of what she wanted to do with the music, but based on the idea of the people that we were bringing to this shoot, that were selected for all kinds of other reasons. It was actually art, children, friends. So what do these people, what instruments do they play? What is their skill level? Creating the new recomposition based on that. It's a kind of being present with what's there and taking that further. And we have started to develop a research project where we think of this as embodied montage, where both filmmaking and research are undertaken by combining two seemingly contradictory perspectives. The montage perspective being one of critical distance, achieved through collision, fragmentation, juxtaposition of contrasting elements. And as cinematic expression, it invites complexity and it shocks the audience into active co-creation. But in the collaborative practice where we also implement it, it allows friction between diverse experiences of both disciplines and people, this friction being generative to something to be enacted. And where the embodied perspective is understood then as acting on and through both environment and bodies, including but not limited to human bodies. And we think of then the embodiment perspective in cinematic expression as adding then something that's continuous, flowing, adhering to rhythmic biological processes, but also to laws of physics, and allowing a sort of engagement in story and characters on a visceral and emotional level.
The script process relates to performative writing, addressing the unconscious, imagination, dreams, the unsaid, acknowledging that writing occurs from and through my body. The script narrates personal lived experiences on a sliding scale of fabulation, characterized by unpredictable dialogue and kinesthetic triggers, challenging causality through montage techniques. As an embodied practice, it is connected with choreography, in the work with rhythmic and poetic concepts. Rather than focusing on psychological or causal explanations, the script writing seeks to complicate the role of the protagonist through listening, acknowledging, and decentering.
And the editing that then happens after in this case, this week of intense shooting follows in a similar vein, where the footage created is generated in relation to the script. You saw examples of that. The script is there as a starting point and an instigator, but then it then works to create a reservoir of footage that is cohesive as it relates to what we then might call a vision or a direction that's coming from the script and through the entire process, but that has been constantly then recreated through the process. But there are links within this material, but it becomes almost like a documentary reservoir of material to be re-examined and then intercut in a strongly authorial editing process. This as a way to explore how to unleash the creative potential of filmmaking, having it get activated through the juxtaposition and connection of fragments, in this case of both past, present, and potentially pointing to a future, in a sort of oscillation between then linkage and collision, using the performance, music, image, composition to sort of re-examine the history written about these two composers as a sort of an improvisational endeavor all the way to the end of the process. So this is the script in Swedish of scene 4.
Interior, the boulanger's saloon, morning. Mama Raisa plays Pyotr Tchaikovsky's Bitterly and Sweetly. The dedication on the score says, "À ma chère amie Raisa de Pyotr." Raisa's hands barely reach the keys. Her belly is that big. Nadia, 6, is on the floor playing air piano.
And please start the clip.
I came to Fore a couple of days earlier than the ensemble to tune into the environment and to get an overview of suggestions of potential locations. I took the directorial role, including overhead responsibility of scenography and costumes, navigating not by a vision in my head, not thinking of the script as a blueprint to be implemented.
Yeah.
Thank you. But a compass to guide improvisation and spark playfulness in the ensemble. The scene we just saw was filmed in the living room at Demba. The grand piano was Käbi Lareteis. We moved things around, rearranging furniture, removing or highlighting stuff, searching for something like a condensed, stylized quality without erasing the site's significance. I took stock of my own wardrobe from an idea of costumes in grey and asked the ensemble to bring clothes they felt comfortable in from light grey to black. We used my bedroom at Demba, where they shot scenes from a marriage, as costume storage. Costume choices adhered to an idea of reuse and repetition. As time passed, Nadia inherited Mama Raisa's clothes, and Lili inherited her sister Nadia's. Each morning I met with those filming for the day, and we composed the costumes together, picking out whatever could work for the day's scenes. All the 11 people were not there all the time. We started filming with 2 dancers, actors, Nadia and Lilia, Kersti and Sunniva, and then the ensemble accumulated over the week. But we caught a stomach bug. All of us but one fell like dominoes. So also health became like a montage strategy. Kersti and I had morning meetings, taking stock of who were well each day and which scenes we could take. Lili had Crohn's disease. All of us got well. She did not.
Nadia stopped composing when Lili died. Instead, she devoted her life to the music of others as a pioneering female conductor and as a seminal composition teacher, the one who nurtured the artistic voices of mainly men, who is said to have shaped American contemporary music of the 20th century. And through this process, as part also of the montage strategy of what we bring and what the meetings and the interactions of what we bring to the set, we ask ourselves in this research, are we Lili? Are we Nadia? How are their fates and choices relevant 100 years later? In 2024, questions still revolve around who gets inscribed in history and why, how much uncharted terrain one can traverse, how to hold fast in the face of minimal encouragement. And with this research project, we explore how collaborative practice and the sort of questioning of traditional ways of doing it, of allowing things to evolve, how those processes can affect the cinematic expression so that we can actually start generating an embodied conversation across time. So, 100 years after Lili's death, the challenges she would have faced are both radically different and eerily the same. There are now treatments for her illness. The human mind is technologically expanded. Life extensions and gender transitions are medically possible. But the future for life on Earth is ecologically and politically conditional. Lily died when she was 24. It was 1918, and the world was at war. That war that was to end all wars.
Apropå det så vill jag bara säga att ditt död inte lämnar oss. De blir bara osynliga.
Thank you. Do we have a little time for questions?
Thank you. Yes, we have a little time for questions. Thank you for showing this truly collaborative work. We've been talking here about collaboration, creating films, creating meanings through collaboration. So, how do you see yourself as co-creators with this audience, like these invited people?
With the audience?
Oh, I mean the dancers in the setting, in the filming setting. When we discussed about the kind of creating together, and then now we have also like.
Yeah. So we were. Shall I?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, we were 11 people, and we were both cast and crew.
Okay.
So there is some. I'm mainly behind the camera. Annika is taking the director's role in on set to a large extent, and also she also was the script writer. But here, because we're all cast and crew together, the composer, we're taking turns. So I would say that the conversations, the creative decision making is. Together with everybody asks the questions, what am I doing here, what am I doing today? But we also have the decision making, and we kind of share it on set. I would say that we both have a conversation beforehand, then Annika,
we kind of check with each other, and
we check in.
We read through the manuscript with everybody involved, and take time to rehearse. And
just before others, so your previous collaboration together with similar type of works, or
we have done a big research project where the two of us did everything.
Mm-hmm.
We literally did everything. We played all the parts. There was like 22 parts, and we played all of them.
I wrote the scripts in one end, and Kersti edited in the other, or whatever it's called. Quite, I would say, similar processes in many, many ways, the editing and the writing. But the things in between, dolls, costumes, sets, locations, playing the roles, blah, 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 we did.
Setting up cameras, setting the shots, pressing record, acting the scene. So this was taking some of the methods that we developed in that project, the Blood method. It's published in the Journal of Film and Media Arts. If someone's interested, we thought what would happen if we invite more people into that kind of incredibly frictionless but also very rewarding kind of process. The Blood project was 2 years or 7 years and tons of material. This is 1 week of shooting and a more limited, but sort of expanding.
Yes. So I have a question related. Okay, there's a question. Yes, please.
Hi, congratulations. Very, very interesting. Can you talk about how the original sisters and the thematic world of your subject matter relates to your strategies of creation and collaboration? How those two things, why you chose that subject matter to work in this particular way?
Where do we start?
Well, really, a lot of us, us and our colleagues, we talk a lot about the role of being a female artist and how the allowances that you can make, both how recognized that Karen has been doing with filmmakers, but also a lot of us have this choice to teach rather than to keep to not be the big auteur, the not be the Bergman, say. But so there's something in there. The fact that they were sort of forgotten and they've come back, and also with Nadia, who really was a great composer and then stopped composing, and she was groundbreaking. That we felt there's something in them as there's a sister, incredibly close, working close together. So using a different reference point in time to say something about what's happening that is relevant to us now seemed really good. I was also a piano player when I was younger, and I played all the big composers of the era, and I had never heard of Lili Boulanger, who had written some of the music that I wish I had played. So it was like also very personal from that perspective.
I also think about the so-called division between, for example, teaching and doing art. For me, it's a zone of it's overlapping, perhaps not like totally, but there is, I think, about my teaching or being in the situation on the floor, teaching or learning together with students as artistic practice. Actually, I have a difficulty dividing it. So therefore, also Nadia's. I don't know if it was a choice and what level it was a choice for her to turn away from her composing, which she didn't really do totally, right? But
very little came out.
I have an understanding, because my husband is a musicology, and as he's been discussing about the sisters as well. So I have the understanding that Lili was considered like more talented, and then Nadia said that she would never reach the level of the sister who died young. So is this an anecdote from like, or how did you relate to this aspect?
Who knows? But in the vein of thinking about collaborative strategy as creativity, we also have talked a lot about how they supported and encouraged each other. They worked so closely together, they lived together, they were together, and how and it coincided with another great collaborator of hers died around the same time. That maybe it's also that not having that kind of collaborative may also have been the case. She was really gutsy, and some fabulous compositions came out of Nadia Boulanger, and she like flew in the face of a big competition and said, I'm not going to do it the way you want it because it doesn't fit the theme that you've given me. And she didn't win, but she did it anyway. So I don't know.
But it's also the mythological thing about the young female artist is most beautiful dead.
You mean the survival within?
No, I was thinking that there might be like a myth about the whole thing. I mean, it's what is the literary canon built upon young dead female bodies? It's like, So I don't know in what how much that maybe plays into the whatever story or anecdote it might be. I don't know anything about this, but I'm just guy guessing here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Lovely work.
Okay, thank you for the very first session. A little bit quick housekeeping before we go for lunch. Please, everybody register on the registration sheets that are out there. It's super important for us in terms of funding. And all presenters, 5 minutes before your presentation, you can go up there in the sound booth and get yourself mic'd. But now let's break for lunch and let's continue all the discussions there. Thank you.
And yeah, basically there will be some changes in the once change in the there will be a surprise change. Unfortunately, Samsa Huttunen fell ill and he cannot join us today, so there will be a surprise presentation. Be aware.
now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging or painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. Because you're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose. about it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging, painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. Because you're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
1. Kas sul on järgmisele mikrofon pandud või? I haven't seen her. Interesting. Everybody. Very happy to start this afternoon session. Just a little bit of housekeeping again. When we finish today's session here, there will be, in the evening, there will be a session which happens in a cinema, and cinema is in another building. So we will have signs put up also, but when we move to the cinema, we can try to go there as a group so you don't get lost in the campus. That's so much for housekeeping, but now I would like to welcome you and to welcome the presenters for the next very, very interesting topic, rhythmic patterns and time perception in audiovisual experience.
Noi possiamo stare qui forse.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Three people, lots of people. I want first of all explain why we are three on this wonderful stage tonight. Because this talk introduces a new project research devoted to the perception of rhythm, of rhythmic structures in audiovisual and virtual reality experience. This project joins the forces of two different but complementary research teams. The first one is the neurofilmological team composed by myself and myself in Milan, Adriano Daloia in Bergamo, while the second team is represented by Marta Calbi and is the team of Parma neurofilmologist working on empathic screen, Vittorio Gallese, Michele Guerra, Maria Alessandra Umiltà. What is linking our groups is a common interest for movement and the different forms of movement in film viewing experience. Of course, we intended movement as embodied and perceived in an embodied way, in an embodied simulation way, movement. In our view, as we will try to show, the specificity of film viewing is largely linked to the coordination, the management of different streams of movement by the actors. We have seen many interesting examples today. By actors, by camera, by editing, and even movement enacted by the spectator, him or herself. In this sense, we think that this kind of management, of embodied management of different streams, of different flows of movement, is responsible of many specific effects during the film viewing experience, and in particular, it is responsible for the time experience, that is the different distortions of time estimation, time duration, judgment. So, in this presentation, we will try to recap the events, the different research projects that are leading us to study rhythm. Firstly, Marta will introduce the seminal contribution from the Parma group about the mechanism of embodied perception of movement and the embodied perception of filmic movements. Then, myself, I will trace a summary of research about the film time perception depending on this kind of embodied idea of spectator. And finally, Adriano Daloia will sketch the first hypothesis about our new research on film rhythm. So the first one is Marta.
Thank you, Ruggero. So this section presents a brief overview of the EEG electroencephalographic studies that have been conducted over the years by the Parma group with the aim of investigating the role of sensory motor mechanism during film experience. Mirror neurons, first discovered in the brain of the macaque monkey and then in the human brain, suggest the possibility of a direct, implicit, and unmediated form of understanding the behaviors of others. And this mechanism, sensory motor mechanism, it's a functional mechanism that through acts, emotion, and sensation of others activates our internal representation of the bodily states that are associated with these social stimuli, as if we were engaged in similar acts or felt similar emotion. The embodied simulation, this form of embodiment that is amply, widely investigated by manifold studies pertaining to the realm of embodied simulation theory. So this form of embodiment can be also evoked during film experiences, and in particular by the acting style, the cinematic style, or also by the film bodies and objects that we see on screen. So, for example, regarding actors and camera movements, Ayman and colleagues in two different studies studied the effect of camera movement on the activation of the viewer's motor cortex by means of high-density EEG studies. In the first study, they asked participants to observe goal-related end action that were filmed by using the camera in 4 different ways. Filming from a fixed position, that is a still condition, or approaching the scene by means of a dolly, or approaching the scene, zooming in the scene, or approaching the scene by means of a Steadicam. And results show that the Steadicam elicit a stronger mu-rhythm desynchronization, that is an index of the involvement, the activation of this sensory motor mechanism. And this was higher than the other conditions, so than Zoom and Dolly. And this is explained by the greater sensation of being there on the scene, of presence that the Steadicam offers. And this was also uncertain by the question that were posed at the end of the EG session to participants. This facilitated the sensory motor simulation of the action depicted, represented on the scene. But this stronger response could have also been evoked just by the trace of the Steadicam on movements through the stage space. So this was later demonstrated in 2019. This time participants observed the same scene but without actors, that is an empty room, and results again demonstrate a stronger mu-rhythm desynchronization for the Steadicam condition. And this was the first demonstration of how camera movement alone can modulate viewers' bodily engagement. As for the editing technique, the same group investigated the spectator responses to different cut using, again, the same technique, the EG technique. And in the realm of continuity editing, their interest was on the 180-degree rule. And the analyses were focused on markers of syntactic and semantic processing, and action observation. And specifically, there was applied an analysis on ERP components that are related with syntactic and semantic violation. And again, we investigated the modulation of the mu rhythm, the central mu rhythm. Results show that cut across the line caused a syntactic and not semantic violation, and also a sensory motor disturbance. And there was also a difference between between the two kind of cut, but this was related on higher processing as indexed by later ERP components. And we also found a specific modulation of the central mu rhythm, event-related desynchronization of the mu rhythm as an indicator of the sensory motor activity. More recently, we built new stimuli to be used in a new ongoing EEG experiment that, again, aim to investigate the sensory motor engagement in response to other kind of camera movements. The stimuli were modeled after the staircase scene from the Soviet film The Cranes Are Flying by Kalatozov. So we involved a professional filmmaker and a drone pilot to realize the stimuli. And one actor and one actress were asked to run up and down a staircase while the drone filmed their movement in the stairwell, from the stairwell. And the drone also filmed ascending and descending variants without the presence of actors. And as a control condition, we created a still condition with the drone still filming the stairwell. These stimuli have been recently validated by means of a behavioral experiment, and for the new EG experiment, we will use a 3-second black and white variant without actor, without actress, so recalling the empty room experiment by Yaman and colleagues of 2019. So the aim is to investigate the relationship between the drone film scenes, human movement, and the evoked sensory motor response. So for reason of space, I now refer to Kolesnikov 2022 paper for a technical theoretical reflection on whether camera-mounted drones can be viewed as flying Steadicams. And now I quote Anna Kolesnikov. Where the Steadicam enables previously impossible shots, the drone enables previously impossible point of views. The non-human floating sensorium of drone vision engenders a remote unmanned presence, both enabling and challenging embodiment. Going beyond the extension of man, as per Marshall McLuhan dictum, the multisensory mobilities of camera-mounted drones push human vision past the limits of embodiment into a previously unoccupiable sensorium, where the once anthropomorphic qualities of camera movement acquire a different mode of being. So going back to our experimental idea, participants will be asked to observe these short video clips in 3 conditions, ascending, descending, and still, and they will be asked questions regarding the dynamicity of the scene. We will apply the same analysis as before, so we will investigate the synchronization of the central move rhythm as an index of the sensory motor involvement, sensory motor response, evoked response, and for the first time we will also apply a source analysis to investigate the neural correlate of this modulation. So to sum up, these results show that sensory motor skills linked to mirror neurons are activated in a cinematic setting, not only by the movement of the subjects, but also by camera movements, as well as by certain kind of editing processes. So now yeah.
This kind of, as you can understand, this kind of approach owes to Piatik's research, seminal research, on the contribution of Eisenstein to this kind of studies. This observation also regards the following research that is an interest for the embodied perception of temporal duration. In this case, and a bit differently from Piatik's approach, more linked to a strictly phenomenological approach and a segment definition approach. Our perspective wanted to test the role of 2 components, 2 variables in time perception, the kind of action and the kind of editing. In this sense, we shooted and edited professionally 9 videos of the same duration, but different in 2 ways, different from the kind of action represented: goal-oriented and continuous, goal-oriented and repetitive, non-goal-oriented and repetitive, and 3 kinds of editing: a point of view shot, a master shot, just 1 point of view, it is a medium shot, a slow-paced editing, and a fast-paced editing. We conducted 3 series of experiments. The first one was behavioral, and what emerges is that the fast editing triggers overestimation of duration as well as the repetitive actions. Eye tracking, the amplitude, not the number, but the amplitude of saccades is responsible for a distortion of time and an overestimation of duration. And finally, from a neurological point of view, the supplementary motor area, SMA, is responsible if how can I say, if inhibited in not an anodic but cathodic state, the inhibition of SMA triggers once again an overestimation and an increase of overestimation in the same cases of the first experiment. So we can interpret this kind of evidences by outlining that since SMA is normally responsible both for the perception and the monitoring of different flows of movement. But at the same time, it is also responsible for an estimation of time duration. So we can think that the management of multiple and contemporary sequences of movement is at the basis, is responsible for the peculiar time experience that we make during the film viewing. Well, at the end of the research, and as I say, combining our forces, we finally decided to cope with the great problem of rhythm. And so, Adriano, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you.
And also the ad is yours.
A few days ago, this brand new research involving Milan, Parma, and Bergamo has started focusing on the logical consequences of previous research. The embodied experience of cinematic rhythm. A first problem arises in defining rhythm. What is rhythm? Nobody knows so far. Because it is a fleeting concept and a complex phenomenon, central to understanding the capacity of film to excite and to intensify the personal feeling of life and to steer the depths of the human mind, as Hugo Massenberg stated in 1916. Although rhythm is considered as a felt phenomenon by Jean Mitry, for example, its properties and purpose can be identified by studying editing, as Karen Perman argues in her seminal Cadden Rhythms. Her proposals revolves around Merleau-Ponty's idea that film's rhythm, as shaped by editing, is not a sum total of images, but a temporal gestalt. For Vivian's subject, it can be experienced not as discrete cinematographic elements, but as a meaningful totality, as a temporal and sensual configuration. This is not far from Eisenstein's and Pudovkin's ideas that image and sound rhythmically combined shape expressive patterns of time and energy, a moving body. Watching a film, I'm quoting Karen, in addition to the quotes that you can see on screen. Watching a film is a physical experience of patterns of movement. Film synchronizes the audience's physical, emotional, and cognitive experience with cycles of tension and release. And by getting us to embody, empathize, and conceptually participate in their movement. Film influences the viewer's pulse, breath, and attention by modulating time, energy, and movement. Editing is central in creating such dynamics. In our research, Metro Art, that stands for Movement Experience through Rhythmic Organization of the Visual Representational Text, we reject the hypothesis that different kinds of rhythmic movements can be thought as separate. Rhythmic, so the presence of discontinuities between segments and repetition of segments, or a rhythmic absence of discontinuities and repetitions, such in unedited camera movements, continuous actions, long take, or semi-rhythmic, a moderate articulation and segmentation into parts. Our proposal is rather arguing that all forms of movement are rhythmic, whether they are continuous and non-repetitive or discontinuous and repetitive. This shifts the definition of rhythm to a stock of different strategies for managing the dynamic investments of energy implied by movement. So the idea of rhythm as an economic medium, and for managing the embodied involvement of other subjects perceiving the movement in an embodied modality and attuning or resonating with it. So the idea of rhythm as a political movement that is not so far from the idea of participatory authorship and spectatorship as well. From this redefinition and conceptual enlargement, a series of questions arises, and we would like to explore. For example, the relationship between the image and sound that collaborate or conflict with each other in the construction of different co-present rhythmic patterns, or the relationship between different forms of cinematic movements in managing the spectator temporal experience. The difference between traditional forms of cinematic spectatorships and that forms in which the spectator has some degrees of freedom to move, like virtual reality, 360 degrees video, or immersive virtual reality experience, so kind of physical activation of body while experiencing the image and sound environments in an immersive forms. And another question would be how the different rhythmic qualities of cinematic movements affects the spectator emotional experience. With this research, we would like to offer empirical evidence of both biological mechanisms that respond to rhythm and the intuitive process by which audiovisual media are able to move the spectator and create an embodied rhythm. In order to achieve this, we are starting now to design some experiments, a series of behavioral and neurological experiments that will be conducted in the following months. Thank you very much.
I'm going to start with, let's go to the light. You, together with this Metro Art, you also have a website, if I'm correct. Can you speak a little bit about this?
The website, you want to see the website? How can I show you?
Or just introduce it a little bit. We don't have to show it.
The master is Adriano, so he can speak about it, but it's just a work in progress, I think.
Yeah. It's rhythmi.net. If you want to join us on the, or volunteering for the experiment, you're welcome.
Yes, yeah, that is.
Okay, any questions from the audience?
A question there.
Hi. My name is David Novak. I was very glad to see you address sound at the very end there. Obviously, sound profoundly affects rhythms, internal and external. And I just wanted to give you a nod there and also say if you're looking for a sound designer researcher to help you move some of that forward, that would be me. So a little plug for some collaboration. Have you done any studies thus far using sound to see the ways in which participants are responding to either inherent rhythms or contrast in tone between sound and image, contrast between tone and different sounds that are happening concurrently, things along those lines?
Yeah, I answer as the first, then perhaps Marta can say something. You can use the mic. Our experiments were made without any sound. Because we wanted to focus on the two variables. But there is a follow-up by an Indian team who used our same stimuli. We allowed them to use, and by combining it with sound, and they basically confirmed our results. You can find their article in the last issue of Projection. But in Parma, they are also mixing.
Not yet, but
not yet, yes.
Yeah, actually, regarding the drone experiment, I show you just the visual part because we also involved a composer to create ascending, descending, and somehow still music excerpt to be used then together with the visual scene. And there is a paper about just the validation of the sound that we created that is published in Music and Science by Kolesnikov and colleagues. And yeah, I'm not a sound expert at all, so maybe we can later have a chat on this topic. Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, hello. My question is, how do you measure time perception? For example, you mentioned in a neurofilmologist, you did several experiments, I guess, and you spoke about time perception. How is it measured in those experiments? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The problem of time perception is very complicated, and it involves different kind of time perception, which in turn involves different neural circuits and mechanisms. So we basically explored two fields. That is the duration estimation, the estimation of durations, firstly, and second, the judgment about the velocity, the rate, or the speed of time passing. But we decided, in this case, to exclude this second field because SMA is not involved in this kind of time perception. So yes, basically, time perception involves different kind of problem, different kind of experience. It is a kind of blurry concept in reality. And it is necessary to separate, for instance, Pia focused on the sense of present, which is another kind of problem. What is present? How can you measure the experience, and etc. So it is very important when you shift from film theory to neurocinematic, neurofilmology, to experimental test, to disentangle all these different sides of time experience in order to study it separately. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to say anything else on that question? No. Okay. Thank you all three very much for your influential work and for pursuing it over the long durée. It's been influential for decades now. And that's exciting. It raises I always find myself in a context like this with an interesting struggle, which I would be interested in your thoughts on how you manage the struggle about the confluence of different disciplines and the way that a filmmaker might study or understand what they're doing to an audience versus the way a phenomenologist might understand what a film is doing versus the way that you are studying film by studying the brains or the proprioception or something like that. Do you find it a struggle ever to reconcile these disciplinary perspectives, and how do you work with that?
Yes, we are constantly struggling and fighting each other.
We don't sleep at night.
There are many issues to struggle about, but you should consider that our framework is neurofilmology. Neurofilmology is a kind of framework in which we are trying to build a meta-empirical level which considers both the possibility and the limitations of each empirical method of analysis, both from the hard science and from the soft science, typically from semiotics. And in order to not just compare, triangulate the results, but in order to build a unified model of spectators' experience encompassing the evidences coming from all the different kinds of experiments or of semiotic analysis. So yes, we are fighting, but we are also trying to resolve the fight in a unified model of the experience of the viewer. In short, in a nutshell, this is the answer. But I don't know if you want. Presently, we are fighting, hardly fighting about rhythm, for example. What is rhythm? But can we consider the drone experiment an example of a rhythmic sequence? Yes, no. There is a continuity in the movement of the drone, but there is also a discontinuity represented by the image, come si dice la scala, the steps, yes, the steps of the stairs, the steps of the stairs. So, what is continuity, what is discontinuity? And you are right, there is timing, there is rating, there is energetic involvement, and well, it's amusing because it is difficult. Thank you.
We have one question in the middle and two there, and then we have to...
Is it me? Yep. Hello. Thank you so much. Hello, I am over here. Attention.
Yeah, okay. You exist.
That was actually a good lead up to my question. It has to do with the rhythm of attention from the spectator and the embodiment of the experience as a viewer. What kind of rhythm am I attuned to, and how do you think about the rhythmic pattern of how that attunement changes? Do I attune to what is happening inside the frame? Do I attune to the rhythmic patterns in my own, say, processing of what I see and hear, or the associations I may make, or so that's kind of the going back and forth between being sort of inside the diegetic world of the cinematic and whatever rhythms are occurring there, and the rhythms of myself, and how do you deal with that sort of complexity of viewing of sort of being in different bodies? I thought it was a good example with the drone versus the Steadicam. The Steadicam where we can kind of sort of embody a person moving through the world in ways that I, as a human body, can recognize, where the drone is moving in ways that, but I can imagine what it is like being a bird, but it gives a different, so there's a movement also there. How do you think about that, deal with that? Yeah.
Very interesting, but I have no answers. Yes, he's correct. That's exactly the problem. But I have no answers. What is interesting for us is just very quickly, because the time is over, is how a political economy of rhythm is present, but is also reshaped within the movies and within the movie experience. It's interesting for us because rhythm is always economical and political in our view. But it is economical in a particular way within the movie. And so there is a relationship, a Benjaminian relationship between the political economy of rhythm within the movies and the movie experience and within our real world. Things, for instance, of the accelerationism. So we have something to thank you for this very, very, very keen question. I think the time is over.
Hi.
We'll take one.
I can stay here
Hello?
all the night, but...
Hi. My particular interest is in the area of VR or XR, so virtual reality, extended reality. And you mentioned experiments with regard to immersive experiences. Now, we know that sound and rhythm have a very strong effect on someone in a VR environment. So could you tell me more about what you've done with regard to that? I mean, it has
We have
physical
done
effects.
Anything on sound in VR. We even did anything on VR so far. So this connects to the first question on the importance of sound in the cinematic experience, including, of course, VR. We are really, struggling with ourselves because that question makes evident that there are so many aspects, so complex that we cannot dominate everything. We have to make some decision of what precise phenomenon is important to us, and we can explore with our methods. What is really, really evident is that we cannot ignore sound, even if we wish to. So,
which means to study a huge literature.
Yeah. Of course, sound has a very different nature, which paradoxically is more. Sound in virtual reality and sound in a traditional cinematic viewing is more similar than image because of the nature of the medium. So it would be very interesting to respond to our first question, the relationship of image and sound, and mix this research question with the third one. So different kind of medium, different kind of experience, traditional, immersive. Sound. Yeah, sure.
Because the way that sound operates in an immersive situation will actually make you sick if it doesn't respond to natural rhythm.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking what your thought.
Thanks. Thank you for all the questions, and thank you for the presentations. And I already see that new research is happening here, so thank you.
Any suggestion is welcome. Thank you.
So the main goal of this conference is to bring people together, so I see already something happening. But we continue on the topic of editing, so more questions to come up. Ali.
In the name of God, Salam. Hello. It's my pleasure to be here, and thank you for attention in advance. With this title, I want to address the function of the visual metaphor created by cinematic pathetic through the usage of intercut. So the question of the investigation concentrates on the way in which intercut evokes and also extends the brain's capability to interpret and meaning-making. The important point to mention here is that this presentation comes from vast research that is my doctoral thesis, so it should be considered as a branch of a big trees. Pathetic. Deleuze has defined this term in his book Cinema 1 Movement Image to indicate how a jump performs on the spiral of development. He wrote about its shape, that is like strings of a bow, And I can employ an analogy from biology for more explanation. In a living body's cellular division, pathetic is like a mitosis division. This form of transfiguration is like the procedure in that meaning is made by the metaphorical thought. The freedom space in the mind that is made by pathetic should be regarded as a ground for the metaphor. Spreading activation. According to this theory, a concept can be represented as a node in a network that is connected to others by special characteristics. Conceptual nodes are connected like a web network. In other words, the way the audience interprets a work of art can be explained through the adaptation of the spreading activation theory to the metaphorical understanding process of the mind. According to the spreading activation theory, nodes in a densely connected network have the task of encoding, storing, processing, and recalling simple pieces of information. In the nervous system, they are comparable to neurons. The connection between these nodes are based on the links, which are comparable to synapses. When a node is activated, the nodes it is already paired with are primed. Being too activated or activated, depending on the strength of the links and whether other nodes are also activating these nodes. This function is comparable to neurotransmitters. And if these nodes and links are activated according to sequence, it can be compared to a neural firing. I want to say it in bracket. A creation or a strengthening. The links between the different branches of nodes can be considered a jump that can explain pathetic function as well as metaphor. Based on the CMT, conceptual theory of metaphor, we understand the word by the basic metaphor, which comes from the body. As a result, we understand the word by being the word, and this being happening with our bodies. We thus comprehend all the information by our bodily experiencing and understanding even the third level of concepts. To sum it up, we understand poems by our bodies. The poetic metaphor Lakoff and Turner discuss in their book, More Than Cool Reason, comes from this realm. They try to analyze and distinguish 4 different kinds of tools that make the poetic metaphor. These 4 devices are questioning, extending, elaborating, and composing. We also have the conjugate metaphor that had been coined by Reddy. Briefly speaking, the concentration of conjugate metaphor is on the way that we extract the meaning from the symptoms of a concept. We put our bodily experience into the symbol and understand it through our life experiences. Neurofilmology, as mentioned before by Professor Eugeni and also Professor Daloya, the focus on audience's experience has 2 branches. One comes from hard science, which has a concrete third-person perspective, and the other has a first-person perspective, which comes from phenomenology. The data collecting from these 2 research models should be blended, should be merged together to achieve a holistic conclusion. Neurofilmology is therefore the mixed method that makes it possible for this investigation. Intercut. Intercut should be regarded as an editing technique, a specific device that uses an independent, non-diegetic shot and makes it possible to suspense and interrupt the dominant plot flow. Extend the filmic word and open up the narration. I want to emphasize that the intercut I'm talking about is not the intercut that is used in mainstream cinema. Instead, I'm talking about the possibility that comes with this concept of intercut. Hence, intercut can be such a thing. I will display a clip that I made for this special investigation. This is the method. So, to carry out this research, 8 pieces of film with a duration of 4 minutes were produced by professional cinematographer, actors, and actresses and staff, and were classified into 2 blocks. The clips of the first block and the second block, one by one, had the same narrative and structure, with the difference that all the clips of the second block had an intercut shot so that it would be possible to compare the first block and the second block. Qualitative questionnaire. Descriptive questions were used to obtain the mental perception of the participants directly, independently, and without restriction. So, there are 3 steps to validate the questionnaire. In the first stage, this questionnaire was evaluated by 23 experts in the fields of art, philosophy, neuroscience, and communication. In the second stage, the questionnaire was discussed with 4 research method experts in art and neuroscience. The third step is to pilot test. Some professors believe that if the questionnaire includes 8 to 50 questions, the number of about 60 people is suitable for evaluation. So the questionnaire was tested with a statistical population of 60 people. And finally, the validity of the questionnaire has been confirmed by checking all these items. Data collecting. For the main test, 56 university-educated adults, 19 to 75 years old, from different regions and country and province of the country participated. And data collection took near than 850 hours. This is the, there are mentioned brief plots of the 4 narration of clips, but I can't stay here, unfortunately, because of the time. I'm so sorry, we have to play a clip here. Yeah, this is the first narration that is belong to the category of imagination, and the other 3 narration belongs to 3 other categories that we'll mention. This is the second block, so it has intercut. Unfortunately, I've eliminated the first block because of the time, but you can see the intercut.
خواهش
آرزو به نظرت چیکار کنم؟
هر کاری دوست داری عزیزم.
Thank you. To analyze the qualitative questionnaire data, the qualitative content analysis was used. For this purpose, after nearly 50 hours, we identified 4 key categories for coding. The final 4 categories included imaginative, associative, synergetic, and abstract. These 4 categories obtained from the nature of the intercut are then combined with the 4 tools of poetic metaphor. It was connected with one-to-one correspondence. 1, questioning, to imagination, 2, elaborating, to association, 3, extending, to synergy, and 4, composing, to abstract. These categories were experimentally tested, and based on these, the category coding form was designed and coded by 3 researchers for all 56 qualitative data items based on the 4 categories in about 36 hours. Each researcher compared the answer of each clip from the second block with the answers of the same clip from the first block and marked the results of the comparison in the categories. Unfortunately, I can't say here because of the time, but it's the detail of each researcher. It's important. This graph shows that the degree of abstraction of the answers of 56 subjects was the highest in comparison with other categories in the analysis of all 3 researchers. And this pie chart shows the overall percentage of each category compared to other categories. The idea of conjugate metaphor can extend in the field of communication studies because it has bolded the role of audience. So, the thing that is done by the audience is interpretation. This interpretation and extraction should be regarded as another embodied metaphorical understanding that brings the experienced life to the process of meaning-making. I mean, there are double-free interpretation when an audience faces the intercut. The ability to communicate between different kinds of metaphors makes humans able to understand complicated matters and also solve hard problems. This ability is activated by the visual metaphor, which is created by the intercut, and this process should be considered a jump, and it is pathetic. Based on the pattern emerging from spreading activation, the audience's mind established a connection between the nodes that were not connected before, or this connection was not strong, to find the meanings resulting from intercut shots. This means that the connection between different conceptual eras is established. Based on the way of communicating between different sets of nodes, the 4 forms proposed by Lakoff and Turner about poetic metaphor determine how different forms of metaphorical thinking work based on the intercut shot. And this theory can satisfyingly define the pleasure of watching a visual metaphor created by the intercut. By matching the categories of intercut with the metaphorical tools and using spreading activation theory, we can conclude that in the imagination category, a relationship between nodes that were not connected until now emerged through the space that intercut creates. In the case of 2 categories of association and synergy, the weak relation between nodes is strengthened to reach the meaning. This means that in these 2 categories, each person's memory and their lived experience play an essential role. Because the abstract category is a combination and result of the previous 3 categories, it simultaneously calls on the lived experience, which makes weak links stronger and creates relationships between the nodes that were not there before. In other words, it creates neural pathways in the brain, which can be defined by the brain's neuroplasticity ability. For this reason, the usage of intercut shot increased the audience's metaphorical thinking. Last words. Ladies and gentlemen, respected professors, seizing the brief window of opportunity, I aim to bring the idea of the giant to life on a stage, touched by the collective mind's magic lamp. Through the power of intercut, I will delve into the hypothesis of the Advanced Skill Learning Academy, driven by mirror neurons in the society of neurons and their role as civilization builders. Mirror neurons teach the experience of each moment of the body in a social life to different regions of the brain and other neurons, which through repetition becomes a specialized skill. In the metaphor of neural civilization, the chemical and electrical interaction between neurons are the source domain. Culture, as a target domain, is created in the form of schemata. The training of skills and the distribution of the ability of mirror neurons create a positive epidemic in other neurons. The activity of the mirror neuron system mechanisms has the potential to equip all neurons with mirror properties. In fact, it could be said that all neurons have the potential to exhibit mirror neuron properties. but only if they are stimulated. The discussion can be analyzed within the framework of Mark Johnson's E7 society regarding the latent potential for applying what is called intercellular culture or mirror neuron skill epidemic, given that cinema is an extension of the mind and a metaphor for the brain. Intercut can, like mirror neurons, enhance the brain's metaphorization. In this way, the culture of neurons is separated through intercut. And thank you so much for listening to my words and your time, and a special thanks to Prof. Tika and also Dr. Klenwart. Thank you so much. It's over. Okay.
Thank
I
you.
have 2 minutes.
We have a very short time for 1 or 2 questions, so show of hands. If not, then I'm just curious about this interpretation of an intercut. So it's not a traditional understanding of an intercut. It's something where you bring in a very, very specific and distinctive image into otherwise traditional narrative. How did you become interested in this specific type of intercut?
The intercut. I made a series for national television of my country, and I used one of the intercuts like this in that series. After that, I've received a lot of message about we feel something in our body and also in our mind. Because of that, it's something that is I felt but I couldn't verbally talk about. So this is the power of cinema, and we have to extract the power of cinema and understand what happened in the brain when we are facing to the intercut.
So basically, it is important for people to see cinema that they don't understand in order to train their brains. Karen has a question.
Professor Perlman.
I'm very interested in, I'm a little confused about the categories of metaphor. If you're suggesting that the filmmakers are using these categories to try to instigate some new neural pathways in an audience, or if, in fact, the audience is dividing their experience into these different categories, and those that consider their experience abstract get the most pleasure from it.
Yeah, as far as I understand the question, but these categories was made by myself and 3 other researchers that worked with me. It's about the kind of intercut that it's happened in the movies, and it will be happened in the future in the movies. So we ask for more than 800 hours with some experts to, if it is possible for them, add something to these categories, and they couldn't do this. So these categories considered as a holistic matter for understanding the intercuts. But as a correspondence between metaphorical tools that's suggested by Lakoff and Johnson, and also these categories, based on the definition of each of the categories and also each of the tools that mentioned by Lakoff. After, I don't know how many times, with more than 100 hours, we find a correspondence with these kind of categories.
One more question there.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to clarify. So this kind of metaphorical cinematic experience for the brain, is it like a normality? Do we know how brain reacts on this? Is it confusion? Is it like a normal? So,
what is the meaning of?
Yeah, I mean, is the category real, not real? Do we know how this human brain reacts on such kind of images?
About the brain, humans, we are attending and testing with EEG recording. And the answer, I don't know what is this, but in my country, no. We have some kinds of results that shows some specific local matters and connectivity shows some common activated matters. Is it answer or not?
So I have this hypothesis that actually it is human brains need must be educated before to understand these metaphors. If he's as a child educated by fairy tales, etc., then this encoding is like it is reality. If not, confusion possible. So, but it's hypothesis only.
About the training metaphorical thinking, is it true? Yeah. No, by Lakoff and Johnson mentioned in different kind of books that they wrote. No, we understand everything by metaphorical thought. I strongly suggest that to read the book of Lakoff, the metaphor that we lived by, and better explanation you can find there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ali.
Welcome.
And next we have Jakob Poer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jacob. I'm a PhD student at between Macquarie University and the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, where I'm based at the moment. I'll just time myself before I start. Maybe I should just mention beforehand, in contrast to the talks of this morning, my focus in my research is on the reception side, the experience of viewers. That might be relevant to understand from the start. On the other hand, it is not that relevant, I would say, and I hope to make that clear in this presentation, because the method that I use, that I will tell you a bit more about in this presentation, can equally be applied to the process of filmmaking. So I hope to be able to connect to research on filmmaking and make a case that you might be interested in applying this method yourself. So this will be an easy presentation. I'll tell you a bit about what I did, why it matters, and how I did it. And I start with the why, not the letter, but the reason. So one of the core aims stated of this conference is an effort of bridging the explanatory gaps between neurophysiological observation data, first-person experiential data, and descriptive data of experienced film content. And in response to this longer-standing goal, it is suggested that microphenomenology and other second-person approaches could potentially be a valuable bridge between the first and third pole of this triangle. So I quote Olivares et al. Second-person methods represent a powerful but still underappreciated, I agree, approach for closing the gap between the experiential and the neurobiological levels of description in the study of human consciousness, in my case, watching films. So in this talk, I programmatically argue for the need for and value of doing this kind of second-person or empirical phenomenology in the field of film and media studies. In a nutshell, I propose that doing this kind of research yields interesting and complementary results that could arguably not have been achieved otherwise. More specifically, I point to the value of the exploratory work of establishing new experiential categories that could then in turn inform neuroscientific research. So it might indeed function as a bridge between the first and second pole of this triangulating epistemology that is central to this conference. However, I only return to this enticing promise of bridging the gap at the conclusion of this talk. In this presentation, I make the case for the value of empirical phenomenology against the background of my PhD research project, I'm in the last year now, which revolves around slow cinema spectatorship. So that's the what. I just assumed that many of you present here have at least some vague familiarity with the term slow cinema. But here are some examples, some screenshots from films from Tarkovsky, Ackerman, Antonioni, more recently Tsai, Apichatpong, Tar, and Ceylon. And I've collected some definitions here. It's a bit small, maybe, but I sort of highlighted some common aspects that have been identified in the literature, like minimalism, austerity, realism, and also a kind of mood or atmosphere, whatever that is. Authors seem to agree this group of film with a shared aesthetic and a spectatorial practice. And I'll be focusing on the latter aspect in this presentation. So regarding the aesthetics, this is small, what can I even think of the long take, long shot style, stillness and slowness of composition, so both in front of and off the camera, realist sound and mise-en-scène, lighting, decor, location shooting, inexpressive or emotionally flat acting, sometimes with amateur actors, focus on the quotidian or the everyday, and finally, de-dramatization of narrative, meaning, I quote, ellipsis, minimal exposition, episodic progression, diluted causality, contingency, ambiguity, open endings, end of quote. Regarding the spectatorial practice associated with slow cinema, one can observe a polarized discursive positioning. For me, for some, including me, slow cinema fosters contemplation and has meditative or mindful effects, supposedly. For others, by contrast, it is boring and tedious to watch and a waste of time. Without having the presumption that I'm able to adjudicate on these matters definitively, I suggest taking a step back might provide a way out. So these are quite strong claims, right? And unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, very little empirical verification of any of them have been undertaken. So I figured it was about time that someone had to do it, so why not me? So in my research project, it's called Sensing Slowness. I provide generic descriptions, phenomenological descriptions of what it is like to experience cinematic slowness. For instance, I explored attentional states, perceptual dimension, embodiment, and forms of temporality associated with this phenomenon. But before I discuss the results, I outline how I did it, discuss the method I used. I adopted, as I said, second-person phenomenological approach. Yeah, so that's what the paradox that I've identified. So first-person phenomenology is described or is framed by some, and I mean, phenomenology is this endless quarrel, but at least some have defined it as a first-person description of what it is like of experience, end of quote. However, since such a first-person perspective has been accused of being subjective, idiosyncratic, and anecdotal in the worst case, I adopted an empirical approach that generates and analyzes experiential reports of participants. Such an approach of working with experiences of others, in contrast to mere first-person introspection, is an emergent tradition of applied phenomenology that has been dubbed the second person. More specifically, I conducted a micro-phenomenological study of this mode of slow viewing. This is a two-tier method of interviewing participants about their film experience and a particular method of analysis of the phenomenological material that you generate with these interviews, the data, if you will. Its methodological rigor and formalization afford fine-grained and accurate descriptions of experience. What is specific about microphenomenology is, as the name suggests, its micro level of analysis. It is tuned to singular moments of experience, often small in duration. As a consequence of this narrow focus, it is able to yield highly detailed, fine-grained descriptions of experience. And the premise of the method is that the focus on such a micro level of experience enables participants to accurately describe their experience rather than general level discussion of theories and beliefs they have about that experience. So to that end, the method implements in the interview certain questioning techniques or prompts that help interviewees move from the natural to the phenomenological attitude. In other words, the step of bracketing, or the epoche, is front-loaded into the interview design. So how does that work? How do you get participants to talk about their actual experience in a reliable way, rather than talking about their experience in a general way, or about what they think they know about experience? So the specific prompts I mentioned serve the purpose of allowing interviewees to make a particular shift in awareness from the what or the content of experience to the how or the structural unfolding of experience. It is uniquely geared towards helping participants who need not be trained to become aware of and verbalize aspects of their experience that they were not previously aware of, or at least not on an explicit level or a self-conscious level. In other words, the method makes explicit what usually remains implicit. So here I sidestep from my presentation a bit. Let me do that literally. Karen was talking about participatory sense-making this morning, and she mentioned it is emergent shared understanding, and it comes into being through an action and through intersubjectivity. And that's exactly what microphenomenology is, in a way, this interview situation. Together, you, or I as an interviewer, help the interviewee to become aware of and to verbalize. And in that process, in this going back and forth between the two parties, the target experience grows and it becomes something new. So it's not like something that is stored in the brain that you can access immediately, unproblematically. So thank you for providing those wonderful terms that make something explicit that I already knew, but wasn't able to formulate so nicely. All right, so the research setup. For the interview part, what I did is let people watch a film in a way that approximate the normal viewing conditions, and interviewed them afterwards for around an hour or so. Sometimes, and preferably, the interview would be immediately after the film. Other times, for some reasons, mostly practical, logistical, the interview took place longer afterwards. For on-site interviews, I made audio recordings, as I feared video recording hardware might be too obtrusive and distracting. When I conducted online interviews, I enabled video recording function of the conferencing software I used. Made extensive notes on verbal and non-verbal cues during the interview, and I interviewed 30 participants in total. A good part of the people I interviewed were what I consider experts, or in any case, seasoned viewers who had a pre-existing affinity with and interest in slow cinema. This was motivated by my hunch that these viewers were good somehow at watching slow films, that got something out of that, instead of people watching it for the first time and being bored or disengaging. And I figured I could learn the most from interviewing that part of the audience. So I have not covered all the range of possible responses to slow cinema, but a particular set of people, these expert viewers. And for the analysis part, I followed procedures that are well documented in the literature. I added some references here, which basically entails abstraction processes of the material. And it's an iterative process, so the analysis of one interview informs the design of the next. And then the analysis brought to a sort of a generic level of comparing all the interviews and teasing out, similarities and differences. Okay, so now finally, we come to an outline of and discussion of some of the results. So as I started interviewing, a first important realization was that the variation between participants and also for individual participants was very interesting. So I tried to map this in a sort of flow chart of what the experience roughly looked like after a pilot study of 5 interviews. But I also sometimes discussed a different sort of scenario where people do not get into this sustained form of engagement that is referred to as like contemplative flow or whatever, where it doesn't work out. And yeah, what I found very interesting, and I've highlighted that here with the red circle, there seems to be a variation in how people respond to an initial sense of a mismatch or a resistance or lack of interest. And this then results in these 2 types of responses. And it seemed to me, and later interviews I was able to confirm this, that in this phase there's some micro act that viewers do, actively, but not necessarily reflectively or explicitly. But yeah, very interesting to follow up on. So then I did that. I pursued, what is it that people do, and managed to refine that a bit in phases and subphases, which I've summarized in this little diagram. So that's already an interesting finding, that in a micro moment, a few seconds of experience during a film, there's a lot that is going on, and also in the larger unit of the whole film, there are these phases that happen, and it's not, linear in that sense. So I added this recursive option. This is a pattern characterized by attention between engagement and disengagement, a variation in attentional states. A pivotal inner gesture is the redirection of attention, bringing it back to the film when a viewer has noticed he has wandered off, or she or they. I then further zoomed in on this. What is here is it looks like a final stage, but as I said, viewers go through these stages in cycles during the film. But I've zoned in on when viewers are really attuned. That's a word I heard earlier today in the discussion. So that's this. When they attune or synchronize with a film, with various components of a film, it can be editing, it can be camera movements, these nice long takes with these mobile cameras, so there is a lot happening. This state is often referred to as flow, immersion, a deep state by participants. And there is something interesting here. The second phase, letting go, it's not the Frozen theme song, but it's something that participants do bring up. They let go of something. They surrender to something. So again, you see this temporality and these micro acts that people perform. So this is the diachrony, and you can also look at the synchronic non-temporal dimensions. And yeah, I identified a bit. So on the top are like broad pre-existing categories, and below are some categories that some are top-down, some are bottom-up that emerged during the analysis. And then I also added some quotes. I could share the slides afterwards, I guess. So I looked at perceptual, somatic, attentional, and temporal features. So a discussion of the results, and then I'll wrap up quickly, hopefully. The empirical method I use has allowed me to discover aspects of this form of spectatorship that had not been adequately described in the literature yet. More specifically, the identification of the temporality or the phases, an oscillation or a dynamic tension between activity, passivity, attention, and mind-wandering, engagement, and boredom. And I uncovered some phases and subphases of this process. Related to this, I discovered the implicit or tacit micro-acts or gestures that viewers perform in response to their experience of cinematic slowness. These were, as I said, for most part and for most viewers, performed unreflectively. But exactly through the rigorous design of the interview with its specific techniques of questioning, with my help as an interviewer, participants were able to become aware of these previously unrecognized dimensions. So for instance, what I propose to call these inner gestures of letting go, redirecting attention, proved central to the type of prolonged, sustained engagement that my interlocutors shared with me. Acting out these gestures involves a level of skill or competency, so it is not merely a matter of just difference in predisposition or taste. There are some inner gestures, responses, viewing strategies that viewers employ, again more or less implicitly, that afford them to have pleasurable experience, while others who do not have the same level of competency instead experience displeasure, boredom, anxiety, frustration. Finally, the seasoned viewers I interviewed all pointed to the pleasure of watching this film, its engrossing, absorbing, immersive quality. This stands in contrast to a recurrent discursive framing of slow cinema as laborious, boring, and slow. Viewers derive pleasure from these films not despite, but because of their slowness. So this hopefully provides a way of overcoming discursive simplifications of experience. It turned out that the hetero-slow cinema itself was a bit of a misnomer that might at least partly be responsible for the wrong ways in which this type of spectatorship has been framed. I'm running out of time, so I'll wrap up and invite the audience to questions, and if we have time, I'm also very keen to discuss how you can bring together this kind of research, interviewing participants, subjective first-person perspective with third-person physiological neuroscientific measurements that I have not done myself, but would like to learn from you. So thanks for your attention.
Hands up with questions. Okay.
Sorry. Hi, Jakob. That was really cool. Thank you. Question for you. I have a question for you about that sort of process of resetting, sort of after the boredom, frustration loop, and then you try to reconnect. I'm wondering about the place, especially for experienced viewers, as you put it, the place of film theory in that. So there's been a lot of, I guess, a lot of sort of cultural approaches to spectatorship, to slow cinema, saying that like that slowness is actually a form of political resistance, a form of like asserting, see, look at all the patriarchal, dominant Hollywood pleasures you're not getting right now. I was wondering, does any of that start to come up in the way that you find people having to reset? Like, no, the slowness is the point. 2 more hours, Chantal, 2 more hours. Yeah, that's the end of what I'm asking.
Yeah, hi Dan, thanks for this good question. And that's actually, I guess, one of the starting points of doing this research that point has been made a lot when you talk to people about slow cinema. Oh yeah, it's I don't know, disruptive, it has political potential. It's difficult to argue about that, whether or not that's accurate. Especially considering that the method that I use, and we got talking about this shortly before the presentation, it's so micro, you focus on the immediate lived experience. So what you try to bracket is exactly these broad political claims. So it doesn't really show in the material itself. But I would say, if you can make a compelling case that these films have certain beneficial effects on individual viewers, and that I would be able to argue for, maybe that gives you some substantiation to making broader claims that it might have some political potential, but I wouldn't put my hand in the fire for that.
Thank you for a lovely presentation. It's very exciting to see this work going on. Something about this recursive loop that you kind of identify connected in my thinking to the fact that people often describe this kind of cinema as meditative, like it's meditative, it's slow kind of thing. And I wonder if you've looked at any actual meditation training or the ways that meditation teachers talk about the cycle of attention that new meditators experience, because it's very, very similar. I mean, it's attention, distraction, irritation, return, and focus. And the recursive aspect of it is, in a sense, embedded into the teaching of a meditation in practice. Like, okay, let it go, that's fine, and come back to it, kind of thing.
Yeah, thanks for this question, Karen. It's a good one. I do see the similarities, yeah. I mean, words like letting go, you see that in the literature on meditation too. I think I can relate to this in two ways. First of all, yeah, some participants mentioned it. At least one participant was an experienced meditator himself. And he said, yeah, he explicitly said, I use the same techniques that I use in meditation, like, oh, my mind has wandered off, I become aware of this, and I redirect my attention. I do that in a snow film too. So that's very, very cool, and I've not been able to explore that in any systematic way. But another way that eludes me now, but that I thought was also interesting to mention, maybe it will come back to me and we can talk about it later. Yeah, but thanks for the question.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry, can you hear me there? Thank you. That was really interesting. It was fascinating looking from the qualitative, the type of approach you used in your study. But I have a question in terms from the reflexive element of it, and in terms of when you were interpreting the interviews and the material you got from the participants in their responses to the slow cinema, how did you stop, or how did you prevent, or what safeguards, I suppose the best word, did you use to prevent your own interpretations, your own perceptions, preconceptions of the responses? Like, for example, would you have thought of looking at interrater reliability, getting somebody else to code the data and the interpretations? Or the other possibility is looking at, more objectively, looking at questionnaires on engagement and flow as well. I was wondering what safeguards, or did you even think about the possibility of our own biases, our own ways of interpreting things, coming in and seeping into the material and affecting how we put those labels and how we categorize those that data?
Yeah.
Just curious on your own thought process and how you've thought of that.
Thank you for this excellent question. 2 responses. I mean, if you look at the literature on the methodology, it is argued that because in the phase of generating the data or the material in the interview, because it works in this particular way of directing participants' attention on actual experience rather than what they think they know. So there's this step of bracketing already in the interview. At least partly diminishes my interpretive role as an analyst in the second phase. That being said, I don't think that, in the literature, for example, it is argued that it is more like detection of patterns in the material than active interpretation. That being said, I don't fully endorse that kind of argument, and I am very aware that I make all kinds of interpretations of the material. And one way that I want to deal with this is, or do already deal with this in the process, is keeping notebooks. I use Atlas TI to code the material and add notes. So I try to be as reflective of my own interpretations as I can. Another question is, how do you address that in a publication? That's more difficult for me to answer at this point. But if you have any ideas of that or any formalized methods that enable me to do that, I would be happy to learn from you. So thanks.
I'm sorry, but we have to go to the next, but all the questions are very welcome during the coffee break that we will have after the next presentation. So next we have Sara, and we will talk about more empirical methods and trying to use phenomenology as part of studying creativity.
Hi everyone. How are we all doing? Good, I hope. Yes, so first of all, to start off, I want to thank the organizers of the conference for accepting my paper here. Really excited and a little bit nervous to be here, since it's my first time in this kind of intellectual community. But I think it's really exciting to have this kind of mixing of practice research and empirical research particularly. It's a really exciting prospect. I myself, I am in the researcher category. I'm not a filmmaker myself. I'll just put it out there. And what I want to argue for today is the importance of paying attention to the basic conceptualizations that we operate with when we interrogate filmmaking and filmic signification. And what I want to do is to propose ethnography, and especially participant observation as a methodological tool to do this. I think we're going to spend the first 5 minutes kind of locating my research a little bit, and then the rest 15 more on insights. And I'll find this thing. Yes. So yeah, I'm from Finland. So this morning I came through the blizzard across the ocean. And I'm a doctoral researcher at the University of Turku, which is kind of the second city of Finland, although I'm living in Helsinki. And today I'm going to present to you from my research emerging from my doctoral research project, which is funded by the university for 4 years. So my data consists of 3 case studies where I've followed European art house and indie film directors across film production, and importantly also the other filmmakers who are relevant in different parts of making a film. The data has been collected in 2022 to 2024, so just kind of wrapping up now. And yes, my methods consist of participant observation, shadowing, hanging out, and also some interviews. The reason why I kind of embarked on this kind of research was the realization that I've spelled out here, that film scholarship cannot really derive knowledge of the material and embodied conditions of filmmaking from the film object or its perception alone. And what this does is that it leads to the kind of terms like author or filmmaker being used as shorthand or abstractions. And for me, this is problematic because such shorthand masks a lot of culturally formed assumptions and hierarchies about filmmaking. The relevant one, particularly for this paper or my research, is of course that of film as single-authored by what we can call the romantic genius, which is a particularly European and Western conception of the artist. And in the context of filmmaking, of course, the director as the author. But yeah, if we trace back a little bit where this kind of journey of realization has taken me, I've just kind of wanted to map my disciplinary location here, because I think it makes sense in such a multidisciplinary context. So on the other hand, we have more social sciences and cultural studies derived work, and then on the other side, film phenomenology, authorship studies, neurosemantics, and philosophy of technology, which is the part I'm going to talk about more this day, and the other side less so. So I hope this map I wanted to show it to serve as a bit of a reading guide to kind of my thinking and what I'm going to present today. Yes. But I guess what we can agree on is kind of like a shared framework regarding the ontology of film and embodied cognition. And I must say that it's kind of nice to be here in this kind of company, since I feel for once I don't have to spend half of my presentation time explaining my theoretical framework. So yes, I come from very humanities-based film studies. I guess what I want to just say with this slide is that there is a shared ontology between neuroscientific approaches and film phenomenology, usually, which is the commitment to cognition as embodied and the ramification that this has for how we can understand film. And I particularly follow film phenomenologist Vivian Sobczak. You're probably aware of her. And according to her phenomenological description of the general structures and competencies of cinematic signification, that lays the ground for understanding film as a dynamic and dialogical experience generated between the filmmakers, the film's body, and the spectator. All of this leads to an ontology of film that analyzes film's experience. It's a relational ontology in which people and things are inseparably linked. And as is the case in the modern world, and especially in filmmaking, these relations are mediated by human-technology relations. So far, however, film phenomenology doesn't really say very much about the filmmaker part of this equation. Analysis has been reception-based, as you both all probably know. But what Sobczak does say is that filmmaker is the concrete and synoptic presence of the many persons who realize the film as concretely visible for vision, who informs the presentational address of the film as it is perceived by the film spectator. As we can see here, it's also in Sobczak's conceptualization that the filmmaker is an abstraction. So the core of my research has been to kind of bring a little bit of flesh to the bones, and that is with ethnography that I wanted to do it. This little graph here serves a little bit to illustrate how I use ethnography and how the notion of filmmaker can maybe be developed further with ethnography. Basically, I'm going to unpack some of my analysis here today for you and show how these two concepts, field of experience and socio-technical organism, kind of emerge from my ethnographic data. And yeah, in the interest of time, I've left the more specific methodological discussion away from here, but we can ask me at the end, or if we have time at the end, I will be more detailed. I'll just share maybe this one point about methodology at this point, which is to kind of say that today the data I present to you will come from 2 of my case studies out of the 3, where I have kind of immersed myself in filmmaking as a researcher to analyze the intersubjective and material relations, as well as the affective atmospheres in filmmaking. My data comes in the form of like field notes and narrative reconstructions, and of course, photos, videos, and materials other to filmmaking. And yes, and I want to link a little bit to the previous speaker here, actually, because that sounded really like a interesting and valuable research method. And for me, for me, it's a more phenomenological hermeneutic approach in terms of my own experience of the filmmaking. So my own situatedness in the research is really central. So yeah, that's maybe it's still my experience of how filmmaking happens. And yeah, I think I'll share some of the findings now with you. I'm going to start with some excerpts from the field work, of my field work, so you can get a feel of what my research feels and looks like. All right. In the act of filming scene 33, the camera is operated by 3 people. The director of photography, Mimmo, is the one who moves the camera's perceptive parts, resulting in how the picture is being framed. The key grip, Otto, moves the camera on the dolly. He is responsible for the camera's broader movement in the space. Then there is the focus puller, Elina, who determines the focal point of the camera's vision. So concretely in the moment, the speed people result in how the camera perceives. Elina asks whether she should follow the movement of the actor. The director, Jon, is right there. He's looking at the gaffer's monitor, and he says, yes, that looks good, please do that. Yeah. So I want to unpack this field note a little bit with the philosophy of technology by scholar Don Eide and his conception of human-technology relations, which he identifies 4 of. But the first one is embodiment relations. According to Eide, in embodiment relations, there is a partial symbiosis of myself and technology. So the technology becomes perceptually transparent to the user. And in the previous example, I would argue that 3 people can be said to have such embodiment relations that work to synthesize what Sobchak calls the viewing view of the film, which describes the perceptual and motor access of, that we can have in the film's world. So rather than it being just one, like the cinematographer, for example, it's multiple people. And I think it's interesting to kind of note the crossover here to film phenomenology, like in the more classical humanities sense, with the concepts of haptic cinema, for example, by Marx, and of tactile cinema by Jennifer Barker, that have been used to describe cinema's capacity to evoke multisensory embodiment in reception. This has been attributed to the cinematography before. For example, Yilmaz and colleagues in their 2023 paper on the embodiment of the cinematographer have argued that, and I quote, "Cinematographer is the main source of the embodiment simulation of the viewer," end quote. What I find especially noteworthy here is that, exactly like I said, multiple people have an embodiment relationship with the camera. What's equally interesting to me in this is that the viewers do not relate to the perceptual and motor access in the film's world through parallel means to the cinematographer, as viewers do not have an embodiment relation to the cinematic technology, but rather, like the director, related through a screen. Which brings us to the next human-technology relation, that is the alterity relation. In alterity relations, the technology, in this case the screen, is viewed in itself, so as an entity of its own. We can see in this previous example that, for example, where the director is commenting on the focus of the shot based on looking at the beauty in the monitor. This shows to me that the director in the filmmaking situation, for him, the focus becomes the representation of the live referent by the technology. I think it may becomes clearer if we compare this, for example, to pre-live feed filmmaking, where directors would have probably spent more time directing actors or being more present in the scene, and relied, for example, on storyboards to communicate, whereas now the screen has become really integral. And for me, I see this kind of projection to the futurity of the film as it's going to be eventually viewed by the spectator as something that purposefully breaches the technology's relation to the world, so to the live action. And it kind of highlights how cinema's technological nature structures filmmaking throughout production. I've also noticed that this projection is usually emphasized by the director's distance, either physical or mental, from the set. But yes, it should be nevertheless not forgotten that the director has authorial control over how the camera operator, who has the embodiment relation, moves in the space. like for example in the previous example. Yeah. To talk about the third type of relation, I want to give you another field note from another case study of mine. Here we go. I find myself crammed into a tiny bathroom, sitting on the edge of the bathtub, watching the lead actor, Rory's face on a monitor. The script supervisor, Kristin, is sitting next to me. Outside in the corridor, there are a dozen other people, also picking up their handheld monitors with radios on their hips. Although spatially dispersed, everyone is temporally in sync and connected with their radios and monitors. They all have eyes on the set, where the actors, director, camera, sound and lights are, where the picture is made. It's like one giant socio-technologically operating organism. When I get an earpiece, I start feeling like I'm integrating to the machine. This is not just a feeling of belonging in the sense that I now have a visible marker of belonging, but a much more visceral connection to the organism. So based on that field note, I want to briefly turn our attention to the third type of technological relation that, in my observations, is in fact perhaps the most prevalent in the filmmaking, which would be the hermeneutic relation. A hermeneutic relation, and I quote, mimics the sensory perception insofar as it is also a kind of seeing as, but it is a referential seeing, which has its immediate perceptual focus seeing in the technology. So like most of the technology on set, like the monitors and headphones, acts as kind of like reference to the live action, especially as they are used by standby prop lights and makeup departments, for example. And the screens on film set can serve multiple functions. For example, for the standby assistants, they provide a hermeneutic relation to the craft that they are doing, because their job is to manipulate the material that is shown in the screen, be it hair, makeup, costume, or props. At the same time, I would argue that head of departments rather have alternative relations, because they spend less time fixing the live image and more time projecting the outcome. So, for example, thinking about whether the costume is communicating the right thing at this point of the story. I think this kind of serves to show that the human-technology relations in filmmaking are a continuum, and they are shaped by the responsibilities that come with a filmmaking role. So this kind of your role determines to which degree of emphasis is to be taken in the human-technology relation. Furthermore, what I kind of perceive from this is that having an alternative relation in the filmmaking moment indicates a distance from the live action and from the concrete making, which in turn implies a focus on pre-planning, projection, and creative control. These are things that we would classify in the realm of authorial vision, structured by social hierarchy between the filmmakers. Yes, so this kind of brief unpacking of some human-technology relations within filmmaking leads me to present two concepts for analyzing authorship as embodied. The first one is field of experience, like I said earlier, which I have extremely crudely illustrated here on the slide. And with the field of experience, what I mean is that each filmmaker has their own specific role and experiential context in what and how they perceive when making film. For example, one looks at makeup through their monitor, the other at lighting through their control panel, etc. Yeah, I don't think we should be interested only in what an individual filmmaker looks at, be it makeup or light in the field, but how this field is taken up with specific technology by the individual. So this turns our focus a little bit more on the praxis, which is why they use the word experience, and to orient our thinking towards the action and the take-up of the field rather than its objective existence. My argument here is that we can understand filmmaking in a more nuanced way if we use this concept of the field of experience to indicate how the crew form the layers to the, and I quote, synoptic presence of the many persons who realize the film as concretely visible for vision in the film set, as analyzed by Sobchak. And yeah, what emerges as important in this kind of, especially in the filmmaking situation, is the synchronization of these fields of experience. For it's important for the coherence of the film, that there is a shared sense of what the field of experience is. And I noted that this synchronization happens continually in the set via technological means, like the screens and the headphones that connect everybody to the centrality of the action, as well as interpersonally in discussion, for example, on what the correct mood is or what the correct action to do in a given scene is regarding the script. Hence, the other concept I want to propose is that of the filmmaker as a socio-technical organism, again, illustrated with some beautiful PowerPoint magic. So from these kind of like ethnographic insights that I've kind of tried to share a little bit with you about, what we can see arising is that filmmaking consists of multitudes of simultaneous and complex human-technology relations, as well as non-mediated human-world relations, such as social interaction and obviously acting. So like what the film viewer eventually perceives on screen cannot be traced back to any individual field of experience or kind of enactment. Rather, the view to you is a conglomeration of experiences. Of course, we have to note that some filmmakers have more impact and or control than others, and that the relations within filmmaking are qualitatively different. Yet I would argue that it's important to note that these are culturally embedded social hierarchies that should not be left unexamined. This comes across for me at least clearly in the fact that the term authorship is not an endemic term to filmmaking, meaning that this term is kind of never used by filmmakers in filmmaking situations themselves unless it's prompted. This shows that it's a tool for analyzing filmmaking from the outside rather than something that is used to understand one's own actions. So yeah, what I kind of suggest is this kind of like embodied cognizant, which is analyzed, for example, by Tikka in her 2022 paper on enactive authorship, has to be considered a social organism rather than an individual. And equally, I would argue that this technologically mediated nature of the organism has to be considered as really significant in analyzing film authorship and filmmaking as embodied. This is kind of my concluding slide. So I just wanted to wrap up and show with this kind of proposing ethnography that argue for the significance of paying attention to our basic conceptualizations that we operate with when we interrogate film authorship, filmmaking, and filmic signification. And these are the two conceptualizations that so far I have kind of like come up from my research. When considering the filmmaker as a socio-technical organism, we can see that the social and technologically mediated nature of filmmaking becomes visible and thus analyzable also by other empirical methods. And for me, with the concept of field of experience, the individual filmmaker's contribution to the viewed view becomes, again, empirically analyzable in its multifacetedness, including all cinematic elements, not just, for example, actor identification, which is often something that we focus quite a lot on. I was ahead of time.
Thank you, Sarah. Questions from the audience? Show of hands before coffee.
Thank you, Sarah. I'll make this really quick because we all want coffee. I was wondering, I'm really interested in your idea of the socio-technical organism of production. And I'm wondering about how, do you see a way in which the materiality of that technology is helping to inform the way that organism moves? Whether people are on, say, wireless headsets versus attached to a cable, or a personal monitor as opposed to, well, there's one screen over there and everyone looks off that one. Does that inform the authorial practices that you're seeing, or is it just a screen's a screen?
Thank you for the question. And I would say that between my different case studies, that the kind of technological means that were used were different, and you could definitely tell that has an impact on the filmmaking. That's why I argue that it's important to look at that. For example, an example I could give is that when people have their personal kind of devices, which was the case in one of my case studies, so when you get the live feed into your own phone or tablet, and you can take screenshots with that, that resulted in much less communication between the departments and between people intersubjectively. Whereas in another case study, they didn't have the money, I guess, to have those. So then all of the crew would gather around this like single monitor, and then they would communicate with one another much more. So I thought that was, for example, a really interesting insight into how, technology can really impact the filmmaking situation.
Thank you. May I ask if context, definition of screen, if you ever discussed this, if film is a box, this near the box, what affection and influence of this context on experience? Because.
So I don't.
Have you ever discussed the definition of screen? Is it like absolutely clear what's screen or what is not screen? We are watching this screen, but actually we are in an environment which also affects us as viewers. Yeah. What this aspect of this near the screen, is it ever like comes to the agenda or for discussions or for research?
Yeah. Thank you for this question. I haven't really grappled with that yet, to be honest, but I totally understand where you're coming from, and that needs discussed. But yeah, I didn't have the time also in this 20-minute slot to go into such detail. But yes, of interest for sure.
I can add, I think it's Spielberg who used to tape little black heads under the screen so he could see how it looks like in a big cinema. So the front row people were taped on the little monitor.
Thank you for the presentation. This is Pia-Tikka.
Hello.
Just pointing out that, I get slashed a lot of the concept of author I've used in my article. But if you read it carefully, you see that I write there, in this article I use the author as a single, just for facilitating the writing, but generally authorship is much wider. Okay, so that's again. Your topic is really exciting, and especially like combining this technological environment, experiential environment to the filmmakers' experience. I was just wondering that you referred to enactive. You referred to Varela, but you didn't really refer to enactive. So Varela is basically, Varela tells 1991, enactive cognitive science, but instead you referred to embodied simulation project. So I'm just wondering, you don't mix these two in your slide?
Yeah, okay, yeah,
just to check that you don't mix enactive approach and embodied simulation.
Yeah.
Maybe that was just a mistake there. But what? Okay. So you had a slide where you had two images of the book covers. So Schobach and then Galles embodied the neurocinematic, embodied cognition book. But then you had reference to Varela et al. 1991, and of course. These different approaches. Varela starts from the systemic idea of the organism inseparably connected to the environment. So enactivism basically cannot separate a screen and study screen separately from human that interacts with that screen. So they are inseparable in that sense. So that goes well with your idea of socio-technical organism, so an activistic approach. while embodied simulation is then another type of, I mean, everybody's here familiar with embodied simulation, so I'm just noting these. Do you have any response to this, or how do you use enactive cognitive sciences in your study?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Well,
that's a question.
Well, my approach is more in the film phenomenology side, so I suppose this is something that Gales and Guerra in their work reference more, or like build on her work. So this is my connection to that side, and yeah, I'm not an expert in the field of neurocymatics in the kind of such a deep sense, so I don't think I've hopefully mixed these concepts up here, but yeah, I don't speak to the kind of like more specific differences between the field, but more in the broader idea of the embodied cognition being like a relevant thing to consider in terms of film watching and film experience.
Okay, thank you, Tara. And now we go for a coffee.
about it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually all right. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging or painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. Because you're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
the time? And Laura is starting at 4, so I think...
Yeah, I will be very fast.
I don't think we even have, because Mehmet has 20 minutes. So I think we will have to skip it.
Oh, we cannot.
He's starting at, Laura is online and he's starting at 4.
Then we have to, okay, whatever. Happened.
10 minutes now, and then we're 10 minutes past the next one. Hello, welcome back. Let's get seated. So, as mentioned, there has been a small change in the program. Sampsa Huttunen is not able to participate due to health reasons. So the next session we will have, the ending of this next session is our keynote talk by Lauri Nummenmaa, which is online. But now I would like to ask Mehmet to present.
Yes. Thank you. So, hello everyone. My name is Mehmet Burak Yılmaz, and I am a fourth-year PhD student here in BFM Tallinn University, and I am also a practicing cinematographer. And today's talk I labeled as Embodied Cinematography: The Art of Camera Movement, which is basically the overview of my PhD, what I've been doing, what I'm doing now, and what will I do in the future. So this is still a pretty much work in progress in a way that the whole thesis is still developing. And since I have a little limited time, I hope I will still make my points clear, even though some things might have seemed a little bit unjustified or not well explained. But I guess that's the whole point of me doing this here, that I wanted to get like some feedback and some suggestion on my thesis. So briefly, the overview of my talk will be, first I would like to briefly mention the embodying meaning of the movies, which has actually been talked here the whole day, but I would still like to talk a little bit about what it means for my own project, and then I want to talk about what is so special about the camera movements and what's actually exactly their role in cinematographer's role in the embodied meaning making of the movie. And third, I will present one of my previous works, which is important in a way that it was during the writing process of that work that I had like a bit of a shift in all overall fundamentals of my PhD thesis, and kind of went from a different way. And in that work, we tried to propose this model of embodiment of cinematographer, which I will briefly mention here, and then the last I will talk about what's going to be the next step in my project. So the embodied meaning making of the movies, in a sense that I understand, or like what I understand in terms of my project, is that first of all, both filmmakers and viewers share and utilize the same embodied schemes to interpret the world. So if you think the same about from the cinematic stance, not only do the audiences make sense of such filmic environments through their embodied senses, but filmmakers also assemble that environment with the same senses. So more specifically, then when we think about the cinematic tools, like tools such as camera movements or any other cinematographic means, are employed to express filmmakers' embodied experiences by means of the art of cinematography, so the audience can apprehend their intentions via their shared embodied understanding. In this respect, when watching movies, the filmmaker and the spectator converge on the level of embodied schemes. And talking specifically about the camera movements, like what is so special about the camera movements, there are like in the literature there are many different explanations and like reasoning for that. But in my understanding, from like also be more like a practical background, because I'm mainly from a practical background of cinematography, it's sort of twofold for me. One is I could explain with the Gibson's ecological perspective, which is primarily Gibson dealt with how we perceive the natural world. But his views to the perception have been adopted and widely applied in the field of cognitive film studies, and they constitute basis for many contemporary theories of camera movements, in which, according to Gibson, we perceive information about our surroundings due to optical arrays which emerge as a result of clustering of the reflected ambient light rays, depending on the position of our gaze. However, to wholly perceive the layout, an observer must experience a flow of optical array that could be activated only by a muscular movement. Therefore, motion perspective or binocular perspective eliminates the ambiguity in static perspective and provides information for perceiving the objective slants and the surfaces and the abnormal proportion of their edges. But as I said, Gibson mainly wrote about the natural perception, even though in one of his books he also mentions about the filmic perception. But in that sense, when we try to apply to this Gibson justification to the filmic world, then I would argue that the theory of embodied simulation is becoming a good addition here, which is also talked about it today and is proposed by Vittorio Gallese, and according to which we do not just see an action, an emotion, or a sensation side by side with the sensor description of the observed social stimuli. Internal representation of the body states associated with the actions, emotions, and sensations are evoked in the observer as if he or she would be doing a similar action or experiencing a similar emotion or sensation. So now, if we think about this both in the filmic perspective, then maybe we could then argue that in the world of the diegetic film, camera movements undertake the role of other active exploration. Hence, when the camera moves in the movies, the filmic space emerges as environment on the basis of our embodied knowledge of the world. And to summarize briefly, then according to my understanding, what happens when the camera moves is that the camera movement triggers the internal representation of a movement, which can be explained by the embodied simulation. And second, simulation of the movement enhances the perception of the filmic space, which can be explained by the Gibsonian perception action loop. And then as a result, third, viewers' involvement in the fictional world of the story increases, as well as the strength of their emotional responses. So this is, in a very nutshell, can be said why the camera movements are so important. When I first started my PhD, my main focus was in a different aspects of the camera movement. I was more interested about how different camera movement techniques like Steadicam, dolly, handheld, and so on would affect the viewers' involvement in the story and their emotion responses in the different conditions. If there are anyone here who was present here also 2 years ago, I presented the initial idea about that. And now that idea came to life, and I shot some stimuli, and then we conducted some experiments. But then during the writing process of that article, we noticed some things that changed my perception of how I should view the camera movements. There is a small video now about that previous work. I will just show for you to get some idea what was it about. So the part of the stimuli you saw was just 3 randomly selected clips out of all 12 clips, just to give you some idea of what was it about. If you're interested more about the experiment and the argument to present in this article, here is the QR code for the article, and it is an open access article. But as I said, when we were writing this article together with my supervisors, Ellen Utman and Pietikka, with the help of Andres Karjus, also from Tallinn University, we have noticed like some things maybe we should focus on more. First of all, we noticed that we emphasize the camera as a mere technical device extensively, and also the focus too much on the audience, while we largely dismiss the creative minds behind the movement of the camera, which was, in our case, was the cinematographer. And during this process, there was also like something Pia told me that kind of struck me, that it was basically like, what's the point of studying the camera as a device or the viewer without studying the filmmaker first? Like, because in the end, they don't make themselves the movies, or camera don't work it as a mere technical device. So then we kind of shifted the focus more towards the creators of this artistic works. And also we, as all of our cinematographers who published that paper, further observed that cinematographers' role in the embodied meaning making of movies is somewhat undervalued and undermentioned, especially, not maybe for the academic world too much, but especially for the non-professionals in different areas. And from also a little bit of broader perspective of things, if we think about the relationship between the creative mind and viewers, Martin Kornatz argues that movie makers go beyond the simple replication of actuality and practice their embodied experience to impose their artistic style onto the narrative. In return, this allows the audience to be immersed in the corporeal artistic vision of filmmakers. Thus, we connect the graphic logic in the film examples to the embodied mind of the real filmmakers. And along the same line, there is Pietikka's enactive authorship model, which has also been mentioned today before, and she proposes that the author simulates the protagonist's humane situatedness via their own experiential context. The viewer, in turn, simulates the protagonist's situatedness via their own experiential context. So in that sense, the protagonist serves as a link between the author, which is labeled as an embodied cognizer, and the experience, who is the viewer. And then we decided to take this model and apply to the relationship between camera movement and the cinematographer, and created this, like what we shortly call the model of embodiment of cinematographer, in which the cinematographer takes the role of embodied cognizer and connect to the viewer via camera movements. And we argued that cinematographers plan camera movements carefully based on their sensory-motor experiences to serve the best interests of the story. Consequently, when viewed by the spectators, the mobile frame serves as a link that connects the viewer to the intentionally exploited bodily appearance of the cinematographer in the form of camera movement. And we concluded that when producing specific camera movements, cinematographers may be viewed as extending their perceptual bodily senses via the camera onto the screen, and in this sense, these movements may be further seen to become embodied in the viewer's experience. A quick note here that, like, whenever I try to explain this idea to like some other people or like writing some papers, I usually get like some confused questions. Just to clarify, like when I mean here by embodied cinematographer, I don't refer to the like literal identity of the cinematographer, but more like the pattern created by cinematographers through the camera movements, in a way that movements that's created based on the cinematographer's embodied expertise becomes like a sort of a persona that can be viewed like separately from the actors or in the scene. Like it's like it's basically cinematographers creates a separate identity by the means of the camera movements that can act individually on the scene, and that carries the impact of the cinematographer. So that's basically the theoretical background I am working on right now. As I said, it's still a work in progress. So in that sense, I want to talk a little bit about what's next. First of all, now there is a new article I am working on. It's called Embodied Cinematography, the Art of Camera Movements. It's basically, as the name is the same as this talk. And it's currently in the revision stage. And the article portrays camera movements as extensions of cinematographers, perceptual bodily senses seamlessly woven into cinematic storytelling, and this nuanced perspective fosters a deeper appreciation for the intricate decisions made by cinematographers who craft not only visual aesthetics but also imbue films with embodied meaning. So that is one thing I'm working on right now, and the second and sort of a larger project is an artistic work. It's also composer component of my thesis because I'm doing the artistic practice-based artistic research, and it is right now planned as an experimental dance film. Is also this artistic work is also still kind of in the beginning of the development process, but the aim is basically to connect the theoretical claims with the actual practice of filmmaking and put the theory in a trial. And the reasoning behind opting to work with a dance movie is that dancing is one of the strongest manifestations of bodily expressions. Therefore, it is crucial for a cinematographer to capture the essence of the performer's body movement with their own body movements through their camera. And the experimental aspects of the project is related to the different shooting dynamics of the scenes, which I will try to explain briefly in the remaining time. So basically, the idea is that to have a one continuous narrative dance movie, but the way we shoot is gonna be a little different. The scenes will differ in two ways. First, awareness of unawareness of the dance choreography beforehand, and the operator of the camera, which will switch between the cinematographer, which will be myself, and a separate second camera operator. And these variables are intended to result in varying levels of intimacy, both between the cinematographer and the camera, and the cinematographer's and dancers' movements. So right now we plan it as 3 different acts, but it can change in the future. But the basic idea is that when we break this script into 3 acts, there will be the first act, or the order can also change, but there are going to be 1 act shot by a separate camera operator, while the operator will be aware of the choreography beforehand. And the idea is that the act is planned to be the least intimate scene, where the camera is operated by a separate camera operator. Although the cinematographer will know the choreography beforehand, he has a limited chance to intervene in the flow of camera during the shooting. And basically, we also plan maybe I'm going to be in like complete separate room, and I have like a minimal access to the camera. So my own bodily functions will not touch the camera, so I will not be directly participating in the creation of that persona. In the second act, this time it's going to be shot by me as a cinematographer, and I will know the choreography of what's going to happen beforehand, the dance movements. And in this act, cinematographer will take control of the camera and know the choreography beforehand, as I mentioned, which will give me an opportunity to pre-plan some movements. This act is expected to present somewhat a middle level of intimacy, where the cinematographer is able to display his embodied artistic vision with his own body movements, but in a pre-planned way. So this will be more like a classical fiction, that things will be mostly pre-planned and on set. I will try to follow that what was planned. But in the last act, which is going to be the final act, at least for the current plan, I will shoot the scene again, but I will not know anything about the choreography beforehand. So it's going to be more like a complete random documentary style act. And this last act is expected to be the most intimate one, where the cinematographer, unaware of what will happen in front of him, will need to react to dancers' bodies with his own spontaneously. This approach will force the cinematographer to adapt his embodied experience of the world and movements around him, and reflect this with his camera instinctively. And the idea here is that me completely based on my own embodied experience of movements of me with my camera and with the dancers will try to create this kind of spontaneous thing where I think to be intimate. And in the end, what I will try to do is I will edit this, we will see, and then we will analyze how this whole thing, this different place of embodiment and the different camera operators, how it worked, and I will try to analyze it qualitatively based on my own experience as a cinematographer, because I think it would be almost impossible to try to analyze this sort of thing in a quantitative way. And with that note, I think I have 20 seconds left only. If anyone is more interested about my project, or if you have any suggestions or further questions, or if you want to collaborate further, this is my email. And thank you for listening.
We will have time for one question.
Yes, I'm just curious about how you think about intimacy in terms of being able to be present with the moment, and your relationship as a cinematographer in the third act. You're being sort of reacting to. How do you account for the interaction with technology and that as a sort of an extension of your embodied in that situation? Is how the technology, the camera in this instance, is it a filter for the intimacy, or so how do you account for that variable in the situation?
Yeah, I think I see the camera in that sense just like a mere technical device. What I'm more interested in, like, you know, the dance I make with the camera, my frame, like the persona, as I mentioned, like I will create with the camera. So in that sense, I don't like regard technology as like something very important, but just as like a mean at my disposal to create what we will see on the frame. And the reason I expect this to be the most intimate, because I am gonna have to be like in that moment, like, and not trying to execute something pre-planned and something I already know beforehand. Like I will not know where I will go. Whereas, you know, in a more conventional, like traditional thing, you know, you practice like your blocking, your camera movement many times before, and when you start recording, you know exactly where you will go. So the idea behind that intimacy is more like the, maybe it's like maybe intensity might also be another word, that like how intense the situation will be for me as a cinematographer to react what's happening in front of me. I hope it makes sense. Yeah. Thank you.
And now we are having our second keynote. Lauri Nummenmaa from Turku University PET Center is going to talk about cinematic brain, mapping the human emotion circuits with motion picture. Lauri is very sorry that he couldn't join us for personal reasons today, but let's enjoy the online presentation. Welcome, Lauri.
Thank you, Pia. Thanks for your kind invitation for your session. I'm really sorry I can't be with you today. This is strictly due to family reasons and illness in the close family, but I will do my best to deliver my talk from the other side of the sea. Today I'm going to give you a broad overview of the work that we have done in my laboratory during the past 20 years from a slightly different perspective to the cinema. So instead of investigating sensory properties or psychological properties of cinema, we are using movies and cinematic sequences as the tools for mapping human brain functions and understanding particularly human emotion circuits. So I'm going to first show you the overall principles of why and how we can study affect and emotions using the cinema, and then go a bit deeper into the details, what we have understood from this line of work from the perspective of psychology and psychiatry. And then finally, I'm going to give you a short glimpse of how we actually should go beyond the brain imaging to really understand the human emotions and what purpose could the cinema serve in this line of work. And the overall goal or overall interest of me and my group are the human emotions, which are obviously at the center point of cinema as well. And we spend actually a considerable amount of effort, mental effort and biological effort and metabolic effort in working with emotions. First of all, we devote a significant amount of the bandwidth of the brain to processing different emotions such as delight and pride and joy and love, which suggests that the emotions must be somehow important because so much of the limited capacity resources are devoted for them. Then we also spend considerable effort to experience certain emotions such as delight and joy, find love, and find happiness in the life, whereas we also spend even more effort to avoid the experience of some emotions such as sadness and anxiety and despair and fear, and we try actually to steer ourselves away from these emotions. Then we also spend significant amount of daily time for communicating about our emotions. We talk about our emotions with our friends, we listen their worries, their delights, and we also try to adjust their emotions and understand their emotions and try to work out how our own emotions are, and we also worry about our emotions, whether I'm now experiencing enough love, or if I'm way too sad right now, or I'm unnecessarily guilty about something. So all of these clearly suggest that these automatic survival programs that the evolution has carved into the human brain are of great importance to the humans, because otherwise they wouldn't have such a big capacity demand in the brain in humans and other animals. And just to give like a idea of how we treat emotions in this field, I think that they are good example. They are a bit like a compass or a survival intelligence that guides our travels, like a compass that guides Indiana Jones on his travels. So no matter where Indy is going, the compass is always pointing to the direction that he needs to go, or where the north is, and then he can actually work out where he needs to go. So in a similar fashion, the emotion systems try to point and nudge and steer us towards the important goals and away from being hurt, being in danger, being psychological distress. So these kind of autopilots are hugely useful for humans, because our brain has a limited capacity for processing information in a conscious manner, and we can't deliberately do all decisions or work through all the decisions that we are making in the daily life. So we need to have these automated systems that operate in the background and adjust the behavioral priorities, even when we are not able to do that consciously. And to understand these systems, we obviously need to, first of all, record brain activity, to understand what sort of neural circuits underlie the emotions. And to make the recording somehow meaningful, we need to put people into different emotional states if we want to map the relationship between the specific emotion and specific brain activity patterns, such as sadness and joy and surprise and fear and disgust and anger, that we usually consider as the basic emotions. In laboratory, we have multiple tricks for inducing these emotions in participants, but actually one of the techniques that we have found most reliable is making people view movies that we know that consistently evoke these different specific emotional categories. Because you're a specialist in film, I probably don't need to stress this to you, but different cinematic pieces have vastly different emotional qualities. And by sampling a good array of films that evoke comparable emotions, we can then build up a set of stimuli that we can use for altering people's emotional states on the wheel, and then link the resulting emotional state and the underlying brain activity to map the affect circuits in the human brain. And just to give a couple of examples how powerful evokers of emotion-statistic movies are, if we think about what films could be good for evoking sadness, you can think about something like Grave of the Fireflies by Hayao Miyazaki. If you think about happiness, Borat would be probably hilarious to most people. Monty Python films are surprising. Horror movies like Shining induce strong fear. Disgust is a central theme in many movies such as Pink Flamingos, and for anger, something like Aronofsky's Requiem for a Dream would be a pretty good candidate. So cinema is an excellent tool for altering the affect states in humans, and the reason why it's so powerful and why it's so useful for scientists is that it's packed with emotions, it's packed with action, and it's a kind of a condensed reality simulator. The cinema is much more, the normal Hollywood movie contains much more densely packed affective sequences or exciting sequences than our conventional life, because if we just study what happens in the brain during our daily lives, that would not be too exciting for the brain, because at least for us, this is what the real life, the daily life looks like. And we might experience some sparkles of joy while looking at the computer screen in the office, and we might experience some mild enjoyment when we go back to home, meet the family. But that's not how the emotions look like when they really kicked in during like the survival salient situations in the real life. So that's why cinema actually provides a good candidate for manipulating the emotional states, because cinema is kind of an intensified reality in many aspects. Obviously, document films try to represent the real life as it is, but for the most part, the cinema that is made for enjoyment somehow amplifies the reality in multiple aspects. If you think about movie characters, they are more attractive than our friends. The main characters, they have better jokes than our friends have. They go into greater adventures than we ever do. They might travel beyond the galaxy, and they might experience romances beyond our wildest imagination. And all of this just in 2 hours. The movie characters literally experience more in 2 hours of screen time than most of us experience through our daily lives. So this kind of a fast-paced stimulation sequence is excellent from a statistical point of view in the brain imaging studies, because when we want to measure the brain activity, we want to keep it oscillating between emotional states and neutral states or different emotional states. And then this kind of a fast-paced, cinema-based stimulation is excellent. And obviously, one additional feature that makes cinema so great is that it can also alter reality. Many of the movies take places in locations that we could not literally reach, such as the outer space, the future, the past, imaginary planets, imaginary locations, meetings with imaginary creatures, and so forth and so forth. So this can be made, the cinema can be made even more powerful and even more exciting and even more engaging for the human brain than the real life actually is. So we kind of turbocharge the stimulation that we put into the participants' brains to turbocharge the emotions that we can record in the brain. And this gives us high signal-to-noise ratio, and that gives us powerful signal that we can record from the brains, making the cinema an excellent candidate for stimulus. And this suggests that when we increase the frequency and intensity of the emotional episodes in the stimuli that we use, we also get stronger and more consistent neural responses, which is, of course, from statistical point of view, an excellent feature of the cinema. So to give you an example of why this is important, why we need to understand the brain function, is that if we think about the brain, it's a teeny-weeny organ, you know. It just weighs about 2% of the total body weight or total body mass. So it's about 1.8 kilograms in adults. Even though it just weighs 2% of the total body weight, it consumes 20% of all the energy that our body consumes. And brain does many, many wonderful things. Woody Allen famously said that my brain is my second favorite organ, and that's what most neuroscientists will probably agree on. So this huge devotion of the energy metabolism to the brain really, really suggests that this is somehow one of the most demanding organs in the whole body that has somehow a central function in how the brain is organized. And that's true. The brain not only stores information and predicts future, but it also coordinates all the remaining bodily processes. And this is an illustration of the energy distribution in human body as indexed by 18-fluorine fluorodeoxyglucose PET, which is a glucose analog tracer. So the brighter regions are, the more glucose the regions are consuming. And here we can see that the highest glucose consumption is in the brain, and then at this stage in the brown adipose tissue around the neck. And also what you see between the legs is not Woody's most favorite organ in the body. It's instead the bladder, where the tracer metabolizes after it's passed through the normal cycle. So this really suggests that if we want to understand how the emotions work, we need to look at the brain. And how do we do that? Well, here is an example that we have taken and that we recorded some time ago in the laboratory, and it's based on the very well-known story about what happened a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. So for this study, we presented the participants some famous action movies, Star Wars Episode 4, Indiana Jones, and James Bond movies. We took a short clippings of these films and presented them to the participants while they were lying in their back in the magnetic resonance imaging scanner. And then we recorded the hemodynamic activity in the brain, which is kind of a net index of metabolic and oxidative processes in the brain, which roughly approximates the spiking of the neurons or the activity of the neurons. So it's simply like a gross index of brain activity without going into the details, what kind of activities, postsynaptic, presynaptic, action potentials, or specific neurotransmitters, and so forth. But the point is that we didn't do much to the participants. We just showed them this fantastic movie and recorded their brain activity. And here's what we get from this kind of a study. So on left, you see the brain activity of the subject. This is average activity. So yellow areas show increased brain activity at a given time, and blue blobs show decreased activity at a given time. On the right-hand side, you see synchronized movie stream. So this is what the participants were seeing, and the brain activity and the movie scenes are now synchronized. So what you see in the brain is the activity that occurred in the participants while they were looking at the specific scene of the movie. And the blue bars that start moving soon, they show the intensity of specific features in the movie that we have then decomposed from the visual and auditory array using various computational tools. So there's a presence of phases, how many phases there were on the screen at the given time, how salient the human speech was present in the scene, what is the average contrast level, how much biological motion there is, how much there is non-biological motion, how strong is optic flow, how much contrast edges there are, how intense the colors are in the scene, and so forth and so forth. So now that we have recorded the brain activity, we can extract zillions of different features, sensory features, social features, emotional features from the movie stream, and then map the correspondence between the occurrence of these features and the resultant brain activity. So this literally allows this kind of a cartography of the human brain, where we can then link the relationship between specific pieces of cinema and the brain activity that's associated with these features. So this way we can kind of map whereabouts in the brain are different processes or different bits of information being processed. And now, just by showing you a bit of this cinematics scene, I can illustrate how powerful this approach is. So when the Imperial Star Destroyer appears on the screen, you see there's a massive increase in non-biological motion in the screen, which is then accompanied by increase in activity in the occipital and lateral temporal cortices in the brain that encode visual information and particularly motion. And the sound intensity is pretty strong, and that's also associated with activity in the temporal cortex. Then when the androids and the humans fill in, you see that there's like increase in the presence of phases and biological motion. And now after a short while, the lateral temporal cortical regions also kick in that encode the social information from human bodies and human faces, whereas the primary visual cortex remains reasonably weakly activated because there are no major visual changes in the screen, and so forth and so forth. So even from this kind of a technological demonstration, we can already appreciate that it's possible to establish a formal map between the occurrence of specific features in the movie and the brain networks that are encoding that information in the brain. And we can obviously run this similar kind of a model statistically for hundreds of different features in the social AR scene, and this way we can then establish the maps that encode or map for the systems that encode different aspects of the AR social scene in the movie. And we can also do this for emotional features, as is illustrated in this next example. This is a study that we did together with the Finnish filmmakers. And this is based on a Finnish feature film called Käsky, The Commandment by Aku Louhimies. It's the story about Finnish civil war, which is good from our perspective because it presents emotionally complex and morally quite challenging themes that engage the brains really effectively and that engages the viewers effectively. So here is another example in a similar fashion as in the previous slide. So again, on the left-hand side, you see the mean brain activity now recorded from 104 individuals, and on right-hand side, you again see the synchronized movie stimulus now overlaid with a gaze position recording from participants. So the big blurb shows the average gaze location of the participants, and the small red discs show the individual gaze positions of the subjects. And now when we start to look again at this representation of the cinematic features in the brain, we can make a couple of observations. First of all, humans usually think that they are individuals and they have very, very highly individual preferences and they are unlike anyone else on the planet, which is obviously technically true because we are made with different genetic makeups. But because the humans have evolved in the same environment, we are also similarly, strikingly similar in how we observe the environment. And we are actually surprisingly strongly driven by the sensory features of the environment. So if we now look at the location or attendance of the gaze of the humans, we see that pretty much everybody is actually focusing on the same features. So when there are textual pieces on the screen, everybody goes through the text. When there are humans or human actions in the screen, everybody pays attention to these, the eyes and the hands, because the biology has taught us or evolved us to understand that these are important. And the activity in the brain is also reflecting what we are seeing. So in the first opening scene, actual opening scene of the movie, there's not much human features around, but there's a scenery. And we know that regions in the ventral temporal cortex encode place information from scenes. And when this kind of a scene is presented, if you look at the bottom brains, you see that the bottom part of the brain lights up, because that's the parahippocampal regions that encode place information. Now, when the humans, the soldiers, are entering the scene, we again see a completely different activation pattern in the brain. So there's a significant increase in the activity of the lateral temporal cortices and medial temporal lobe regions. And then when the actual action starts, when the battle starts, and the fighting starts and shooting starts, you see that the significant drop in the brain activation, which is followed by a huge increase actually throughout most parts of the brain, the limbic regions, temporal regions, parietal regions, motor regions. So the brains simply prepare us for action, which is fascinating, I think, because nobody's actually threatened. Everybody's looking at the movie in the safety of the laboratory, the brain imaging laboratory. There's literally nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing scary in the objective sense. There are no dangers. But even the simulated dangers presented in the movie are so effective and they are so lifelike that our brains can't really make the complete full distinction between what is real and what is actually only a simulation and entertainment. And that is sufficient for kicking in these fight or flight circuits in the brain. Obviously, we know that this is not for real, but knowing that something is not real is simply not enough for preventing the emotional response to occur. So this way we can then map the affect circuits in the brain using these kind of artificial but highly naturalistic stimuli such as movies. And then when we extract hundreds of different features, social features, emotional features, and sensory features from the movies, we can build up these kind of maps of social information processing in the brain. This is work by my PhD student Severi Santavirta. It's published in Neuroimage recently. And it's just like highlighting the regions that are most critically involved in social perception. The flat maps show the left and right hemispheres that have been flattened using computational techniques. And at the bottom part of the screen, you see like three-dimensional renders of the brain of the same regions. The red areas show those systems that are most consistently involved in the processing of various social-emotional features. And these are located primarily on the lateral temporal cortices and the junction between the temporal cortex, and also to some extent in the limbic circuits in the amygdala, thalamus, and striatal system. So this is rather complex computational work, not going into the details, but just like highlighting that this kind of a cinematic approach allows us to map the gradients in the social information processing in the brain, unlike any other stimulus would allow us to do. So we can present this high-dimensional stimulus space on one go. One movie scene can contain hundreds of different features whose contribution to the brain activity we can simultaneously model. And this wouldn't be possible if we just used pictures or sounds or made people to imagine different scenarios. So why is the cinema so powerful? Well, why does it really kick in when we watch the movies? One reason is that we are not just observing what we see in the movies, we are also simulating what we see in our own bodies. And this is called vicarious perception. So instead of just perceiving what others are experiencing, we map the sensory states, the motor states, and the affective states of the others, even in the movies, into our own somatomotor system. So when we see Rocky delivering the hard punches to his opponent, we are not just seeing what he's doing, we are also experiencing what he's doing. So we're mapping the punches in our own motor system in the brain, and we are mapping the pain, the thrills of Rocky and his opponent in our own pain circuit in the brain. So we are understanding others partially by simulating their emotional and motor states in our own brains. So our motor system and affect system generates a efference copy of the motor states of the other individuals, and literally putting ourselves into other person's shoes helps us to understand their perspective and understand the world from their perspective much better, because now we sort of like put on a similar kind of lenses as the other person is viewing, which makes us like more in tune with them. And this is most saliently illustrated in the context of pain, for example. It's well known from multiple studies that when we see somebody experiencing first-hand pain, being hurt, like in the movie scene involving boxing, our own pain circuit kicks in. So the system that responds to the first-hand pain, as like twisting your finger or cutting your shin, is also activated when we see someone else in the movie experiencing pain. And this kind of a vicarious simulation is a part of why the movies are so effective, because we have this tendency to map others' feelings into our own bodies. The movies and the events in the movies become much more personal to us, and they are much more strong. So we can literally not just see, but feel what the movie characters are viewing. Obviously, now I have just talked about emotions in general. Feeling good, feeling bad, maybe feeling something versus nothing at all. But emotions come in different varieties and different qualities and different colors, if you wish. So anger is substantially different emotion from joy, and a sadness is substantially different emotion from fear, and so forth and so forth. So could we somehow go beyond this like emotion versus no emotion conceptualization and look into the brain signatures of specific emotions occurring in the cinema? And even more interestingly, could we somehow predict what the audience will feel if we just record their brain activity? So do we have techniques or tools available that really allow us to map the affect state of an individual just by recording their brain activation? And turns out we can actually do this if we put a bit of an effort into the study. So in these kind of studies that were done by my ex-PhD student Heini Saarimäki, who's now in Tampere University, we again recorded hemodynamic brain activity using magnetic resonance imaging, and we altered the affect state of the individuals by making them view different sort of movies. So we had neutral movies in which pretty much nothing interesting happens. Somebody's tucking away their computer. We had disgusting movies, like from Trainspotting, the toilet scene that really make your guts wrench. We had scary movies, horror movies like The Shining, so other classic horror clips. Then we had sad movies, death, funeral, illness, departing, leaving your loved ones behind, and so forth and so forth. And also happy movies, family reunions, lovers, joy, playing, delights, and so forth and so forth. So we had these like movies from different affect categories. We showed them to the participants and recorded their brain activity. And then we used a technique that is called statistical pattern recognition or classification, or you could also call it like artificial intelligence, but I just rather call it pattern recognition for establishing a relationships or consistencies between specific inputs, such as the emotional stimuli in the brain and the resulting emotional state. So this kind of a machine learning studies or analysis in a nutshell works so that we have a training set of data. So brain activation recorded when we know that the participants are happy, sad, afraid, or angry, and the relationship between the observations, the brain activity, and the class labels, the emotional states is known. So this is the data that we feed into the classifier. So we first select the most important features that distinguish between these different emotion states and the neural level, and then build a mathematical model that tries to learn the association between the emotion classes and the features, which in here are the brain activity patterns. And this is obviously not a hard task to do. It's essentially like variation of like conventional regression models. And we know that if we add feature or if we add variables to the regression equation, we can easily overfit the model and get like perfect classification accuracy. So that's just like a mathematical problem. It's not a scientific problem or a neuroscientific problem. But if we really want to see if this classifier that we have built works, if it's meaningful, we try it on a new set of data, which we call the test set. That's like independent data set where the class labels, relationship between the observation and class labels is not known, or it's not revealed to the classifier. So we have brain activation data sets or patterns, and we feed them into the classifier and ask it to try to tell us which emotion is each of these activation patterns associated with. Why this is important? So this is important, first of all, if the classifier can do this task successfully, it means that the different emotions have or are associated with distinct neural signatures. Because if they didn't have distinct neural signatures, the classifier wouldn't work in the first place at all. So this tells us whether different emotions have discrete or different neural bases. And the second important thing is that if this works, it also tells us that the emotional responses are consistent across brains of different individuals. Because if they were different in the training set and the test set, the classifier again would not work. So this is actually an excellent way of increasing the resolution in the brain imaging data and also answer two big questions. First, are the different emotions associated with different brain signatures? And second, are these signatures consistent across individuals? If we look at the classification accuracy that we can get from these type of experiments that we have conducted multiple times, the mean accuracy is about 65%. So this is how accurately you can read an individual's emotional state from the brain activation only, without any other information. Doesn't sound that great if you don't work with the classifiers or if you don't work with the brain imaging data, but I must remind you that we are recording the mass activity of hundreds of thousands of neurons at the same time from the cortical surface. We are not actually using any invasive recording technique, so we have a massive amount of noise in the signal in comparison with the raw neural activity, and we still get a classification accuracy that is multiple times higher than the chance level, because we have 6 different emotion categories in here. The chance of getting the emotion category right is only 13%. So it's like equal of getting the answer correctly by throwing a die, because those get 6 sides, and 13% is roughly like one per 6. So this is actually significantly higher than many of the other classification tasks that we can run. Even a simple decoding of whether a person has seen a straight or oblique line is not as accurate as this. So the emotions, they evoke really consistent activation patterns in the brain that are extremely consistent across different individuals. And then, of course, we can back project these most important regions for different emotions onto the brain again. And this is kind of the map of representation of different emotions in the cortex and subcortex. If you want to have so different colors indicate different emotions and the regions that are most consistently associated in each individual emotions. Don't need to go that deep into this, but just 2 observations. First of all, it's all distributed. So anger, disgust, fear, happiness, sadness, surprise, and neutral state, they are all represented all over the brain. So there's no fear center in the brain, there's no anger center in the brain. It's all really distributed. And the second important thing is it's all distributed along the cortical midline structures, from the frontal cortex, the orbitofrontal cortex, back to the precuneus and posterior cingulate cortex. And these regions we know that are central in integrating information, sensory information and interoceptive information from the body. And we made the argument that the net activity of these regions is actually the net representation of the affect that is occurring both in the body and the mind and in the sensory systems as a function of these distributed activity systems. So this way we can actually exploit the cinema for mapping quite advanced theoretical questions in the brain and also in the different organs. So these distinct emotional circuits aside, one of the important features of emotions is that they are inherently social. It's rather rare to experience emotions when you're alone in a solitary moment. Instead, most of the emotions that we experience occur in group settings, in interaction with others, aggression, love, shame. They all involve strong social component. There's a good reason for that, because the emotions also try to coordinate our social lives. They try to make us bond with our friends. They want to make us to protect ourselves from the enemies. When they're coordinating this kind of a group level activities, it's usually beneficial that the group is activating or behaving in the same manner. And we have actually shown by using, again, cinema, that one of the key features of the emotions is that they literally synchronize both actions and neural systems across individuals. This for this purpose we have used one of the probably, in my view, the best cinematic pieces ever, The Godfather, and again recording brain activity while participants are viewing the movie. But now at this time, instead of recording or measuring the amplitude of the brain responses, we have recorded or measured the similarity of the brain activity across individuals, across each different voxel in the brain, recorded voxel in the brain. And this is interesting for the purpose of indicating how consistently different brain regions operate during cinematic viewing. And second, whether the consistency of the brain activity, the similarity of the individuals, is somehow reflected or dependent on the affective qualities in the brain. So if you want to put this kind of question in more like practical sense, are there some features in the movies that really make people's brains act in a more similar way than the other contexts? And we are obviously looking at the emotions in here to try to see if the emotional features of the movies are powerful synchronizers of the emotions across individuals. We have done this in multiple domains. The functional MRI that I already showed you, this is collaboration with Dr. Fashion Lin and his group. So if we look at the synchronization of brain activity during movie viewing in fMRI, we see that the synchronization is strongest in the sensory cortices, in the parietal occipital cortices, and in the temporal cortex where the auditory cortex resides. So the sensory features of the movie, they are of course pushed in to the brains at the same temporal frequency across all individuals. So it's not surprising that the sensory regions become synchronous during the cinema viewing. If we look at EEG, it's like a rapid electrical measurement of the brain activity. We can look at different frequency bands. So how rapidly occurring brain or rapidly fluctuating brain activity changes we are measuring. So we can see that actually there's a specific temporal window when the brain activity becomes more synchronized in the movie. So if we look at slow frequencies, there is some synchronization, but it's not overly strong across the whole brain. And then when we start to increase the frequency range, the synchronization becomes more distinct and it becomes more strong. And when we look at time scales up to 50 hertz, the synchronization is actually maximal, not just in the temporal cortices, but also in the parietal cortices and the frontal cortices, and also in the cortical midline circuits. And then it starts to slow down or get a bit weaker when we go to faster frequency ranges as 200 hertz. So there's a frequency-dependent synchronization of the brain activity across the individuals. So this shows that different sensory features of the cinema profoundly influence on how similar the brain activation is across the viewers. But obviously, we can also push this forward. We don't need to look only at the sensory features of the movies. We can also look at the affective features of the movies. So here's a segment from The Godfather, the famous horse head scene that you probably have seen zillions of different times. And now I'm again showing the synchronized brain brain data and the cinematic stimulus, but instead of plotting intensity of brain activation, I'm now showing the degree of synchronization or similarity of the brain activation across individuals. So when the movie starts, what you're seeing in here, you see synchronous activity in the MTV5 and early visual cortices. So it's the motion sensitive cortices and the primary visual cortex that encodes all the incoming visual input. Obviously, when the same input is pushed again into all of the brains, these regions respond in a similar temporal fashion. But there's not much synchronization or similarity in the attention circuits or the emotion circuits in the brain. So these seem to be minding their own business across all the different individuals. But let's see what happens in the similarity of the brain activation in these regions when the movie kicks in. So when the director is now using all of the tricks up his sleeve to make the participants' attention to focus on the main character lying on this scene, lying on the bed, you see how the attention circuits become engaged in a similar fashion across all individuals. So the cinematic tricks that the director is playing does that they do work at the neural level. So people's attention circuits become synchronized, indicative of similar sampling of the scene at the same similar temporal profiles across all individuals. Emotion circuits start to become a bit synchronous when the blood is introduced into the scene, and when the Italian surprise is revealed in the bed. Look at how the emotion circuits actually flash out. They become totally synchronized across all the individuals that were tested in the study. So this indicates that yes, the emotions do synchronize the brain across individuals, and they do it via activating these fight or flight circuits in similar temporal pattern, similar temporal matter across all of the individuals. So when you give the participants a good scare or good surprise or a good moment of disgust in the cinema, that literally increases sort of like neural cohesion across the individuals. And that's probably why cinema is a powerful tool for also engaging individuals across the social ladder. So people are literally put into the same mood, the same state, same neural state, and that's why probably people enjoy discussing the cinema afterwards so much. This is a quite ubiquitous phenomenon, but it's also clinically significant because we have shown in a series of studies done together with a Tukka Rice group that this kind of a synchronization is actually broken down in individuals with first order or first episode psychosis. And we know that the psychosis, one of the main characteristics of psychosis is the lack of understanding what's real and what's not real. And we actually did a study where we showed psychotic patients this kind of a movie that is playing around the sense of reality, the Alice in Wonderland by Tim Burton. And then we look into what happens in the brain of this first episode of psychosis patients and healthy individuals when they are viewing this movie. We actually showed that the psychotic patients' brains do not synchronize with the rest of the group, the healthy controls, and the lack of synchronization is most prominent, especially in the regions that encode the reality versus unreality of the movie. So this kind of a lack of reality filtering or reality detection in the psychosis might be one of the key features that drives the symptoms in these diseases. And this was, again, we were able to map this using the cinema with strong fluctuations in the reality. So these tools are not just for scientific interest, they are also for clinical utility. But as a final part of my talk, I said I want to go a bit beyond what we have been doing in the past. And remember that I told you that the brain takes about 20% of all the energy that the body consumes, which tells us the brain is of great importance. But when we think about emotions, it's noteworthy that 80% of all the energy metabolism in the body is not taken by the brain. It's taken by something else. It's taken by some other processes in the body. We know that emotions particularly, they are strongly corporal phenomena. They adjust our behavioral priorities, and they prepare us for action. They prepare us to meet different survival challenges by altering also the bodily states. Skeletal-muscular activity, the autonomic nervous system activity, they are endocrinological function and so forth and so forth. And all of this is happening beyond the brain. It's occurring in the body. And actually what I would argue that what is currently the dark matter of the emotion science, that's actually all of these bodily processes that we haven't been able to scan or image with the imaging techniques that we currently have had at hand. We just have to limit the recordings to the neural level, to the brain level, due the limitations of the projection of the imaging techniques that we have currently been using. But luckily, we now have means for going beyond that. So we can really look into the dark matter of the emotion science using the new tools that we have in our hands. And this is the crown jewel of our center right now. It's a total body positron emission tomography camera that can capture about 120 centimeters of imaging area at a given time. So technically it means that we are not limited by the projection system anymore. We can image the brain and practically all of the internal organs all the way up to mid-thigh in a normal height. Individuals using this tomograph, because it's a PET camera, we are not also limited by the magnetic properties of the hydrogen nuclei. We are only limited by the radiopharmaceuticals that we can use for generating the projection data and the positron emission tomograph. So this means that as long as we can radio label a molecule that we are interested in the body or in the brain, we can also investigate that system simultaneously across the brain and the body. And this obviously gives us a completely new window for understanding how the emotions operate in the brain and how they operate in the body and how the brain coordinates its emotion responses in the peripheral systems. And this is something that has simply not been possible until 1 or 2 years ago. Because the MRI, we can't use functional imaging pretty much anywhere beyond the brain or the spine, and we can't by any means scan the brain and some other organs at the same time. So we couldn't have been able to measure these peripheral affect responses, unlike we can now with this total body PET, which is now the sort of like step beyond the final frontier in the emotional science. So the project we are currently running with the total body PET involve a radioligand 15O-H2O, which is radio water. So it's essentially a radioactively labeled water that is pharmacologically inert, which quantifies perfusion. So we essentially radio label conventional water with this 15O isotope, and then we measure the decay of the 15O isotope in the brain, and the PET camera picks the gamma rays that are resulting from the decay, and then we can localize where the decay occurred, and this gives a like direct index of where the blood was flowing and how strong the blood flow was currently in the brain or the body. And this is of course excellent because similar perfusion changes occur in the brain as a function of neural activation changes, but similar changes also occur in the periphery, for example in the heart, as a function of changes in cardiac load. What we are currently doing is we are running this kind of a total body PET studies with 2 different protocols. So first of all, we are measuring pharmacologically induced anxiety response using a pharmacological stress test with adenosine, which is a vasodilator, which also feels really nasty when you put it. It's a good anxiety model. So people feel panic, they feel dread, they feel fear when they're infused with adenosine, but it doesn't cross the blood-brain barrier, so it stays in the periphery. So we can look what happens in the brain when we alter the peripheral bodily state. And then what is probably more interesting to this audience is that we also measure central and peripheral activation while participants are viewing neutral and emotional movies during this kind of a total body PET scanning. This is how the data look like. So this is a single subject readout with a 15O H2O radio water perfusion map acquired in 2 minutes. That just to you better appreciate how beautiful and how fast this measurement actually is. So if we had done this in the old PET scanner, it would have taken about 10 minutes to acquire image of this type, and the quality would have been about like 1/10 of what we can get in here. So now you see all the beautiful vasculature in there, you see all the internal organs, you see the heart, you see the lungs, you see the brain, and the arm is shining bright because we are infusing the radio tracer through the cannula that's in the arm of the patient. And just to show you how this kind of a mapping, the activity mapping in the whole body works, we can then do multiple measurements out of these subjects. So if we look at subjective sensations to this pharmacological challenge and ask people simply to report whereabouts in their body do they feel something, the pharmacological emotion challenge causes experiences of pain and heat and particularly pressure in the body. And then we can generate similar maps for the anxiety-inducing versus neutral state using the tomographic imaging data. So here overlaid on the top of the CT images, we see the average activation maps across the brain and the rest of the body during rest and emotionally engaging condition. You can probably already appreciate that there is significant changes in the neural activity. But if you look at heart, there is significant increase in the perfusion in the heart during this affective stimulus, significant increase in perfusion in the liver, also in the muscle, in the back muscles and the rest of the other muscles as well, and actually across multiple different organs. So this is literally now going beyond the final frontier. We can really look into what's going on in the emotions, which are actually coordinated systems that adjust the behavioral priorities, not just in the brain, but also in the body. And this is one of the first glimpses on what's going on in the body during emotions at the single voxel level using these wonderful, beautiful tomographs that we can currently use. So that's for the future. This is what we are working right now in my laboratory. But it's time to give you some time for questions as well. So just to wrap up, why I think that cinema is so effective from the affective perspective, and why people love cinema, why is it good, and why do we like the cinema from the emotion science point of view. So first of all, there's of course the pure aesthetics, the aesthetic emotions. So let's say the Kill Bill, there's like tens of deaths, I think about 60, but still people consider it a beautiful and engaging movie due to the cinematic and dance-like combat sequences with strong Tarantino visuals. It almost seems that it makes the killing visually or aesthetically pleasing. Of course, different movies have different aesthetic qualities, but that's one feature. Then the other feature is unpredictability. We can, of course, daydream, but we are no Tarantinos. We don't have the skills of Steven Spielberg. We don't know what could be imagined. And the worst thing is that when we are daydreaming, we immediately know what's going to happen next. And that takes away the element of surprise. Whereas movies do have this unpredictability because it's someone else who's holding the controls and who's directing the movie. So we never know what's going to happen next. And this kind of unpredictability is really engaging for our brains. Then the movies, they also give us an opportunity to prepare for nasty and nice events. So I would say that they act as a kind of a mental gym. We can experience strong negative emotions. We can explore our negative emotions and positive emotions in a safe environment in the cinema. And this kind of preparation is, of course, hugely useful when we actually end up in danger or in a nasty situation. So then we are better prepared. This way we can actually rehearse our psyche and our mental muscle by looking or viewing cinema. And then obviously the cinema is a powerful way for emotion regulation. So when we have a tough day, hard day, and we are like totally destroyed, we can sit back, relax on the soft chairs in the cinema theater and just enjoy a bit of a love, bit of a romance, or a bit of excitement, and like literally leave our ordinary boring lives behind and try to get something more exciting into our system for a while. And this is why people actually use cinema so often, and as means for regulating their emotions. That's all I had for you today. I will take questions now. We have a couple of minutes for that. If you have something that you couldn't figure out during this talk, I strongly encourage you to visit our web pages where you find all of our publications, all of our code, a lot of media, visuals, videos regarding our studies, and probably answer to many of the questions that you have. Okay. But now I will thank you for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and I will now take the questions that you might have, and please email me if you have any further questions. Thank you.
So, thank you, Lauri. I assume you are in that camera, so I'm kind of turning my back to you right now. I'm looking at you, right?
Thanks. Yep.
Yes. Now I'm turning my back to you. Okay. It's a fantastic talk. Thank you, because of course this conference, the audience is filled up with filmmakers, there are psychologists and philosophers and artists, but there are less neuroscientific expertise, and this was just the perfect walkthrough from what we started in neurocinematics and where we are now. So it just gives a great window and a great possibility for imagination for when we want to start studying film viewers in the whole body setting, and then thinking of putting also film makers into the scanner. I have one question before I start asking questions from so I have one PhD student with horror film expertise. So she's working with horror films, and I have understood that you have also shown some interest for horror films from scientific point of view. Do you think that horror, where would horror show in the body, if you do some guessing for the body scanning? We know it shows probably very full in brain, but how would it show in a body? Can you guess?
So we have acquired that kind of a data, but haven't analyzed that yet. So we did a series of studies where we showed scary movies and pleasurable movies to participants in the total body PET scanner, and we haven't had a chance to look at the data yet because it's computationally very intensive. But I would assume that the responses that we get, they are pretty similar as we get for the adenosine-related anxiety responses that we can map in the pharmacological experiments. So increased activity in the heart and increased activity in the muscles, and probably also in the liver, pancreas, but that remains to be seen. I'll hopefully get the data out soon.
Questions from the audience. First over there, I can see a hand rising up. You will get a microphone in a moment.
Thank you. So I'm Ruta Kazlauskaitė from the University of Helsinki. Thank you thank you very much for this fascinating talk. I'm not a neuroscientist, I'm a social scientist. And so much less familiar with the topic than you, but listening to your talk, I couldn't help but think about all this research on emotions, for example, by Lisa Feldman-Barrett or Batia Mesquita, that talks about how, emotions are very much dependent and shaped by cultural and conceptual contexts and personal histories. Whether a film touches or does not touch particular viewers must have something to do with these contexts. So this is not an antagonistic question, but I'm just genuinely curious, how do you integrate these ideas about how cultures shape emotions with your research?
So we haven't really looked at that much because I'm sort of working for a rather medical point of view, and we know if we look at the rudimentary emotions that are evoked by sex or feeding or being in little danger, those responses are quite invariable across different individuals and different cultures. Of course, we have different preferences, and some people prefer spicy food, some people prefer bland food, some people prefer British food and stuff like that. So by learning these affect circuits that our brain have, they might learn to respond to different cues and different situations. That's learning based, but it doesn't change the underlying neural circuits per se. And to account for the individual differences in the affect in this type of studies we do, we usually ask the subjects or participants to rate what they have seen in the scanner, what they have experienced in the scanner. So we can also use the subjective affect state to model data. The downside of this is that it's extremely laborious. People can take literally tens of hours to get full response set of ratings for a film. So we only do it whenever it's convenient and necessary, and because the human participants, it's quite taxing to make them do this kind of ratings. We have now studied approaches where we use large language models for extracting the affect information from the cinema and also pictures and sounds. And the results so far show that actually these large language models, their ratings of cinematic features and affective features correspond with the average subjective responses as well as different subjects' responses correspond with each other. So it seems to be fairly universal, so universal that it's even capturing these statistical models of the linguistic and feature irregularities in the visual and textual inputs.
It just comes into my mind, Lauri, that your study Numenmaa et al. 2014, where you actually asked the people to color their body experiences with different emotions, and as I recall, there were both Western people participating in this, as well as later you had also Asian, so they came from different culture. But do I remember correctly that the results showed overlapping bodily like subjective mappings of emotions in similar manner?
So if we look at the body maps that studied, we have asked people to report their subjective bodily sensation during different emotions. So these kind of bodily maps are strikingly consistent across all the cultures that we have tested. So we have done the study in thousands of different individual, tens of thousands, I think, already by now. And we have shown that the resultant body maps, they are about like 80 to 90% similar across different cultures, suggesting that this must be like somehow underlying biological processes behind that. And now in January this year, we published a similar study about the music-evoked emotions in the body, comparing Eastern and Western participants. It came out in PNAS, I think, and this also showed about 90% correspondence between both the subjectively felt affect and the bodily affect that we recorded. So these responses tend to be fairly universal as far as we have been able to record them.
So what I find interesting here is that in addition to being able to measure the bodily, like imagine the bodily responses, so intersubjective, shared embodied intersubjectivity in that sense, also the subjective simulation or reflection, imagining one's own bodily feelings and being able to map that consciously, drawing on a map, mapping that and describing that also nicely correlates with I mean, I actually, I don't know if it nicely correlates with the bodily responses when you start measuring people. Like if these subjective mappings of bodily feeling, for instance, emotions or these musics, people map them, but then when you go to the imaging center and you start scanning people so my question is, do they actually map? I mean, do they actually overlap? Like, do your 2014 paper, assumably, will the studies that you will do with the whole body scanning, could these be assumed to overlap with subjective descriptions of emotions in the body?
Well, here's a slide that it seems to work out this way. So here's like data from the Adamson Challenge study that we have done. On the left-hand side, you see the subjective sensation maps that we have acquired from the
wait a second. We need to ask the.
These are subtraction
here
scores
it is. Yes.
For the neutral versus emotional state, and you see that the significant increase in the experience of, let's say, pressure and heat in the chest area. That is accompanied by significant increase in the cardiac output or cardiac flow, as indicated by the PET data. Obviously, there are changes in the body that do go unnoticed. For example, liver function is something that we can't directly experience. It's like not very well connected to the interoceptive senses, and we experience the liver function indirectly as a function of like changes in the blood glucose level and so forth and so forth. But this is like, I think, the most clear-cut demonstration of that we have a good ability to sense like the interoceptive changes in the cardiovascular system, and these outputs that we get from there map back to the subjective sensation maps that we can then acquire from the individuals.
Okay, we have one more. If you still stay with us for Eugene, please. Okay, yeah, just a second.
Yes, thank you. Do you consider also moods besides emotions? And in case, do you think that movies can be useful also to study, to map, to deepen the problem of mood? Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, the sort of like underlying theme of all of these research is look into like long-standing or more permanent changes in the affectivity, such as in affective disorders, anxiety, or mood disorders. And the one big part of the project that we are now starting in September is looking into the altered emotion functions in the brain, in the body, in patients with versus without anxiety disorders or cardiovascular disorders. So this way we can really look into the bodily basis of these conditions. But if you think about cinema per se, there are actually studies that have looked into long-term effects of viewing cinema in the brain. And the affective changes induced by movies, they do actually last for at least good 15 to 20 minutes after leaving the movie. So the actual neural state of the individuals remains altered following the cinematic experience for a substantial amount of time. And I don't know if anybody's looked into how long-lasting these effects are, but they are there. And from this kind of perspective, you can really argue that you can look into the mood changes induced by the emotion. And of course, you can also look at the effects of the current mood that the individuals have on the neural responses evoked by the transient affective episodes in the movie. But this is something that we need to work on. We haven't really looked into this in like the body context.
Okay, if there's one more question for Lauri. Ellen, you must have a question.
I have many questions, but not too much time, so I will only ask one. Are you aware of the work that Merel Kind has been doing in Netherlands, researching how in trauma therapy, how films are used in order to recreate traumatic experiences and then heal these traumatic experiences with propranolol?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Are you aware of this, the work that Merel Kind has been doing with using films as part of trauma therapy, in using films to recreate a certain traumatic emotion and then afterwards part of a therapeutic process?
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not aware of this line of work. I know that it's used and it's probably a interesting topic to study as well, but I'm really not familiar with that. I'm sorry.
And it was Merel Kind. Yes. Okay, so Lauri, thank you so much for sharing this very impressive work that you've been doing, that we've been following during the many years. So, and I'm of course looking forward that maybe in one day during this 5 years of my new project, we may put some cinematographers or film editors into, there are several of them here, into the scanner. Okay, so thank you for the day.
Next up, we're going to cinema. So we are going to, it's in another building, it's inside the campus, so you don't have to wear coats, but we're going to go there all together. And I think Daisy and some people can maybe lead the way to the cinema, so we don't lose anybody on the way.
Do we still have some snacks on the snacks gone? We'll see. Something grab. But anyway, so I'm in